Good morning, everybody. Any questions on anything we've covered?
Actually, I was going to ask about installing Kali in
VirtualBox?
VirtualBox.
Yeah.
Because I've tried 2 different versions now, and I keep getting different messages telling me this machine's DOA.
We could take that offline, but I'll tell you some of the most important things in installing Kali and VirtualBox is your network adapters. So the best way to set up a lab, the safest way to set up a lab so you don't accidentally attack the internet, is to have 2 interfaces. One interface you want to do a NAT, and that'll get you out to the internet. And then you have another one that is internal network. And the internal network will allow you to see other machines. And make sure you can't, on your NAT interface, you can't run promiscuous mode, which might show up in your near future, by the way. What is promiscuous mode? Who knows what promiscuous mode is? It'll very likely show up to anybody who gets to the network heavy test with regards to sniffing or IDS.
Sniffing stuff that's addressed to somebody else.
Someone else's MAC address. Your MAC address, that's right. Lou also typed it in. So, and it's not really packets, it's frames, right? Because it's the MAC address in the frame that your network card will process if it's destined for your MAC address or a broadcast address, or if you happen to be a member of a multicast group. Other than that, it'll ignore it, right? So, in order to get your card to process everything, if you want to see everything that the card physically has access to, you have to put your card in promiscuous mode. So you can't do that with your NAT adapter, and you'll have to put that on the internal adapter, and then you're safe to launch all your attacks from the internal interface, but you'll be able to download the updates and stuff from your NAT one. But if you have more questions on it, the other things that you have to want to make sure that your firmware and your setup, that you enable the I forget what the extended virtualization tab on your motherboard, because that'll crash it, and then you make sure your VM has it. And let me see, I have VirtualBox.
PAE something.
Yeah. Let me share that out for you real quick. You see my VirtualBox manager? Let me get my Kali.
Oh, you can also download a Kali VMDK.
You can, but you'll still have the same problem if you don't enable the virtualization. And I didn't do it to fix this one yet. This is my latest guy. So anyway, I'm going to put in that PAEX.
Yeah, I still tanked after that.
Oh, you did do all that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me try and walk you through it or something.
Well, we can do that offline sometime.
Yeah. All right. All right. So up to now, we have accepted that we understood. We came into the business. We understood our authority. We knew we have very limited authority. Any question or that says or answer that suggests you fire somebody or disconnect something, we know that's wrong. We are advisors. We understood our budgets, our scopes. We met the other team players, the other steering committee members. We did a risk assessment on the different business process units. We determined what they needed. We wrote down what we think we heard in their strategy. We said, is this right? We architect the paper. The steering committee blesses it and said, yes, you understood our needs. And then we went on and we developed according to design. And then now we're going to test it. We're going to see if it, before we put it in, and make sure that it really met our needs. Now, the most important test is actually the user acceptance test, that it does what the users want. But a lot of the testing, that's functionality testing. But a lot of the testing is assurance testing. Right? We're going to make sure that it's resilient. We're going to fire things at it and look for performance. The users know performance, but we're going to also try and break into it, whatever. One of the most important tests that you'll see in is software, and we're going to go back, we're going to have software this afternoon, but is to make sure that the input buffers are resilient. So pre-compilation on an application, you have a code review and you look at the code and you have somebody look for, you know, obvious vulnerabilities. But after it's compiled, if you're using compiled code, you're going to have tools that could show up in your near future called fuzzers. Fuzzing is when you fire all kinds of inputs at those buffers. So it's going to check for buffer overflows, cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and any type of code injection. So there's all kinds of tests. The test types that seem to get beat up the most, though, in this domain are penetration tests. And Tom gave us a good introduction to penetration testing, which is, you know, initially you try to find out what they have. Now, Ralph, who's done a lot of this stuff, told me that the passive reconnaissance testing, so before you even fire a packet at somebody, before you call anybody up on the phone, you want to study as much as you can about the company, the organization, in a passive way to figure out what the target has. Ralph estimates 70 to 80% of his work is passive reconnaissance. What are some of the ways I might find out, say, whose firewall you run without sending a packet to your network or calling anybody up on the phone or whatever? How can I passively figure out what type of equipment you have in your infrastructure? Obtain MAC addresses. How am I going to do that? Oh, I'm going to mute all the mics, by the way. Sorry. How am I going to obtain a MAC address? That's across the internet. MAC addresses are stripped off at every router. So I can't get MAC addresses, probably, not easily. Well, there's all kinds of publicly available information about any organization. Now, I could go to your website and look at, but I could also look at other places that already go to your website. So Lou says external pen test looking for open ports. Well, that's firing a packet at them, but other people are already scanning you. So I could go to various websites that already scan people. There's anything you have ever put up on the internet is already being cached somewhere at the Internet Archives. So I could take a look at the Internet Archives at previous versions of cached versions of your website. And they go way back. I mean, they go back till, let me take a look, and I haven't been to the archive in a while. But let's take a look here. Go, Ralph. My no script running. Allow archive.org. This is my company. Oh, I'm going to go back to search websites. Well, I guess it already guessed that. All right. $389 versions of my website going back to 2001. It's in October we went up, yeah. There's a copy of my website from 2001. What does it look like today? Doesn't look anything like that. That's what it used to look like. There's a whole bunch of things that on all kinds of things. If you're a publicly traded company, the SEC maintains records on you. You can go to the Edgar database and find out the names of the officers. You can find out recent acquisitions and mergers. And you could find, you then Google those names or use those names later for social engineering. But you could also find job search engines. If your company's looking for somebody with, say, Cisco PIX experience, Let me guess, you run a Cisco Pix? So there's a lot of passive ways to do reconnaissance and determine a lot about a target organization. Tom used an explanation of description of red team versus blue team. That's going to be different than our test. And I don't know exactly. I got to pick on him, see what he's saying. I think his bottom line was red teams now, you just assume are already in the network. So you already assume someone's penetrated your network. So maybe that's what, I think that's what he's saying. But the definitions we're going to look for is red teams are hired by management and only management knows they're there. Oops, sorry. Click here, it's from something else. You close the website. And a blue team is generally when management introduces a blue team does like a vulnerability assessment. Blue teams can run Nessa scans and figure out what you have. Red teams can't run Nessa scans. They run a Nessa scan, they're going to alert all the IDS people, and you're often testing, not can somebody find the vulnerability, would we notice that they're looking for it? So Ralph's done a lot of red team exercises. I've done a number of blue teams. Blue teams are really easy. You just go in there, run tools, they introduce you to people, and you meet the managers, and they give me Visio diagrams, and a lot of my hard work is already done. And I very quickly find you need to patch this stuff, or you need to change this config, make these passwords stronger, blah 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 blah. But it's not really indicative of what a real outsider would find. Maybe it's like, yeah, but if somebody tried that from the outside, our IDSs or IPSs would have discovered it long before and never let them in. So, all right, but either way, we then they pass the test, and you're not going to get 100%. Maybe it's certain that that you qualify as a 90, but is that good enough for the business process to run? And so a credit we know is when management accepted. Spock gives us the results of this is what he's certain about. And then Kirk decides whether or not it's good enough. It'll have to work. And the most important test, again, is the user acceptance test. And that's saying that it validly meets the user's needs. Then once it's put into operations, you continuously test it. At least pen test once a year. But vulnerability assessments could be, on certain systems every day. And in the context of the NIST risk management framework, let me get my drawing tool here. Again, we did our risk assessment. We figured out what it is. You're on white hats, right? A white hat exercise is well, you could say that it's both. The white hat just means they're supposed to be good guys. When I first attended one of Ralph's class, now I knew Ralph for a couple of years before I got to sit in one of his classes. But he says to the class, he goes, all right, he shows a slide, from the company that designed the slides. He goes, all right, this slide says that there are black hats and white hats. Black hats are the bad guys. The white hats are the good guys. And I've been in this business a few years, and I've never met a black or white person. He said, everybody I know is some shade of gray. But the idea is that a white hat's supposed to be a good guy. And then we selected controls. We implemented them in the lab, and now we are assessing them to see if we can put them into production. All right, so our job is to just validate our design. And we'll do things like looking at the logs. We'll go over, again, code reviews, make sure before any code is compiled. We'll test the controls. A lot of people are against penetration testing. They think, oh, no, it's a waste of time. You're just proving that you can break in, and they can always break in. It's like, I think of it as sparring for any martial arts out there. When you spar, first of all, you're not going to emulate a total street fight where a guy sneaks up behind you and hits you over the head. So it's not really that realistic, but it's the best you can do. Now, how much sparring are you going to do? Are you going to do it like point sparring? Are you wearing gloves? I hope most of the time. I certainly like gloves. And it's the best I could do to give me some assurance. And yet I've still ended up in the hospital. I've had Tom has broke my leg. Tom broke my leg one time, kicking my leg, and he broke it. And I've had broken ribs a number of times. And showing up in an emergency room, it's like, how'd you hurt yourself? Learning to defend myself. It's just some kind of paradoxical thing, but it depends. I don't know that everybody should spar. Most of my students, what I really love is Tai Chi. That's that really slow martial art. You see retired people do it on the beach or something. And I love that. I do that every morning. And most of my students have been over 60. Having like 70 or 80-year-old people spar doesn't reduce risk. So depending. Now, we've also had people at the school who are policemen, special forces guys. They need to know what it's like to get hit. There's certain job areas where if you get hit and I don't care what you can do, in front of the mirror. I want to see you pick yourself up after you've been knocked down. And Mike Tyson says everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. So we're testing our controls. How would you know if your IDS works if you yourself don't fire attacks at it? And very important, especially as we in this age, we just keep outsourcing more and more stuff, the cloud area. How do you know if your cloud provider can really do stuff that you need? And you're not going to be able to probably pen test your cloud provider, but you should at least find out if they do get pen tested and get access to those reports. And very testable, in your service level agreement, you would like to have the right to audit their facility. Right? We can't prevent them from messing up. We know when we can't prevent, we detect, and audits are there to detect gaps. To NIST, if you work in the field, if you have to deal with NIST, and they're not on the test, what NIST document, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to know these numbers. But 853 was their category of controls that we went over on day 2. 853A is a list of assessments for each of those controls. 400 and some page document. And 800-115 is actual penetration testing. Right? Our job is to assure the business that their strategy is being implemented. Now, sometimes senior management doesn't get it. They don't know why you're even there. So you need to present a business case. And a lot of times your business case is to show similar organizations and the compromises they got hit with and sued. And, it's horrible when you see some of these compromises on TV, but it often helps us get budget. Like, now do you take us seriously? They have very limited time to look at your information. Don't get too detailed when you present things to the steering committee. We use stoplight or heat charts. Stoplight charts, you have red, yellow, green things. Heat charts are like maps with red, yellow, or green. Say, hey, look at these color diagrams. See all these red areas? We need to work on those. The balanced scorecard concept is actually the steering committee informing us. How well are we meeting their needs? That's a very qualitative assessment. You just say on a scale of, A for excellent or F for fail, how are we doing? And we know that you can't just audit periodically. You have to continuously monitor things. Now, NIST has 3 ways to look at things. You can observe and just walk around and see what you see. Read documents, read diagrams. You could interview people or groups of people, and then you can run tools that actually test it. Right. So again, the 53A is just corresponds to the controls of 53, and it helps you assess things within your system development life cycle. So pre-shipping and then post operations. All right. So the process we're going to prepare for our assessments. One thing I hate about NIST, someone's got to fix this. They separate privacy from security. Isn't security supposed to be confidentiality, integrity, and availability? Why is privacy separate? Anybody here working with a part of the 853A have to do these assessments? Because they've had a hard time developing the document in the privacy. They're like, yeah, how do we separate this? So we talked about these things here. type of data you have to protect, privacy scope, but that's part of security. That's part of confidentiality. I think what they're mostly talking about is one subset of confidentiality is PII, and I think that's really, when I read the documents, that's what they're hinting at. But and you got to determine, like I said, are you doing a point sparring? Are you doing full contact? Are you doing no holds barred? And even at no holds barred, they bar holds. You're not allowed to bite people in the UFC, and that's like one of the coolest techniques. You can't dig your fingernails in their eyes. And if my daughter came home and said somebody attacked her, and I said, "What'd you do?" I put my fingernail right in his eyes. I wouldn't go, "No, honey, that's cheating." It'd be like high five, right? All right, so if you're not working with us, you don't care about this, but this is the appendix, 400 some pages of assessments for all of the 18 families of controls, and each control family could have like 20 control sets in it. SCAP, I mentioned earlier, is a nice protocol that aligns with this, that all of our vulnerability scanners work with. So if you do find yourself needing to do an 853 assessment, Nessus and Nexpose and LandGuard, all of these things have 853 tests that built into it. It's part of the NIST developed this protocol. It's very cool. And SCAP combines actually something you probably check every day. Actually, good thing to check every day. Somebody in your organization should be checking this. National Vulnerability Database.nist.gov. And they'll find all the vulnerabilities discovered up to that day, and these plug into your vulnerability assessment tools. So when you do like a Nessus scan or any of these scans, they will align with this list. So I'll just say, show me all SQL injections. So let's just put in SQL. So we have to go way back in history till yesterday to find a potential SQL problem. Here's a SQL injection way back in history yesterday that they discovered. So it's a common vulnerability exposure 2008. So when you, how does that relate to the CVE? This is the CVE. Yeah, this is just the National Vulnerability Database is actually a front end to the MITRE database that maintains all of the common vulnerability and exposures. And I think they have the best search engine. So you can get there many different ways. I like to look at it via the nvd.nist.gov. Yeah, and all the vulnerabilities discovered, all the tools populated with that number. What I don't like is I wish Tom showed his exploitation tool, which was Metasploit. I wish Metasploit would put those in there so I could just type that in instead of having to say the name of the thing, the name of the exploit, or the name of the vulnerability. Did that answer your question, John? Oh, cool. Yeah, excellent. So all these things are bundled into it. You can get a free tool just for this is CentOS. Now I just took the default. I did not tailor it to meet, say, my corporate policies. So I just ran it against my CentOS build, and I got a nice little report. So this is an SCAP tool that just comes with Linux. What is the term most associated with the assessment of a control to ensure that it meets the design requirements and operates as intended before it is approved by management for production operation by the user community? Robert's got it. Yeah. To ensure that it operates as with the assessment of a control, ensure it meets the desired requirements. That's certification. That's before it's approved. Accreditation is the approval. Got that, John? Accreditation is the approval. Yeah. Accreditation is also known as authorization. So A and C are actually the same thing, to be certain. Besides, saying it's good, you have to document what you felt, and you document in your security plan and the security assessment report. And if there's any outstanding, again, it doesn't have to get 100. It just has to be good enough. It has to pass. And if for any issues that are outstanding, you document a plan of action, milestones, or a poem. We could go over our logs and determine how things are going. Now, what are you going to log? How long do you log it? Logging slows you down. So there's a performance hit sometimes for logging. It's also when you store things, you have to protect the store. If you don't have to log things, I recommend you don't log them. But you might have a business objective. No, I want to know how many customers are purchasing these things, or whatever. I want to know. One of my favorite things to know is I want to know when people change their rights or privileges. Why did you give yourself rights to look at my directory? Yeah, I want to see these things. I want to see you change your rights. Um, there's an identity and access management tool. Actually, there was a NIST report in like 2009 that IDS needs to be integrated with identity and access management. And yeah, I'm going to hit that there, John. And did is Ed, are you here yet? Ed Brooks, you're here. Okay. So I go out to dinner with Jeremy and Maurice, one of our yearly get-togethers, and I tell them about this, and Maurice says, "We just installed Quest, and we found a problem right away." I said, "What was it?" And he goes, I really can't say." And I've had a few beers or whatever, and I just said, "Let me guess. You had an admin go into porn sites, but he wasn't logged in as himself. But it looked kind of weird when the Exchange service account was logging in from a workstation." And he turned white as a ghost, and he just goes, "Dude, that's pretty good." Jeremy must have been at the restroom. A year later, I said, "Jeremy, I've been telling this story. Maurice, I've been telling this story. I want to make sure I have it right." And when I told it, he goes, "Dude, you got a good memory." And Jeremy goes, "Wow, who was this?" And he goes, "I still can't say." But that's a great thing about Maurice. If people gossip about other people, they gossip about you. And he's just a really great guy. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't want to necessarily see, these what are necessarily called security events, but I may need to go back and look at access. But I have to determine what I want to see what people are doing in the restroom. You're not allowed to do that. You can't log HIPAA data. And then John pointed out SOX require certain logs. So your logging policy is often driven by legal. These are the things you can't log. These are the things you must log. And then within that, you have maybe there's a wiggle room. You say, well, you can log these events, and in fact, you have to, and you can store them for 3 years, but you can't store them for any. You have to store them for at least 3 years. But you didn't rat you out. You have to store them for at least 3. You may not store them longer than 7. So you consider, gee, yeah, like between 3 and 7 years. Well, you determine, is there a business requirement? Will that help us in any way to hold it for 7? Because if not, get rid of it. It's just more things to protect. Right. Now we have to look at the log. Day to day, you monitor and periodically you audit. Now, audits are generally an outside entity. Now, they could be a different group in your organization, an internal organ. But you can't have the operations department auditing themselves. But the operations department can monitor themselves or something like that. And logs have vulnerabilities. They're often read-write text files. And Tom mentioned, when a hacker breaks in, they try to cover their tracks. If they can scrub your logs, they'd love to do that. That's why it may be logging to write once media. And if you're going to use these logs as evidence in a court for something, you better have them digitally signed with timestamps. You better have your logging servers all connected to a network time server, because if they can find that the times are mismatched, they go, how come you claim that this happened in the Chicago office first and spread to the Philly office, but according to these clocks, they're off. I don't know how you could possibly make that determination. Right, so these logs will come under a lot of scrutiny, and the logs could reveal too much. I've had a number of cases where people tell me my boss wanted to fire a guy based on something he did that was loggable, but then they said, well, they have the right to. You can't just target a person in evidence. Do you only log Bob? No, we log the whole company. May we see that log for the whole company? And then there's all of a sudden the CEO's like, never mind, we'll drop the charges. Computers log changes associated with the operating system, with an application, with a user. Keyboard logs. You might want to log what people type. You could be breaking the law. Again, you can't log HIPAA data. In fact, it's kind of relates to like the wiretap laws. Can you record a person phone call? If they call you, can you record that call without warning them? Depends on the state, actually. But the federal guidelines are to notify authorized and unauthorized users. So when you call a bank, for instance, you typically get this call may be recorded for training and other quality purposes. That's a legal banner notifying of logging, and it's quite testable to know that you should have a login banner, and it's a clear law in UK. Okay, in a login banner when they log in that you are logging keystrokes. But keyboard loggers have grown over the years. The first time I ever saw one, there was a little dongle that you would plug into a desktop computer and then plug the computer keyboard into that. And then, after a week or whatever, you go back and grab that. And people were doing these like in hotels and grabbing all the keystrokes. Now they got little USB ones with Wi-Fi on it. So they plug it in. They're really small. They'll hide themselves in the USB port, and then they could sit out in the parking lot and pick that up. And then we got a lot of malware contains keyboard loggers. The Zeus botnet. It's the first botnet I ever knew that was actually involved in stealing. Typically, up until like 2009, botnets I had always thought of as doing spamming and denial of service attacks. But then in 2009, I heard about the Zeus botnet, and it's robbing banks. And one of the things it did was you get Zeus installed on your machine, and there were thousands of Zeus client variants. For Android, for what are those Blackberries? For all kinds of things, and it would look for bank routing numbers. And passwords and send it off to people. Anybody here ever do any research with Zeus? It's kind of interesting what happened there. All the stuff was being collected, and then they would set up bank accounts and transfer money from the bank. But the hard part, physically going to the bank and taking the money out. They would socially engineer people on the internet who thought they met like a girlfriend, that met somebody online, and they tell them, "Hey, I've got a business. Could you take money out of the bank? Take out 5,000, and then send me whatever 45. You can keep 500 of that, and that'll go for us, blah 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 blah." And they thought they were doing legitimate stuff. They were the mules. And as far as I know, that's only people they ever arrested were the mules. I don't know that they ever caught anybody involved in the actual botnet. We have firewalls log, routers log, IDSs are logging servers. That's what they do. And we have to grab that information and look at it. And we've developed tools. And I've heard some people bring up, in fact, Robert, you said you worked with ArcSight and now Splunk. These are two of the leading SIM tools that correlate all of this stuff. And it helps you determine if this is happening here and that's happening there and this is happening there, then I get a better picture of what might be going on here. Right, so I have to look at it. I have to do some type of audit reduction, and that's Splunk. Now, the two ways I can detect whether or not this same with viruses, that this is normal behavior or this is abnormal behavior is either through it's like blacklisting or whitelisting. Either I say this isn't like what we normally do, anomaly detection or variant. It varied from what we normally do. It's unusual behavior or heuristic patterns were not being followed. Right, so that's one way of looking at it. They all different terms to mean the same thing. Or the other way is, I've seen this attack before. I know what it is. Right? It's sin and fin set in the same TCP header. I know what that is. Now, the problem with variance detection is we have false positives. No, it varied because it's a new service. It's a new client. But the problem with attack signature detection is if you don't have a signature, if it's a new attack, you'll miss it. So the problem with behavior based is false positives. I thought it was attack and it's not. The problem with signature detection is false negatives. I thought it was fine, but it wasn't attack. And in the early days, people would make fun of anomaly detectors, but now you got to do it. You got to do both. Think of it as closed circuit television. You have network-based IDS. This is a sniffer, sniffing for unusual traffic. Host-based looks for unusual activity on a given machine. And especially in your near future, if Bob is on the accounting server, abusing the accounting server right there, no network-based IDS is going to pick that up. So you need to mix both depending on your risk assessment. Now, host-based IDS often at least negatively affects performance, but it could just break things. Some things don't work right with it. So you have to figure out what works for you. And I tell you, you can only speak matter of factually about what you measure, but you can't measure everything. So you do your best. Sensors are like your closed circuit television cameras. And then you have the monitors and stuff and the recording devices that you use to analyze it. And people have come up with ways to elude closed circuit television. What are the basic ways people elude a closed circuit television system in a movie? Three basic attacks on a closed circuit television system. They could cover the camera. They could DOS the sensor, put a denial of service on the sensor, and people will just spray paint it, you could break it, whatever. People will notice. So the guards go, "Hey, we're not picking up anything that's on camera 3 on floor 4. Go check." And Jeremy says, "You could stay out of line of sight. You could try to elude it. You could duck underneath the camera. Evasion." And provide a false image. You can hold up a picture of the room with nobody in it. That's called insertion. So those are the three attacks on IDSs. DOS the sensor, which is quite detectable. Evade the sensor, or inject something into it. Insert something in front of it, insertion. So in an evasion attack, they try to send something that the sensor wouldn't pick up, but the victim would. And I had given a quick one, I alluded to this earlier, a real quick one. There's a whole bunch of these. I don't want to kill too much time, but let's imagine we have a router here. And we know that routers do things to a packet besides just route it. They decrement the TTL and they recompute a checksum. Well, early IDSs, sometimes this is the default rule set. You have to fix your rule sets and tune them. But if the attacker was on the same network segment as the IDS, he could send packets to the victim with bad checksums. IDS would say, this is a bad packet, not process it. Routers, to be fast, didn't always check incoming checksums. So they process it and then fix the checksum. Right? Because they're decrementing the TTL and recomputing it. Oh, lovely. But let's say you've tuned your IDS. They're picking up everything now. They're processing all this. Insert something. There's all kinds of things to insert. We know about TTLs. right? So after the TTL gets to 0, that the a router won't forward a packet. So this was a real attack. Um, the let's say the signature, someone's going to try to get a reverse shell, and the signature is we're looking for CMD. So the attacker sends a C to the victim, and the victim gets the C, and the IDS saw it, and then it sends his M, and he sends the M. Here's the M, and then he sends an X. With a TTL of 1 less than this router will pass. So if he knows he's 15 hops away with a trace route, he sends it with at 16, or excuse me, at 14. And so this router says time exceeded in transit, destination unreachable. So he doesn't get the X. And now he sends the D. So he got CMD. He got CMXD. It doesn't match the sensor. It doesn't match the signature. They inject, manipulating TTLs, they can inject like a TCP reset and kill the connection. They inject fragmented packets and then do the fragment, maybe the third fragment that contains the actual exploit. With they send it once with a TTL of not enough to go hit the victim, and it doesn't have the exploit in it. But it has the same fragment information, same fragment offset and size and everything. So then when he sends it again, the IDS goes, oh, that's a duplicate. I already have that one. I don't need to process that. But the victim gets that one. One of my favorite things to inject, though, if you send, like a lot of times people will they'll create malware and they want to see if it would be picked up by antivirus software. So they go to Virus Total, and they upload their malware to Virus Total. Is that coming up here? Oh, the script I gotta go. Oh, here we go. You can upload a file and see if it gets picked up, and this will run it against the top antivirus engines. Well, if it comes up clean, someone's anomaly-based IDS might go, all right, well, let me try this. Something like FireEye might try to detonate it in a VM or something. But if it comes up with a signature, then the signature-based IDS just already says, let me handle this. I'll take it for you. So signature detectors classify attacks, and 1 very bad, high risk, 5 not so bad. So they try to get the signatures for a low risk attack and put it in the virus, which is really high risk. So it's not like, hey, I don't know what this is. Let me take a closer look at this. It's more like, oh, I know what that is. It's just some spam. It's awesome. Right? That's what they want you to think. All right, so log reduction, we have our SIM tools that will correlate all of this information. And identity and access management tools became very popular after that Gartner article. And they generally are bundled together, or at least every company that sells a SIM tool has an IAM tool as well now. With regards to an intrusion detection system, what is meant by an insertion attack? Yeah. And false data to mislead the IDS. They're throwing a fake. That's what I wanted you to think. Yep. There's one of those USB keyboard grabbers. Has Wi-Fi on it, so you can go out in the parking lot. It should be stated in your policy and let people know, but it shall be in a banner. Shall means you must do that. And it cuts both ways again. You might be doing it for work, but their attackers are doing it to you. If the keyboard logger is in software, you might have software that can find it. Any malware that can find it. But if it's in hardware, there's no way to find this. Now, this particular one does a man in the middle. You have to plug the keyboard into it. And attackers like to cover their tracks and scrub logs. And that's another beautiful thing about like ArcSight or Splunk. You can have an alert for that type of thing. I don't know what duck is. I heard of pineapple. Um, Wi-Fi, pineapple. And what's the other thing I would say is, well, people do it with Raspberry Pi. I started playing with Raspberry Pi this year, trying to get my daughter into it. We were building an Alexa. Well, you can build, Alexa gives you open source tools, so you can actually build your own Alexa there. We also built an open source AI that I like. It's really cool, and you could use it for stuff. It's called Mycroft, but the problem is it's a man's voice. I like having a woman's voice. False positives are brilliant, but you have to spend a lot of time configuring. And well, that's the way to build any physical alarm, right? You just keep setting it off with false positive, and eventually people will ignore it. Nah, we always get that for some reason. We talk to the vendor; they're working on it. All right, security testing. Actually, now we're going to do blue team and red team exercises. So blue teams, they do vulnerability assessments. They help identify physical vulnerabilities. Hey, dude, somebody could Jackie Chan over that drop ceiling. You guys do know, you're fine with if I use Jackie Chan as a verb, right? But that shows up in your near future. It used to show up a lot on the physical test, physical security of the test that, you got to watch out for internal partitions. The term internal partition refers to a wall that doesn't go above a drop ceiling, as opposed to, say, a load-bearing wall, which will, and people could easily go over the drop ceiling. But operational, I just socially engineered my way in here. Ralph told me he would love to hang out with smokers to get into a building. He was just so good. So he's always moving, so he must be a verb. Jackie Chan. uh, yeah, but Ralph said, dude, they can get into any building. Just go out and hang out with the smokers, and say, hey, what are you, your name's Bob, right? No, my name's Steve. Steve, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm Joe. I started. You're in like HR, right? And he goes, no, I'm actually in customer service. So yeah, oh, okay, all right, yeah, how you doing? And now that he knows where he is, he's like, yeah, I'm in the data center now. I've started working in there. I'm the new, and the next thing you know, the guy's holding the door for him. Ralph is really good at talking to people. I am such a nerd. I would be horrible at that job. Smoking is dangerous. And electronic, of course. I did head one pen test, and it was for a very large power plant. And my guys got in within an hour because this power plant was also the command and control servers. And this place handles power for California, for Nevada, for there's like 4 states that handles all the power. And their command and control headquarters is also a place where you could drive and pay your bill. So no problem having unauthorized people in this one parking lot, in the guest parking lot. Right in the guest parking lot, they found unsecured Wi-Fi. Identify weaknesses, and you recommend how to improve it. But the pen test is when they actually do the ethical hacking, the red team. And we sort of heard about black boxes when you know very little about the company, where we used to call these clear boxes. Clear box is when you could see through something, but now they call it white box testing when they give you all the information. And there's also gray box. Gray box is when you know a little bit about the company. You're emulating an inside person or a business partner or a family member or something, somebody who might know a little bit about the company. NIST 800-115 is a guideline on how to do these things, right? What are the basic techniques? How do I identify targets? How do I analyze what they're vulnerable to? How do I exploit the vulnerability? What should I put in a report? So some very testable terms. Reconnaissance comes 2 basic ways, passive and active. But the goal is to footprint, which means typically mapping out all the live IPs. Fingerprinting What does that IP do? And a very handy way to do that is to port scan. Vulnerability assessment, now that I know what you are, what are you vulnerable to? And you got to keep up. You got to go to the National Vulnerability Days or the CVEs, however you get to the CVEs. You got to get to that MITRE database and see, is this a known vulnerability? Or you might have to look at it yourself. I know people that do these tests, that yeah, there's no known vulnerability, but I'm going to check and see. You don't. We get into this in application security, but I know guys. There's another guy I should try to get it for one of my classes. This guy does. You can't decompile an application, so you can't take like a C program, compile it, give somebody the compiled program, and then return the source code. They can disassemble it and turn it back into hex. That's what he does. He's a reverse engineer. So his job is to take code, turn it into hex, look at that assembler code, and determine what it's doing or what it's vulnerable to. It's incredible to me. These are the geniuses, not guys who know how to look at a packet header like me. I'm a goofball. And then penetrate the network. They get in the network as a low-level user, like Tom got a reverse shell, and it was probably in the context of the IPC share or something, basically like guest or something. But then he could escalate his privileges and possibly get admin. Right? They get the root. Then they plant tools to maintain the root, right? And then they cover their tracks. Right now, you can do reconnaissance of the who-is registrars. Just go to the who-is registrars. Now, this is a tool back from almost 20 years ago that allows you to see, who you query. And it is pretty cool, even still this day. This is a pretty cute tool, but you can get a lot of this from Google. I just say, when you register a domain name, if you don't pay the extra money to hide your information, it's public knowledge. So who is and we used to put in like admin as the name, but I think my wife handles all this. So I think she put my name in the last time I checked, last time she registered it. So you can grab any one of these things, but let's see. Or yeah, she put my name in, Larry Greenblatt. We used to put admin. So now somebody could have my name to socially engineer me, blah, 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 blah. There's my name servers. Now you can go see if you can get any information from my name servers about some of the IPs. You can get mail servers, and with Sam Spade, the tool, they could attempt to do a zone transfer right there. You could try to download SMTP relay check, see if they have an open. We talked about putting an SMTP relay on your DMZ. So your mail server isn't directly connected to the internet. You better lock down and authenticate who's allowed to SMTP to you and from you. Otherwise, people will use you to send mail and you become a spam source. We saw the Internet Archives. Netcraft is always scanning you. You can go to Netcraft and they'll tell you what ports are open, and they'll take a look and see what services you're probably running. Right? And nobody at the target company saw me go to Netcraft. They just know that or if they're smart enough, they know that Netcraft is always scanning everybody. So we talked about the difference between blue teams and red teams. The test, black box or white, used to be called clear. A black box, you're emulating a typical outsider. A clear box is somebody with administrative privileges. This is yeah, very testable. Yep. And they probably won't call it clear. They will call it white box. Yeah. This is an old version of Nmap. I liked it when everything was on one screen. So the front end for it, and you could see it'll guess what you have, but it'll try all kinds of things. Do you want to fire fragmented packets? Do you want to try this ICMP port or all this, excuse me, message type, any UDP port, any TCP port? Now, the more you test for, the longer it takes. Now, in order to get good reconnaissance information back, the attack has to use their IP. Well, there are ways around that. One way is to use decoys. So if you notice here, it says use decoys. I only need one packet back, say. So I'm going to send 10,000 packets with 9,999 spoofed source IPs. And that's a lot harder to find that needle in the haystack. But I'm going to give you one other one, and this is, if you're not a network person, don't worry about this. This is for the people who are going to screw up business continuity planning. You might get this question. It's called the idle scan. You better find a host that's really idle, not somebody who's got a browser loaded. This is probably not very practical today. Maybe you found some embedded machine that, it runs IP, but it's just some Internet of Things IP address. It's not a human's laptop or something that doesn't send things unless it's asked to. We know that sequence numbers, or packet IDs, are typically counters. They're not random numbers as they're allowed to be. I test it. I send a SYN to it on some port, and it sends me reset back. That's okay. I just want to see their IP ID, and it's 100. I tried again, 101. All right, it's a counter. Now I go to the target company, and I want to see if they're listening on, say, port 25. And I send a TCP SYN to port 25 to the target company, but I spoof the source address of the IoT machine. We're going to call this the zombie. I spoof the source address of the zombie. So if they're listening on that port, they send a SYNAC back to them. The zombie is going to go, I didn't ask to, what are you talking about? So they send a reset, incrementing their counter. But if they aren't listening on that port, if the target company isn't listening on 25, they send a reset to the zombie, and nobody answers resets. So then I have to go quickly again, assuming that they're idle, and I send another SYN to the zombie host. And if they come back 102, they only incremented by one. I go, oh no, I guess that target company isn't listening on 25. But if it comes back at 103, I'm like, oh, dude, they said something. That makes sense, everybody? What the idle scan is, a way to test using a zombie host if somebody was listening on a port. Oh, awesome. All right, it's 10 o'clock. This is just the new graphical front end to it. Let's take a break, get back at 10:15. All right, sound good? We're almost out of here. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Say, said I remember and we used to sit in the government yard in Trench Town, observing the hypocrites as we mingle. Good people we meet, good friends we have, good friends we've lost along the way. Yeah, in this bright future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say, and no woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Say, I remember we used to sit in the government yard in Trench Town, and Georgie would make the firelight. It was like love burning through the night. Then we make hot milk porridge, of which I share with you. My feet are my only courage, so I gotta keep pushing on through. While I'm gone, everything's gonna be alright. 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 And no woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Little sister, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Hey, little Bob Marley on a rainy morning, huh? Oh, and I forgot to pause the recording. All right, so that's on the thing there. Oh, well. All right, welcome back, everybody. Is it? Yeah, it's raining here. Where are you, John? Santa Barbara. We're in Philly. It's been raining most of the last 2 weeks, I think. It's so messed up here. And then today was supposed to be some kind of major weather event. The last time I saw last night, I didn't check out the weather this morning, but talking about some snow and huge winds. I don't know. See what's going on. All right, any questions on anything we covered? We're almost out of this domain here. Okay. All right, this is the graphical front end from a newer version of Nmap. I just, found out my stuff here. Didn't want you to think I only have the old version. Actually, I just set up some cameras inside, and the camera, you plug it in, and then you're supposed to run some little utility that auto discovers its IP address. And I was like, nah, it's all right. I'll just Nmap and find it. So I run Nmap just to see what's connected. What I have not done is, since we've got Alexa, I want to run my Nessus against Alexa, and I broke my my Nessus. So I have to get that going here. So we scan to identify hosts that are connected, that are authorized or unauthorized. You might find stuff that's not supposed to be there. Any services that seem vulnerable, any deviations from the allowed services, right? It helps you prepare for the pen test. And again, how do you know if your IES works if you yourself don't fire attacks at it? And it helps you collect evidence. Oh, it's been listening on 666. That we have proof of that. Must be part of that. Vulnerability scanning it duplicates a lot of that stuff, but it also has you got to update your database. So every time we go to the National Vulnerability Database and we see those new CVEs. Those CVEs have to be populated into your vulnerability scanner, so they're constantly having to update these things. And what the scanner basically finds is either missing patches or poor configurations. And it is not easy to patch production systems. The larger the organization is, the harder it is to get all the patches out, because patches break things. You can't just immediately patch something. We know on your DMZ networks, you better do that as quickly as possible. Yeah, tell me about it. And your tools aren't perfect. I ran a scan one time. I thought this was hilarious. So we had older cameras here. So some Panasonic camera got me a red alert, and I was like, "Oh no, red alert! Let's go over this." And it's possible to determine the exact time. Oh, really? Oh my gosh! Description answers to a ICMP timestamp request. Oh no! And then risk factor, none. I don't know what's wrong here. Now, actually, it doesn't even look red. It looks orange. So I was like, was it a yellow alert? But if there's no risk, why are you telling me this? You were allowed 1 week and a month for production systems. And did you get a chance to patch everything? I don't know how big your environment was, but that doesn't sound like a lot of time. Yeah, because you got to test stuff, and you got to coordinate with your developers or your DBAs and stuff, all the support engineers. Yeah, and then performance. Yeah. Hey, something that could show up in your near future. Hotfix versus service pack. It is common knowledge that service packs are considered large changes, and say for the common criteria would have to be recertified. But a hotfix does not. A hotfix is something that took something that was already approved and made it better. Service packs often add features that weren't there. You might want to remember that. Hot fixes do not have to be recertified in the common criteria, but service packs do. So our corrective actions generally patch. Deploy some other. If I can't patch, then we'll block something at a perimeter router if we can, or set the IDS to look for anything there. But you got to have people monitoring these vulnerability databases, and then reviewing, is this appropriate or does this apply to us, and how do we get these patches rolled out? War dialing we talked about. When a test, it's looking for modems, but again, people love shared faxes, network faxes. All right, vulnerability scanning tools are used primarily to identify what types of vulnerabilities. Yeah, configuration patch level. Yep. Now the pen test. You are going to do, typically it's a red team exercise, and a red team, contrary to what Tom's experience is now, and he may be very well be on target. I don't know that he worded it exactly the way I would have said, but he said, it sounds like he's saying, no, we just assume that they're already in. So they just give the red team rights to get in because you just assume that people are in. That's a new one on me. I think for the test, it's probably going to be more like try to break in. I have red team guys from the military. And when I saw your post there, Robert, about the Marines, ooh, got a few Marines there. It's not a lot of records, but it's a lot relatively. But it's relative to how many Marines there are. Yeah, still, it's in the thousands. So the red team, what I wanted to get to, I'm looking at this card, it's distracting me. But they're trying to break in. Oh, I know. I have military guys that say it often will be interrupted by having a gun pointed at their head. And they say, if you go in my top left pocket, you will see permission. I have my written permission card. I was hired by General so-and-so to come in here. Colonel. I think it's usually a colonel level. Colonel level. Colonels are generally the top IT people. They don't go up to general. This very important written permission that you carry with you is often called the get out of jail free card. And Ralph had pointed out, because a buddy of ours had got caught doing a pen test. They had the written permission. It was a physical test. Security guards catch him, two guys that we know, and they said, "Oh, look, here's our written permission. Here's the guy who hired us. He's your CEO or CFO or whatever." And they call the guy. He doesn't answer. They called the police. They got locked up. And he goes, Ralph goes, "Yeah, notice it's not called the don't go to jail card." I understand the guy called a couple hours later, but I understand they were able to bill for the 4 or 5 hours they spent in jail as well. Yeah, you might be doing stuff that's considered illegal. If you don't have permission, this isn't a test. Now, very important for us, this may be the best, with permission, it's called a pen test. This might be the most important testable part out of this domain here, that you document ahead of time what's going to be included in the test and other rules of engagement. Kind of like sparring, like I said, I like gloves, not just any gloves. I like 16-ounce gloves. You look at the UFC, they're wearing 4-ounce gloves. That protects their knuckles. It doesn't really protect your face much. So what IP addresses can you test? And you better validate it. A lot of people don't know what IP addresses they own. I've had a number of people tell me that they thought they owned the entire C block, a whole 255 range, and they only owned, because of cider, they only owned a few number, 8 IP addresses in there, and people wound up testing, other customers. That happened at Clement, actually. Clement Dupuy, runs C Security, he did pen tests for a while, and he goes, "Oh yeah, the other customers were not very happy with my test," Because a lot of testing goes over the internet. A lot of stuff people do there's a great book on penetration testing. It goes back probably more than 10 years now, but Johnny Long wrote a book called Google Hacking for Penetration Testers. And after that, I found most pen testers were doing most of their stuff from Google. Are there any restricted hosts within that range? What techniques? Like don't test for a denial of service or distributed denial of service. It's going to work. Times when they can test. If you're a trader, probably not going to test during trading hours. Identification for the finite period. When is the test over? And very, very important, what are the IP addresses of the machines that are doing the pen test? Because you're in a large company, you're always under attack. How like you're running a port scan at Microsoft as part of the test. How many other people do you think are port scanning Microsoft right now as I'm speaking this sentence? So if something goes wrong, they have to be able to say, "Oh, wait a minute, these are the testers." Points of contact for the pen testing team and the targeted systems, the business process owners and the networks. Measures to prevent law enforcement from being called with false alarms. And very, very important, first of all, what are the pen testers going to do? This is an outside agency that's doing the testing. Make sure that they have to securely scrub that. But what are you going to do? If they find problems, you better do something about it. I think Tom alluded to this. And so you knew you had a problem? Right? Sometimes ignorance is bliss. It's like an exploit goes down and you didn't do anything. A lot of times there's a great debate went on about the merits of pen testing by Marcus Raynham, who created the first firewall, and Bruce Schneier. And Marcus Raynham is one of these guys who's not a big believer in pen testing. At least he wasn't. Pen testing sucks. And one of his major points is that you don't get a test that says you have good security. You get an answer that says either your security sucks or, well, we couldn't figure out any problems with it. No one tells you have good security. So He said, who gets the sucky reports? People with sucky management, people who don't, manage their network right. And guess what people with managers who don't manage their network right do with these reports? They put them on a shelf. And then something goes wrong. Didn't your organization have a penetration test done last year? May we see it? Oh, so according to this, you knew going back 10 months that your organization had, quote, a critical series of flaws that could lead to a substantial leakage of critical and personal identifiable information. And yet you elected to do nothing. Can you explain that? So you better do something about it. You better follow up on those reports or don't even bother. Right. You better, before you get started, have documented rules of engagement. What are the intended tests, right? And written permission. Periodically, you're going to have some logs and reports. And then overall, what vulnerabilities do they have? And give some risk rating in the form of a heat or a stoplight chart, right? Red, yellow, green. And then guidance. So, hit these things first, improve your patch management process is generally the answer. All right, which of the following is the most important item to include in the rules of engagement document before starting a pen test? There you go, Delta. Yep. Yeah, I had a guy tell me, he goes, yeah, if we had thought of that ahead of time, we would have saved ourselves the problems with Department of Defense location. And he said, I knew the red team was there, but none of my guys would have known. Then my IDS guys start coming in. Hey, we're under attack, and I said, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but it's a pen test. He goes, no, actually, that was a real attack. Somebody really breached our network that day, and if I had that information, we would have been able to discern that. All right, so afterwards, you get here's a heat chart. And most of our problems is lack of organization. People don't have these processes to monitor the databases. They don't configure things properly. They don't patch. This is old, but I just thought it was funny that NIST used to give you a guideline on category on timing, how often you should do these things, or scheduling, and they had you break everything into Cat 1 and Cat 2. Cat 1 is all critical devices, and I just you could read through this. This is old stuff, but it's been superseded by 815. But I just thought this was the coolest job to have. I wanted to be war driving continuously, just driving around in my car, listening to music with my Wi-Fi antenna. Hey, Greeny, what are you doing? Hey, I'm working over here. All right, NIST has their own guidelines on security principles that I love. Keep it simple. Simple or better. The fewer parts to break. Fail safe. Fail safe has different contexts, and you could likely see a couple questions on fail safe. In physical security, fail safe generally means fail open. If a control fails, fail open so people can get out. But in technical security, it usually means fail closed. If there's a device driver failure, blue screen and nobody else can enter the machine. Firewall goes down, block all traffic. But that might not be true in your environment. You have to, again, your control failure policy. What will you do when the controls fail? There's even a weird thing of the, the blue screen is actually a fail-safe mode. That's true. It's usually a third-party driver failed, and Microsoft says, all right, fail secure, shut all the doors. Remember the state machine model in architecture? Start secure, run secure, fail secure. Yep. But you have to do a risk assessment to determine what works best for your organization, what fail safe means to you. And you may see a very weird sentence, something about what is the purpose of control failure modes? And the answer is just something like, because of architectural limitations. For a trading system, by regulation, you cannot talk to the server. It must shut down from trading it. It should be complete. There's an old saying, don't put a steel door on a straw house. Don't put firewalls at the perimeter and people still have modems on their desk. Open design, well, that's debatable, but generally it's considered best practice. you don't have to give your third-party auditors your keys. And that's actually was Marcus Rainham's point. His point about penetration testing is to test your operations. He said you would have saved a lot of money if you had just had somebody test your design before it went into operation. They don't need to know your keys, you know. Separation of duties, they call it separation of privilege. Psychological acceptability. If people don't agree with the rules, they will break them anyway. Now that's debatable. When there was an item a few years back when TSA made an 80-year-old woman take off her adult diaper. I was outraged. And my wife was like, no, that's what the terrorists will do next if you don't. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'll have to live with terrorists. I would be so upset if somebody did that to my mother when she was with us. A layered defense. I want to have defense in depth, right? Don't have the fortress mentality. And when you have a compromise, keep a record of that, because if you don't learn from history, right, you're forced to repeat it. Which of the following about penetration testing is most true? Penetration tests. Yeah, I'm not saying A is wrong, but D is most right. That's the major reason we do it. How is our controls? You can, again, you can't prove good security. You can prove bad security, but you can't prove good security. Yeah. All right. Any questions on how to assess or test our networks? You guys have been pretty good about just chiming in into text box, and I love that. You know, some people say, "Oh, I hope I'm not saying too much. I'm not." Again, you're not interrupting the flow of my talk. No, you're helping me. You help me understand things. So this is why I do this. I could just record these things and put them on YouTube with me reading it, but I think it's the purpose of fail safe is to understand that your controls can definitely fail. They don't always work right. You know. And I have to determine what will I do when the control fails? How will I handle this? When the firewall, for some reason, locks up, do we architect it so it allows traffic to go through, or do we architect it so it always closes things? The most obvious would be in physical security, you have electronic locks. The electronic locks could fail. They could fail because there's a fire that knocked the power out. Do you want the door to fail closed or fail open? And you definitely in physical security want it to fail open. You don't want to lock people in the building during a fire. So our control, we have architectural limits um, of you know, any control that we can't make the perfect thing. Things break, and how do you want it to break? It says the penalty from the FCC for not failing off trading is huge. You're welcome, John. Now, this is the domain they've lightened up on, but I don't know that I necessarily, or will be lightening up on April. I don't know that I necessarily trust that, and I don't know that I put the same topics in here that they do in operations. So, for instance, one of the things I've been thinking of moving to the architectural domain is RAID, and even backups, but they used to be in the operational domain when I taught for Sean Harris in her book, and for some reason I left that there. Now, one of the things I know they did put here was a good deal of business continuity. Business continuity, we saw some of which in risk assessment in day one, but some of it is in their official guide up to now is in operations, and it's the bulk of my business continuity is here. We used to have a separate incident response domain. I don't know where to put that. I put it in here. So this has a bit of chapters to it, but hopefully, you know, if it's redundant, we'll go through it and we'll see how it goes. But we're probably going to go to 4:30 today, and if with our half-hour break, we'll see. All right, and we have app dev here too, which has generally been an hour and a half. And Robert says he's weak on BCP and BIA, and it is my most commonly failed section of the domain of the test. So I did put a lot of time into it. I took the Disaster Recovery Institute's class. I took a FEMA training. I took my favorite was the Business Continuity International, the BCI, and they create what's called the Good Practice Guidelines, which up until 2008 was free, right? The Good Practice Guidelines were then adopted by the British Standards Institute when they created their auditing standard. The only auditing standard I know in BCP is from the BCI, and it's there's two of them. There's 25777, which is what we're mostly concerned with, information communication technology, and then 999, 25999, which is overall at a business perspective. But they were mostly from the free good practice guidelines, but now they charge for them. And these things have become a guideline in the ISO 2700, actually 031, but it's part of the 27 series. So BCI, ISO work really well together. So I really like that. And the teacher was great. I'm gonna try and get him on one of my classes, do an interview with him. It's Nat Forbes of Forbes Calamity Prevention. So hopefully I'll be able to share some of it. Yeah, if you missed something today, you'll be able to play the video. That's fine. I made up this quote: "Show me a foolproof system, I'll show you a bigger fool." And that's me. I have a buddy of mine who owns a recording studio, and he'd always give me credit for being very technical and being able to fix, really, goofy stuff. He said, "But yeah, if something's broken, give it to Larry. He can fix it amazingly. But if it's already working, keep him away from it, because I'm also very good at finding flaws by accident." Always the guy. Oops, that's CST. So okay, Central Time. Okay, oh, good. All right, so now we've already gone through the development life cycle. We've tested it, we've certified it, we've put it into operations. It's kind of like I like to say, two analogies I like to use. One is a kitchen. I hired the contractor. They built me a new kitchen. They understood their budget, their schedules, they worked with the cooks and the dishwashers. They designed one. They met the requirements. The cooks and the dishwashers tested it. I, as the manager, approved it and signed off on it. Now you got to operate your kitchen. You got to maintain your kitchen. You got to clean that thing every day. The same with your car. You went through all these things. You tested the car. You got the car you wanted. You got to maintain your car. I train children, and I say, everybody likes to eat in a clean kitchen. They want food that was prepared in a clean kitchen. Nobody likes to clean the kitchen. Same with the bathroom. Kitchens and bathrooms. Nobody likes to clean those things, but nobody wants to use a dirty one. Not healthy. So our objectives: maintaining our configs. Now, we're constantly patching things, so you have to maintain a documented configuration, right? And you may need to go back to a previous one. You may have to build it because of a disaster. You need to know how to build new devices. I brought another workstation. Well, who's working? It's customer service. Let's make sure it's configured the way the customer service machine is supposed to be configured. So we have a baseline configuration that we always maintain. To maintain what they call gold disk. Asset management, you have to know what you have if you're going to protect it. I don't think we said the name of your company there, David. When Char first got there as a contractor, she was contracted for our company. And I knew that once she got in, I said, oh, I got a feeling they're going to want to keep you. This is a big contract with a big org. They're not going to get a Charlene Wu and decide they don't want her. You can go 3 months later. No, it's only 3 months. And she told me one of the first project she worked on was an enterprise search thing. And you guys had bought some Google appliances. And she said it took her like 2-3 weeks to find out. She said, well, I tried to find who owned it. After 3 weeks, I realized nobody owned it. I don't know if you were there for that process, but it was pretty funny. And it was hard because she said she sent email to people and nobody would respond to her email. She'd call them, leave a message, and I have to walk over to the guy's office. Oh, I did get that. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you on that. Um, License management. This was a big issue, especially in the 80s and 90s. People weren't checking, so people were making illegal copies of everything. A company would buy, one copy of WordPerfect and give it to everybody, and then people started tracking that down. I was at uh, AT&T in Bedminster, New Jersey, for an assignment, and when Desert Storm, the first Iraq War, and I showed up one day, and there were agents all over the place, federal marshals, and I thought that there were terrorists in the building or something. And no, somebody was passing around copies of, or according to the thing, they were checked for copies of a terminal emulator, Walker Richard Quinn's Reflections, and it was the guy I reported to. And he was like a nutty professor, PhD mathematician, and I believe him. He just said, Larry, if there's 100 copies out there, I bought 100 copies. My problem is I didn't track the licenses. Sue me. So it was a very expensive day, and people didn't know why they were there. He said people were walking up and going, hey, what do you have on your machine? I've got Lotus. Do you have the license? People would give you your shrink wrapped application, the user, and it would sit there in their desk. And when they moved desks, they probably didn't bring it with them. And it's like I don't. All right, just delete start at star, and they were deleting everything off of a hard drive. Ed Brooks WordPerfect. It did rock. You know what I miss about WordPerfect? And Word had it for a while, but there's just I don't know. I use OpenOffice, and there are some weird control codes. I don't know how certain formatting things are changing on certain machines. And I'm just like, I've been maintaining these slides for like 20 years, and I'm like, why is that doing that? Why is that doing that? And I can't reveal my codes. Yeah. License management, you have to understand how you think. Some things are per seat. Some things are just per active user. Some things are per IP address. Some things are per IP address, per engagement, per use, and you could be breaking the law. Capacity planning. This is, disk space, processor utilization, network utilization. You have to plan these things out. I want to blame the DBAs. A lot of SQL people did not realize how much network traffic they could generate. Now the networks are usually I don't see networks that are that busy. It's kind of funny. They say, how busy is your network? And people at any given moment, and they'll say 3%. They go, no, it's either 100% utilized or it's 0% utilized. That's the way a network works. It's over a sampling frequency over a time period of 5 minutes. But at any one moment in time, if there's a 1 on that wire or there's a 0 on that wire. I got that from Sung Bay. Fault management. When something breaks, did you find out about it in a timely fashion? Was it, treated? And then much bigger one here, the disaster recovery and incident management, which in some contexts falls under business continuity. One of the big problems with business continuity, it's not everybody categorizes everything the same way. Until the ISO gives us a full IT standard on it, we're going to have debates. And even NIST, they had 2 versions of 834. The previous version, business continuity management, was an umbrella term for disaster recovery, for incident management, for business continuity, continuity of operations, for occupant emergency plans. All these things fell under business continuity. Now they separate them. But to most people in the business continuity field, they consider that the umbrella term. Disaster recovery is one subset. And that's the Murphy's Law problems. Disaster recovery is for accidents and natural disasters. Incident management is the Satan's Law problems. That's when people maliciously did something. They all fall under business continuity. And I like that myself. But there's no standard way of saying that. All right, so we can go through this quickly. Common operator or custodial. Oh, that's a good testable term, by the way. So we talked about owners. Data owners are the people in the process areas. We in security work with them to determine their needs and stuff, but it's an IT person that actually implements those needs. So if we tell them you need a firewall, we're not the guys running the firewall. That's a network. So they're the custodians. Yep. They provide the protection and integrity. That's right. So we sit in the middle between the owners and the custodians. Yeah, security is mostly passive. We work with the owner, and then we say, hey, look, the sales group needs you to put a hole in their SSL accelerator so they can run the SaaS application. Um, I'll get to that in a second, Robert. Uh, we need to do it. We don't actually configure the firewall. We give that to an IT person. The IT person has the hands-on rights to configure the firewall, but I can't prevent them from doing that improperly, whether accidentally or on purpose. And when you can't prevent, you detect, we have the ability to monitor their work. Now, Robert says they provide the protection and integrity, but they don't do no, that's the owner's job to say, I need it classified as this way. In fact, we in security, back to there's some testable concepts here. We in security might have to educate the owners. No, you need to classify that. What does that mean? Well, there are various schemes. You might want to just look at high, medium, and low for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Maybe you need more attributes than that. Maybe you need less. If they can get away with less, by the way, you do less classifications, because the fewer classifications you have, the easier it is to follow this, to classify things, to do the job. So we have as few classification levels as possible, but it has to meet their needs. We don't go, nah, just treat everything as top secret. No, because then that's going to cost you a lot of money. So security's job is to advise the owners on how to create a classification scheme. Then they classify it and create it, and the security manager will take an active role in creating this classification scheme. But now, once you identify an asset, it's the owner's job to actually classify the asset. So we may be primarily responsible for architecting the classification scheme. The owners are primarily responsible for classifying assets. And then the custodian's job is to protect them per that classification level. That help, Rob? Oh, you're very welcome. Right? We have to protect our media, and we talked about when you reassign a disk, if you're going to do that, scrub the disk. We have to manage backups, and I hate tapes. This is another beautiful thing about the cloud that's taken this away. I don't want to do tapes. But you still might get questions on it. Still, some people do tapes. You got to set the schedule. You can't back up everything all the time. It could be expensive. Very common. Still see people do nightly backups. At Scott Paper, to do a full backup of the servers at that time in the 90s took 30 hours. Obviously, weren't doing that every night. So we had to set an attribute of a file, and that attribute is called the archive bit. You back up everything, and then you mark the archive bit and say, yeah, it's actually you clear it. You clear the archive bit and say, this has been backed up. So now on Monday, you back up only things that have the archive bit set, and that means it's a new file or it was changed. And don't touch the archive bit. So you'd get the changes that happen between the full over the weekend and then Monday. And then Tuesday, do the same thing. And then you'll get, well, that's called a differential. You'll get whatever's different than the full. And Tuesdays took like 6-7 hours, and we only had a 6-hour backup window on weekdays. That's not going to work. So we still just back up changes, but we clear the archive bit. And that's incremental. I get small increments. So Monday gets Monday's changes. Tuesday will get Tuesday's changes. Wednesday gets Wednesday's changes. If there were a failure on Friday, and we just talked about 3 basic backup methods now. You had the full, you had the differential, you had the incremental. If I were doing fulls every night and I had a failure on Friday, I just need 1 tape. I need Thursday's full. If I were doing differentials, I'd need 2 tapes. I need the weekend full, and I need Thursday's differential. Well, if you were doing incremental, I'd need 4 tapes, 5 tapes. I'd need the last full. I'd need Monday's increment, Tuesday's increment, Wednesday, Thursday increment. And then you don't want to keep the tapes only in that building that's burning down. Novell used to have a really cool tool for when you delete a file. It's always there, like your recycle bin. But Novell would never delete that file unless it ran out of disk space. So someone would say to you on Monday or whatever, "Hey, I deleted Fred.doc. Can you get it back from tape?" And you go into the salvage tool and you go, "Here's 72 different versions of Fred.doc. Which one do you want?" "Oh man, if you can give me the ones from Wednesday night, that would be perfect." And then I went over to the trading firm where I had worked. And while I'm being being trained, I kept hearing over the loudspeaker, "Rick Gilbert, please restore S:\November Fred.xls." I was like, "What's going on?" Should traders delete files? And they want them back. I was like, "Well, can't they go into salvage?" "No, there's no salvage utility in NT." "Well, you got the recycle bin. There's no network recycle bin." "What do you do?" We make 2 copies of our tapes. And you would send one outside to off-site, but you kept the other one on site to do restores. Yeah, that was like I remember the name Rick Gilbert. Rick, he seemed like he was constantly being asked, but I think they had a rotating guy in the desktop group that did that. But what a pain in the butt. Well, the second tape, when they made one, it was the backup that was going to be for long-time archival. That was part of that process. You don't want to back up everything and clear the archive bit for a copy that you're going to keep on site. John says, "And Novell's still lost. Go figure." Yeah, I know. Best technologies don't always win. They do not always win. I don't know that Bitcoin has the best blockchain technology. I actually kind of like the technology behind the Tangle network, the IOTA coin. But I don't know that they're going to win. Bitcoin's heavily entrenched. And if Lightning Network works out, I think that might fix it. So we'll see. But I'm still worried, honestly, about the 51% attack, which some people say you only really need 38% of the miners. I don't know. But yeah, Novell lost. It's all marketing. So anyway, so now I have 4 types of backups. I back up everything and I clear the archive bit. And that's called a full backup. I back up only changes. I leave the archive bit alone. That's a differential. I back up only changes. I clear the archive bit. That's called an incremental. And these are the things you do for long-time archival. The one that they kept on site, that's when you back up everything and don't touch the archive bit. And that is called a copy. So you got fulls, differential, incremental, and copies. A lot of people over the years have not been encrypting their tapes. That's everything. Now, that would be a presentation layer level encryption, isn't it? Because it's done on the file. But that's become much more popular now. You got to encrypt, but that's just more keys to manage. More keys. How do you get your tapes there? ChoicePoint thought it'd be a good idea to use FedEx, or excuse me, UPS, and they lost a bunch of records. Millions of records got lost. So you want like a bonded courier to pick it up. You can't, if you're using tapes, you can't use the same tape forever. So they've come up with this rotation policy called the father, son, grandson, where you keep your dailies for a week or your weeklies for a month and your monthlies for a year or something like that. So I know that people keep their dailies for every 2 weeks just in case. RAID, in the time it takes to write data to a drive, which is happening at mechanical speeds, which is like in a millisecond thing, you could write your controller operating at light speed can write to multiple drives. So write a 1 here, instead of writing a 1 and then spin the drive and write a 0 and then spin the drive and write a 1, I go 1, 0, 1 across 3 drives. And that's 3 times faster. Well, it's 3 times faster for writes. Reads aren't necessarily faster. On a write, it's like, go to the first available disk space you got. On a read, it's like, go to the exact location where you put that again. So that's a little trickier. That's a stripe. And if any one of those drive dies, you lost all your data. That should not be called RAID. Depends on your use case. No, RAID level 0 should not be called RAID. It should be called AID, because there's no redundancy in this, but it is fast on writes. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let me get to 1 before I get to 5. RAID level 1 is when I mirror a drive. Whatever I write here, I'm going to write here. And if you had 2 controllers in the old days, Novell called this duplexing. And duplexing didn't just give me controller redundancy that if the controller broke, but it gave me intelligence that I could interleave reads. So when I was doing a read, I would say, all right, you get a piece and you get a piece at the same time. So actually, mirroring, you don't have to call it duplexing today. If you have a dual channel controller, if you have a smart controller, a dual channel controller, your mirror drives are actually faster on reads often. Not, it depends on the type of data, but often faster on reads than striping was. But the cost of the disk, it's always n divided by 2. So if I have 2 terabyte drives, I only have 1 terabyte usable. So RAID level, actually, there were a couple. I never saw RAID 2. I saw RAID 3 in a lab. RAID 3 worked like this. I'm going to stripe the data across the drives, and I'm going to add in what's called a parity drive. So if this added up to an even number, I'm going to put a 1 here, making it an odd number. And then if any one of these drive dies, this guy can take over for it. That was nice, but if they didn't die, this guy just sat here, and where I didn't quite get the speed of 4 drives, I had the speed of 3 drives. So they decided to stripe the parity information. RAID 4 was very similar to 3. It was like at a bit level versus block level. But I think RAID 4 was out for less than a week when RAID 5 came out. And then that just took over. So you take the striping information and the redundant, excuse me, the parity information, you stripe it across all drives. So now here, the usable disk space is n-1. 4 terabyte drives, I get 3 usable. Now, some critical things like when I drive a car, my tires could be held on with 3 lug nuts, I'm sure. But if one of those falls off, man, life safety issues. Put on a 4th. Dude, it's life safety issues. What does a lug nut cost? Put on 5. So that's RAID 6. I don't have that written up here, but only one student thought they got a RAID 6 question. But just in case, RAID 6 is when you have n-2. You have 2 redundant, double type of redundancy. It's not actually a dedicated drive. It's still striped across all drives, but I can afford to lose 2. And let's see, what was Robert's question? Did I answer it now when I talked about 5? There are people who work at the Department of Redundancy department that have decided that loss of any one drive, right? RAID 10 is when I take 2 RAID 5s. These are 2 RAID 5 arrays, and I mirror them. I have a mirrored array. But depending on whether you're reading or writing, you might decide, no, I'm going to take 3 mirrored sets and array them. That's an arrayed mirror. There are people who do RAID 5s and mirror them, RAID 15. There are people who take RAID 0s and RAID 5 them. Those are RAID 50. But the only ones I've ever heard they ask about on the test are this. Yeah, it was really common to, in fact, you're a DBA, I'll bet you almost all databases, all Exchange servers, all SQL servers were always said, mirror. Do you normally read or write your operating system from your operating system? You read. So it was always very common, mirror your operating system partition, but always RAID 5 your data partitions. That was like the default config for any database server, and that included a mail server, which is just a big database server. Specialized database server. Failover servers, Ed might remember this one. This was hilarious. We got, remember we used to have a very nice woman from Compaq used to come over and handle our servers, and she gave us a failover server. Compaq had this thing that if you would share a SCSI array, and if one server where they had a heartbeat cable between them, and if the server didn't sense the other one, it would take over for it. And we did it to our primary domain controller, the PDC, which was not a big deal because we had two PDCs there at the time. And what was really cool, but it failed over twice. And we're trying to figure out why it was failing over. It's a good thing it failed over, but we never had the problem before we put it in there. We overloaded the UPS putting it in. It was like, oh, and when we went into like, sized up, the Compaq had a tool called Rack Builder, and you'd size your partition based on Rack Builder. But it wasn't actually, it was on average. You looked at it, I looked at it, I was the one who found it out. I looked at it on the, you didn't use PowerShell. I think we used, Compaq had their own UPS. We looked at the power, like, dude, we're overloading the UPS. And so putting in the backup server, the failover server, caused the primary to go over. So take that out of there. But other than that, it kind of would work. No, it wasn't doing that. I knew it was doing. The problem with failover, though, is that if this primary stays up, it's wasted CPU cycles. So clustering, and I remember Citrix and Metaframe was like the big one to get started in the 90s. And that was one of the things my wife did so well at her, when she was a co-op. She became the Metaframe expert. So clustering, sure, I mean, this is what powers the cloud now. You get 100 servers all taking on the load and load balancing, and now I get fault tolerance and I get load balancing. It's a wonderful thing. I get scalability and I get availability. It's very nice. You still have a failover for a lot of network devices, though. Like Cisco's hot standby recovery protocol. It's just one router or the other. They don't let you go through both. All right. Controlling changes to the TCB. What is TCB again? I kind of remember that. It's been a long time. It's back on Tuesday. Anybody remember what TCB was? Very testable acronym. Trusted Computing Base. Yeah. Yeah. All the things you certified and accredited. You got to control changes to it. Technically, you have to make sure that you tested it, that it works as intended, that you can certify the change. But administratively, that you don't change like during trading hours, that you log what was done, that you train people on how to use the new one, that there's sufficient documentation in the configuration management database and other things. Yeah. So you back up the old version, you test the change, you create your new valid config, and you create back out or fallback plans. Now, what's the difference? Well, if the change, the lab is not real world. Somehow you're likely to run into a situation where the real world, it doesn't work right. Go back to the old one, never mind, we'll test it out. But you can't always go back. I ran into that with a haircut. I didn't like it and I couldn't go back. So I decided to wear a hat. You got a fallback. A fallback is some contingency. You can't always back out a change. We will do it on paper if we have to. One time I had to fly out to Redstone Rocket Corporation. Actually, their credit union. And I backed my hair. I went to Redstone Rocket Corporation on a weekend to add disk space. And that's when I found out a couple of things. In order to cache your tables, you had to have more RAM. This was one of those places, one of those times when I had to be the guy to discover the new problem. And this was in the early 90s. And so now we're just gone from 16-bit to 32-bit controllers. Well, up to 16-bit controllers, your machine used to use something called direct memory access. A controller could use a DMA channel and talk directly to the CPU or something through a bus. And so I put in the new drive, and I have to upgrade the RAM. The formula used to be for every megabyte of drive, have every 100 megabytes of disk, you'd have to have a meg of RAM. And I expand the drive for this company overnight on a weekend in Huntsville, Alabama, and I add more memory. They had 16 megs, and I go to 32 megs, and you can't run direct memory access over 16 megs. All of a sudden, DMA doesn't work. So, oh, you got to get a 32-bit controller. This was a 16-bit controller. I'm like, oh no, no. So and we didn't have the internet. I'm searching on bulletin boards, and I go to they've got, I got a Novell bulletin board. I couldn't figure out the problem. I finally found it on the disk controller. All I know is that it wasn't working, and I go to the disk controllers bulletin board and I see the entry that appears to me. They said there is a patch for now until you get a 70. You could switch from direct memory access to something called programmed I/O, and I download the driver to do program I/O. It is so slow. Things are like 30% the speed that they used to be. I mean, it was just so bad. But you couldn't go back because once I migrated the drive, it was just done. And so it was just so fun explaining to the customer the next morning, hey, I upgraded you. Now you're way slower. That did not feel like an upgrade to them. And when my company that I was doing work for, they were like, I think this guy's making it up. And I had to print out all this documentation from the controller manufacturer. No, it was a Procom SCSI adapter. We have to get a 32-bit controller. So that was a fallback. And document what you've done. And we maintain a documented configuration management database. Log what changed, who changed it, when, why, and others, maybe information about the contract ID or something. Maybe the sales rep who told you what to do, or the pre-sale guy. Administratively, ensure that it's documented, that you did the least time of impact, that all affected parties are aware it's coming, trained on how to use the new one. Consult before the change, informed after the change. All right. Other operational issues. Just people like to browse around. It shows up on your test. It could be called a browsing attack or a scavenging attack. And what they're talking about is people looking around on the shared drive, just finding stuff that you didn't lock down properly, or going to the shared printer and picking up someone else's document, going to the fax machine, looking through your trash, staring over your shoulder when you're working. And shoulder surfing could show up a couple of ways. Shoulder surfing isn't just your coworker standing over your shoulder. It's somebody at the airport with binoculars watching you put in your password, or getting your credit card information while you're putting your credit card to they do all kinds of stuff. What RAID level is primarily associated with the fastest writes, but not necessarily reads? Well, that's not even a choice. A 0 plus 1 is actually would be. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right. I'm thinking about redundancy. Yeah, that at least gets you redundancy. But you're right. You're actually right. But that's not one of your choices. Yeah, it should only be called A. There's no redundancy. All right, the cloud, we outsource our operations to somebody else. And I just see this growing and growing. It makes more sense to me. If your core competency is in IT, let the experts handle it. Again, I don't have my own fire department. All right, so let somebody else handle this. And they promise a higher uptime. Now, I get a lot of this from NIST, by the way, if you want to know more on this. 800, 146, and 145 are very handy documents. You get, well, the remedies for failure to perform are generally a little tricky. It's not like they went down, they had an outage, and you lost $1 million transaction. We're like, oh, well, tell you what, we're going to give you a free week off of your bill. That's not quite the same. But they should take care of your data, and they're supposed to be in the SLA, and that they'll be taking care of the service, your information the way it's supposed to be. They understand the international laws that you may be compliant to. They understand Sarbanes-Oxley. But they still will have scheduled outages, and it might not be convenient for you. Force majeure events, you Canadians might know what that is, but that's a, like an act of God type kind of thing. It's like, hey, there was a hurricane. I don't know what we were supposed to do. So they might have an outage. They may do changes in their service agreement, and you got to keep up with those. Microsoft, Azure, or 360. Actually, they're two different networks. A360 or 360, Office 360, and Azure are different networks, and they don't always work well together. I've had people complain about that stuff. Tom Updegrove, who was here, he resells their services, and there's a lot of people there. I don't know how good their security is. And if you're doing, especially in platform as a service, they make API changes might break your apps. But the idea is that they have on demand, if I need more network, more performance, it grows. More disk space, it grows. If I don't need it anymore, I bring it down. Rapid elasticity, so that's nice. Resource pooling, I got multiple machines. And if they're going to bill me for this stuff, they better measure it. So they measure how much they've given. Your clouds can be private. You can build your own cloud if you want. Nothing saying you can't do that. A lot of federal agencies team up together and use a cloud that's for all, whatever, National Institute of Health. There's 29 separate divisions, but all of NIH could team up and use it. There's public clouds. These are the ones, from Amazon, Microsoft, Google, whatever. And here are the most complex to try to secure your hybrid cloud environment. I'm sure the National Institute of Health, I've told all those guys, they do both, and it's not easy. They have private and public cloud mixed together. Right, so it gets very tricky. We did this with a different graphic, but we understand the difference between running it yourself. Right? That's when you maintain your IT. Infrastructure as a service, when they handle all of the hardware and the hypervisor level, and then you get to load guest OSs, your middleware, your DLLs, your data, and your applications. Platform as a service, they maintain all that, and all you do is your apps and your data. And then software as a service, they do all of this. By far the most popular, then here. This is, still popular in a lot of places, but I see this shrinking, and I just hate this. I don't see the advantage of doing that. Bob is charged with reviewing a recovery solution for the customer service department. In the last year, the application service for all the critical customer processes has been outsourced to a third-party service provider that uses cloud computing. Service level agreement from the provider guarantees the availability of the back-end services by replicating all application and data access across multiple mirrored sites. Might Bob design a solution for only end-user access to the SaaS network? It's a lot of words to read on test day. And a lot of your test questions will be long scenarios. Bottom line. Bottom line is cost-benefit analysis. It's just saying, why would you implement this control? That's all it really is asking. All that verbiage is really boiling down to. That's why I always say, scan the question, scan the answers, and give you an idea of, oh, wait a minute. All right, so these are the basic things. Let me go back in here and reread the test question. Now, what are the answers have to do with the darn question? All right, this is a perfect time to take our break here. So it's 8:15. Everybody ready to take a break? Get back at 11:15. Get back at 11:30. All righty. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. So I said, Mike Tyson says everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, actually, we like to say the most important thing in martial arts is the ability to switch to plan B. I got to train with the number 3 ranked number 3 ranked middleweight boxer in the world in the 70s when I was a youngster, and Carl Vincent. And he said the most important thing is the ability to switch to plan B, boy, because you're going to come out there with a plan. You're going to stick and move. You're going to stay outside of his big right hand. And then boom. Well, that wasn't part of my plan. He said, walking around, like a dummy isn't going to help. You got to immediately recover. You got to shake it off and get back to work. Actually, his line was, and I love it, it's a very good sport. He was a good sport. He said, you thank your man. You thank your man for helping you understand you had a vulnerability. You got to fix that. And you said, thank you. But now it's my turn. And I've actually always done that. Joe, you've seen me spar. Whenever somebody lands a shot, I always say, hey, good shot. Good shot. All right, so we want to be able to switch to plan B. And I've been using the analogy of driving a car. You tire. I was planning on driving on that tire, but plan B is to drive on a tire that doesn't have the same service levels, but it's got to be able to do, at least 55. It's got to be able to go for, at least 1,000 miles or so. So all the things we uh, did our risk assessment for and applied preventive controls for, we don't have to worry about. But all the things that we knew we didn't prevent, that we accepted, we have to have detection response for. And this is the response. How will I respond? So this is to address all of our residual risk. We need to keep moving. We need to keep going. Who are the roles and responsibilities? Well, the same basic players we had before, but you will have a new team and a new head. And the team is called typically the business continuity team, but it's the business continuity coordinator is the head of this team. And actually, there's going to be 3 teams. One team we probably don't deal with too much. The crisis management team is usually the one that deals with business issues, deals with life safety, a lot of HR people there. But we're going to have a recovery and a reconstitution team. The team that can put the spare tire on, and at the same time, the team that's getting our original site ready, or if that site's destroyed, they're helping us get another facility. So really, there's 2 processes going on. Now, the spare tire, I don't do them at the same time, but it's best to do them at the same time. So as soon as the crisis happens, you have a fire in your building, whatever, one team is getting the alternate site prepared. The other team is working on reconstitution. Reconstitute means to return to normal. Recovery means to just get up at some acceptable level. And the business continuity coordinator role at many organizations has such little authority and budget. I find they are so usually tapped and insufficient. This is one of the biggest holes in security, if not the biggest, because there's like all of security, there's no return on investment. How much money do you save when you have a fire drill? You don't save anything. Ed, at the trading firm, remember people they hated it when we had fire drills, right? That means you're not trading. And we go out in the parking lot and play, hat football or something. You have to have an alternate site to go to. Now, depending on your risk assessment, maybe it's a building that you're going to bring in equipment and set it up. Maybe it's a place that has some equipment there. Maybe it's a data center on wheels. Maybe it's a place you lease from a provider that has your equipment there, or some equipment that you can use. It's actually, when you lease it from SunGuard, you're not bringing your equipment, you're using their equipment. And which could be a trick. It's like, all right, we have HP servers, and they use Dells. They're like, well, that's okay. We'll make our Dells look just like your HPs. I can't make all HPs look like HPs. So it depends on your needs. And you may, with the cloud, that's the beauty of the cloud, baby. They got multiple sites. You go down on one site, it doesn't matter. Things are still running. All I need is end user facilities. A lot of times when I read practice test questions for the CISSP, it looks like all you're planning for is the alternate data processing facility, but you also need end user facilities. Now, SunGuard would lease that to you as well. When I took my business continuity class, I was in Singapore. And what type of disasters do you think are they most concerned with in Singapore? I was blown away. I did not anticipate this. Nope, it's not a weather event at all. You're getting close. Pandemic outbreaks. When you're having a pandemic outbreak, bird flu, you don't want everybody showing up at the alternate site. They all have contingencies to work from home. To the ISO, that's called a teleworker. One disaster we prepare for could show up on your test that they don't. A strike. We could have laborers go on strike. My instructor goes, he's reading now the manual, and people are like, strike, huh? And he goes, Larry, you're from the States, right? I said, yeah. And he goes, tell them how a strike can disrupt your work. And I was like, oh my gosh, they don't have strikes here? And he goes, yeah, they have strikes. after business hours. They have a strike in Singapore. Singapore, I've heard, is described as Disneyland with a death penalty. And then you have to test it. And it's, again, it's like sparring. It depends on your risk assessment. Sometimes you test your martial arts technique looking in front of the mirror. Somebody choked me, I would do this. Sometimes you try it with your friend and it doesn't work. Hey, dude, no, when I go like this, it makes your arm hurt so much that you have to let go. Well, I don't feel it. Actually, the hardest part about sparring is timing and distancing. When you put on even just point sparring gloves and you're like, all right, I'm going to try and work my technique. Let me step up to you. Hey, would you stop hitting me or stop moving? But still, no one's going. And then you have things like we're gonna box. We're gonna go, as hard as we hit as hard as you can, but no wrestling, no grappling, or we're gonna grapple but no punching. Then you have the full no holds barred test, which is very dangerous. You can get hurt. People have been killed just boxing and just wrestling. You're going to do the no holds barred fight? Well, these are the types of tests we have. There are 5 basic tests. You have a checklist test where a manager goes over the plan by themselves. You have a structured walkthrough. These managers get together in a meeting. You have a simulation test where you're in a lab and you test to see if the thing will work in the lab. You have the parallel test where you go to the alternate site and see if it'll work at the alternate site, some subset of it. And then you have the full interruption test where you shut down your primary site and you go to the alternate site and you process live production data there. And if your mail server doesn't come up properly, and Gartner wants to do a study, they said if a Fortune 1000 company was without mail for 72 hours, most could not endure. Most would go out of business. Your customers don't hear from you for 72 hours, they'll find other places to go. That's why he's like spam. I get like people want to buy my material and it goes to spam and I don't find out for a couple of days. I lost that business. Different organizations, there's no international standard here. So different organizations have different policies, guidelines, standards. So the Disaster Recovery Institute considered the beginning, the grandfather of this field here for IT. Disaster recovery refers to IT. So does incident management. These are IT issues. Or ICT. In the United States, they don't have a feasibility study in their life cycle. Sure, no, it's security, you have to do it. So project initiation, you get the policy from senior management, the goals, the scope, all that. Functional requirements, we determine our requirements. Now, when we did this in our IT thing, we said we did a risk assessment. What a risk assessment was to our overall picture here. When you look at just detection and response, you're looking, we call it the BIA, the business impact analysis. Now, again, there's no international standards. There's a lot of BCP guys or BCM, business continuity management, that feel that they're doing risk assessment better than other people do. I say it's risk assessment. The difference is in a traditional risk assessment, they are mostly looking at static loss. If this went down and it cost $10,000 and 50% of it was destroyed, I lost $5,000. You said, we look at dynamic loss. How much would you lose if it was down for a minute? How much would you lose if it was down for an hour? How much would you lose if it was down for a day? Yeah, generally these guys think they're smarter than the traditional risk assessment guys. That's been my experience. So that's how we determine the functional requirements. We're going to go over that a lot. Design and develop. Well, we had design in one phase, right? That was the architects, and then developers were subject matter experts. But okay, whatever. That's how they put it. Implement it. You implement it in a series of plans, in a series of contracts with off-site providers, by creating teams, by creating test plans. And then you do the test. You test the plan, see if it would work. You exercise your people so they know how to follow the plan. All right, it worked, Bob. That worked. That restore does work. Yeah. All right, now Alice, you try it. Ted, you try it. And that trains them. And then you got to maintain it. There's always changes in technology. There's always changes in laws. Most of our security, we like to say it depends on the business need. Depends on the business need. I drove down to Virginia for a business requirement. Then I looked at the law, make sure you're not breaking the law on the way down. But I didn't drive down there because of the law. No law said you got to drive there. But when it comes to two things, particularly, I find law drives it. One is your archiving policy, your backup schedule. Laws drive it. Like somebody pointed out, SOX tells you what you have to log. And the other is your business continuity plan. Change in staff, change in threat environment. Yeah. Changing customers. Yeah, there's a lot of changes that could drive this. But in your near future, if you see something like, which of the following would require a change, or is most likely to drive a change in policy? Now that's up at project initiation. That's where senior management comes in. The answer is change in law. And then you update it, right? And then you may have to execute the plan if there actually is a fire. We hope that doesn't happen. NIST has their own look at things. They call contingency planning, by the way. You develop the plant policy. Well, that's project initiation. Do the BIA. That's how we determine the requirements. Identify preventive controls. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. We should have done that in day one. I don't know why that step is there, but all right, whatever. Develop your recovery strategies. This is the plan. Develop. And the strategy, like who's going to work on the team, where will we go, right, stuff like that. Test the plan, train your people, exercising, maintain it because it changes. They don't have an execution phase. No, there's no one way. I don't know what way they want. I think you're best to look at the different ways and then read the sentence and see what you think they want. Yeah, because there's no international standard on this yet. I know many books put it differently. That's a challenge. NIST doesn't see it the same as the Disaster Recovery Institute, which doesn't see it the same as the BCI. NIST and FEMA don't even say it's the same thing. To FEMA, this isn't called business continuity planning. It's called continuity of operations planning. To NIST, continuity of operations planning is for your critical processes within your contingency plan. So if I can't get two U.S. agencies on the same page, go over disasters in your mind, huge disasters that we've had throughout history, even through your lifetime. Did things go according to plan? Were there opportunities for improvement in the execution of their response? There's an old Chinese saying from the Tao Te Ching that nature will protect, or the Tao protects that which is useful and will destroy that which is useless. And so when I read that, I was a teenager, I was like, well, then all I want to do is be useful in life, and maybe nature will protect me. And I think one of the most useful things you can come up with in the future, I think we're probably going to have more disasters than less. If you could become useful in a disaster, you'd probably be very useful. I think we can use more people who can be useful. But the basic steps I said are like changing a flat tire. You get a flat. There's emergency or crisis management. That's getting to the side of the road safely and making sure that you took care of the life safety issues. And that includes not just you in the car, right? There are other people on the road that need to be notified that your car is not behaving properly. That's why you put on your flashers. It could take you 5 minutes. I had a blowout on the PA Turnpike, pouring rain at nighttime, and my daughter was only like I don't know, 3 years old in the back seat, and it, she goes, "Daddy, what was that?" I'm like, "Honey, it's nothing. It's okay." And I'm thinking to myself, "What the hell was that?" And then I realized I could feel the car vibrate, and I go to pull over. There's a tractor trailer next to me, and it's pouring rain. I'm scared, And then the tractor trailer gets over. I pull over. There's no shoulder. I had to drive for like 10 minutes before I could pull over and get to a safe place to change a tire. But you put your flashers on, you alert the other passengers in the car, you alert the other drivers on the road. You're a danger to yourself, you're a danger to society, right? So this is all part of the crisis management. And then now that I'm in a safe place, now that I got all of the people out of the building and I've accounted for them, all right, the people out of the building, now we can worry about bringing up our systems at the alternate site. That's when I can recovery, and that's putting on the donut tire. But you can't stay at SunGuard forever. I'm running on depleted service levels, and I'm paying extra money. And they have a service level agreement anyway that says you got 30 days to get out of there. If you didn't know that, it's your default time. So you got to get back to normal as quickly as possible. You can't drive on a donut tire forever. You are not out of the emergency until you have fully reconstituted at your original site. That is very testable. And then you get back on the road. Business resumption plans, they don't seem to address much here, but that might be, you lost some customer confidence. You have to do something to gain back their confidence. But now we're stronger than ever. We're the type of organization, resilient, that actually learns from these things. We're having a huge sale. Now this I liked. This was the old 834 that had BCP in the middle, and as the core thing that tied all the other things together. And we see incident response, the Satan's issues, the malicious attacks, and the disaster recovery, the accidents, man-made disasters or natural disasters as part. And they had COOP as a subset though, and again, that's not how FEMA sees it. To FEMA, the middle thing is COOP. But look what they did here. In the newer version of 834, now DRP, disaster recovery planning, information security contingency planning, is different than business continuity planning. I don't know what to do. I don't know if you just want, that's a better looking graphic with the 3D and everything. I got to give them that. I like them as falling under business continuity management. That's the way the people who work in the field seem to look at it. But you have to have a plan so you don't say horse in an emergency. And our number one goal is to protect life safety. And after that, the worst loss is loss of reputation. And all these other things fit under reputation. 3 basic phases. Again, when I have a problem, I have to notify people, or you have to get notified. You might get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning and saying, hey, there's a fire in your building. Well, that doesn't mean there's actually a fire in the building. Maybe there is. You have to do a damage assessment and do an impact assessment. You have to notify the recovery personnel you're going to meet. And it's best practice to have at least 2 off-site emergency facilities. Because you don't want to be meeting in the building that could be burning down. Read somewhere that most companies know they got hacked because their customers told them. Yeah, that's what I think Ralph was kind of indicating. Yep, unfortunately. If it's an incident response hacking thing, we have to be prepared to get a call from other customers. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk more about that, getting calls. Be prepared to get a call or have to call other agencies. And that includes other organizations who maybe they hacked you and you have a business-to-business network to them. They might have gotten to them. Or you noticed that you got it from them. The recovery phase is bringing up the alternate site, and reconstitution is returning to normal. All right, when you do your BIA, the people working the field tell me we care about 3, I should have bolded it, but 3 different metrics, but that's not what I see on the test, by the way. The test, they seem to focus a lot on MTD. And not everybody uses the term MTD, by the way. In fact, this is one thing I didn't like about Business Continuity International or the ISO or the British Standard Institute. They actually call it maximum tolerable period of disruption, MTPD. If you take like the ISACA test, the CISM, they call that the allowable interruption window. Nobody calls it that except for people who study for the CISM. NIST used to call it MAD, maximum allowable downtime, but at least NIST has updated it to this. I like this. It's fewer keystrokes. So I prefer MTD than MTPD. But that's not what my guys tell me. They said, no, all right. MTD is how long you can afford to be off the road. So if I could afford to be off the road for an hour, I'm driving to DC, I gave myself 4 hours, it only takes me 3. If I get a flat, I know it takes a moment to pull over to the side of the road, even to notice that I have the flat maybe. Someone's acting funny, what is that? So I have to figure out how long will that initial crisis management phase take? before I can get to work. And let's say it's 15 minutes. What they focus on is recovery time objective. How long should it take me to rebuild? How long does it take to put on a tire? It's got to be less than the MTD. So these refer to the time that about a process area. How long can I afford to be without customer service? Or how long should it take me to rebuild customer service? I can't do nightly backups for everything. Some data has to be real-time transactions. Yeah, how long will it take to restore a database? Exactly right. So recovery point objective refers to your backup schedule. Now, live mirroring everything might be expensive. So remember when we classified our assets, we didn't just classify in terms of confidentiality, we classified in terms of availability, high, medium, and low availability, say. And maybe your classification scheme, that's up to you, within legal limits. You might say, all right, high availability has to be mirrored somewhere. But medium availability is allowed to be up to 24 hours old. And then low availability can be a week or more, however you work it. And then the term I should have bolded. This is really what my guys tell me. This is what's in the British Standard. This is what's in the Good Practice Guidelines. This is what the ISO guideline 27031. But a lot of people are still using service deliverable objectives or service level objectives. This tells me that I have to print 20 pages per minute. This tells me that I'll have to print 20 pages per minute, and that requires printers and paper and toner. So this makes sure I did not forget supplies, which is often expressed to me the most overlooked thing. Some people can't get their work done without staples. Dude, if I had to sort through these papers, because think about when you have an emergency, do you ever go to like maybe a department store and their credit card processor's down? I haven't seen this in a few years now, but there used to be a time when they'd take your card and they'd run it through that old imprint reader. Well, think about it. When the database came back up or the system came back up, somebody's got to take these paper records and commit them back to the database. Reconstitution is not just rebuilding machines, right? It's getting that data into the production system. You know, if you're logging a bunch of transactions to a backup server, to a contingency server, and you bring back your production database, you got to then see how long does it take to get those records into the production database. And something I've never seen tested, but to me is extremely important. How long can you drive on that donut tire? You cannot stay at SunGuard forever. Yeah, 30 days max. So I haven't seen them test, but again, they update the test. They're updating it in April. So maybe I'd like to feel, there was a time when I was teaching this as much as anybody. Clement and I were teaching it for intense school, and we were getting, 30 students, 40 students a week. I taught as many as 75 people for the Federal Reserve. So I know the ISC Square knows who I am, and they know who Clement is, and they tried to hire us. They tried to hire Sean Harris, and they wanted to pay us half what we made. But I know, so I like to think that they look at my material and might be influenced by it. I don't know. There's a lot of people teaching it now, a lot of very good people. You know, it's a great free resource out on the internet, by the way. Another former coworker of mine was Kelly Handerhan. She teaches, she has a free class at Cybrary. And it's really good. Kelly is one of the best instructors. I had her for program manager, PMP, and she's really good. So one of the best instructors I ever had. So I highly recommend her stuff. I like to say there's an old term from Novell and IBM when they had to work together. They said, we do co-opetition. We're competitors, but we also can, we help each other. So, what are the interdependencies between processes? So if you're going to bring up customer service, you're going to outline each process area, and you say, all right, these don't confuse important with critical, by the way. Critical refers to in time. My retirement plan is very important. My pulse is also important. If I get in a car accident, they're not going to say, check his retirement plan. They're going to check my pulse because it's more important in time. Customer service is important, so is the auditing department. I can afford to be without the auditing department for months. I cannot afford to be without customer service for more than a couple hours. So we outline their expected, each process area we'll try to come up with some guideline, but eventually you're going to have to go to senior management, and they said they all think they're the most important group. And then senior management goes, no, we're going to have to bring up customer service first. But customer service doesn't work well without phones. All right, we'll have to bring up telecom first or before. Telecom doesn't work well without electricity. All right, we have to bring up facilities first so we can bring up telecom, so we can bring up customer service. And then again, there's backlog transactions. There's things you were doing on paper and now have to commit to the database. The biggest issues here, I always do this, personnel. People don't respond in an emergency the way they did in the test. Just like I know people who are great in the gym and sparring, but are not necessarily good street fighters. They'd panic in the street. The guys in my band were street fighters. Joe Gayton in here. I would have Joe Gayton I'd rather have him in a street fight than a lot of black belts I know. And Joe has never been officially trained, but Joe was a crazy SOB. And his uncle, who is a good friend of mine, is one of the craziest SOBs. Actually, Marshall's trained in his one uncle, a different uncle. His one uncle, Mitchell, is my guitarist in my band. His Uncle Marshall, I know Uncle Marshall's been doing these Iron Man things, man. He's awesome. I don't know if Joe might have stepped away, but he's been doing. This guy's a couple years younger than me, and he's doing these Iron Man things. It's awesome. He's also a brown belt in karate. The personnel issues, we have to deal with these things. We also know that I don't want to have one person responsible for a critical process. There's always a primary and two alternates for any critical process. Bob was named as the primary person to recover the firewall or whatever, or actually a great one to think about is, this is very testable. When you pull the fire alarm, you have declared an emergency. Everybody must leave the building. That's a law. Then the fire department comes in, does a damage assessment, and will let you know when you're allowed back in your building. You lose control of your facilities. If it's done right, I've seen mistakes happen, but whatever it gets, that's the way it's supposed to work. So anybody can pull that fire alarm. That is not the same as making the disaster declaration. When you see disaster declaration on your test, that refers to somebody calling your provider and saying, hey, we need to move in. Because you pay SunGuard a certain amount of money monthly or yearly to retain a site for you. But you pay a lot more to move in because they're allowed to overbook up to 40-1. They expect that not everybody's going to have an emergency at the same time. So you make the disaster declaration and now your bill just went up. So who is authoritative to make the disaster declaration? Alice. Only Alice, the business continuity coordinator, who died in the fire. So you have to have a clear line of authority of succession, and it's called a succession plan. The impact of legal and regulatory requirements. Just because you had a fire doesn't mean you don't have to protect private information. Yes, that business continuity coordinator is generally senior management. We have to establish priorities to identify essential personnel, technology, facilities, communication systems, vital records. All right. Company provides outsourced help desk service to a number of clients worldwide. Currently, they're equipped to handle over 1,000 calls a day with an average call length of 10 minutes. If they need to move to an alternate facility in the event of some disaster or disruption, management wants to provide at least 80% of the current capacity. What metric would need to be determined in the business impact analysis? I'm pausing because I haven't seen the right answer yet. What did they just say? What did they say in here? It's B. That's a service level, right? Average call, 1,000 calls a day. These are services. This is the level of service that you got. And they want 80% of that. Think of minimum operating requirements, which is the newer term for this. I don't know if the ISSP knows it. They may get it. And when I say newer, I mean a dozen years, but whatever, 10 years. Um, Suppose you do a BIA for a company and you find out, let's say the sales department, and you go, all right, how many people do you have working here? We have 20 people. What do they need to get their work done? Normal service levels, right? Well, they all need phones. They all need computers. Um, every 2 people share a printer, and every 4 people share a fax machine. So, okay, so you need 20 computers, 20 phones, 10 printers, 5 fax machines. What if there were an emergency? What's the bare minimum you can get away with? Better have at least half of that. All right. You have a fire, not in their building, customer services building. You go, hey, you said in an emergency you would only need half that much. Well, guess what? We're having an emergency. We're going to use half of your stuff for these customer service people. You might actually be providing, for end user facilities, uh, for end user facilities for other divisions of your company. So understanding minimum operating requirements doesn't just tell me how much do I need at the alternate site. It also tells me how much of this site would be available to other divisions of that same organization. Does that make sense? Yeah. Good, good, good. Yeah, at the National Institute of Health, and I taught all their security managers up to 2010, I think, or 2012 might have been the last time I was there. I taught all of them CISM. They were all CISM certified. And there's 29 divisions of the National Institute of Health. And every one of them is an alternate site for the other ones. And even they admit it might not work. Now, on our test, that's called a reciprocal agreement. It's not how the word they use. I forget the word. I wrote it down here. But a reciprocal agreement, they know on the test, might not be usable. It might actually not help. Now, when I read it on CISSP study guides, it looks like Coca-Cola is allowing Pepsi to use their data center. Hey, if we have a problem, you can move in, and if you have a problem, can we move in? And it would never work. But that's not normally where these things happen. They're normally within the same company. It depends on what you do. CISM is management level. They're not going to get anywhere near deep in the technology, but it does meet the requirements for a lot of people. I like CISSP actually a little bit better. Um, CISM is for the highest level of the risk professional, and CISSP is more for the guy who manages or controls, maybe the manager of uh, some process area. Yeah. Um, yeah. CISM is pretty well respected for that. And you would do great at it. It's funny. CISM and CISSP, even though they were written by the same organization, CISM was written using the proper Queen's English. All the questions are written like organization, and where CISSP it's U.S. English. Yeah, you can tell for the CISSP they got it right out of NIST. So again, the same basic roles we saw before. Senior management, ultimately accountable. They set the policy. They prioritize between the different process areas. Departmental manager, our process owners, help us understand their requirements. And the BCP committee is a steering committee to deal with these issues, usually representatives from every department. And then you have of course, the business continuity coordinator. I want to do forensics. Do you have a suggestion there's a couple. There's a CFE. Um, Cynthia, write me on the side, and I'll get back to you on that. There's a couple of them out there. The ISC Square has one, and actually not the ISC Square. The EC Council has one, and I think theirs might now become one of the more popular ones. But there's like at least 3 different forensics certs out there. In fact, I'll put you in touch if you remind me with a kid who used to be one of my students, and now he's been in forensics for the last 10, 12 years, and he does a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, his name is Aaron Liang. I'll put you in touch with Aaron. And we talked about the crisis management team probably has representatives from HR. They're making sure life safety issues. We're probably involved in the recovery and reconstitution teams. Now, you're not going to remember everything you did, whether it's an emergency or a test. It's important to have independent observers document what they saw. So when you do your lessons learned phase, after everything's done, you go, okay, what could we improve around here? The independent observer was done. Well, I noticed it took Bob an hour and a half to find an accurate phone number for Alice. It was an hour and a half. I thought it was like 15 minutes. You started at 9. It was 10:30 before you actually got her phone number. So their only job is just writing down things. BCP committee, we said senior management will appoint the members of the team, but the team works with them to help understand the strategy. And we need representation for all the process areas. Right? Senior management ultimately accountable, blah, blah, blah. They allocate sufficient people and money and, place to work and approve the plan. They review the test results. They should ensure that it's kept up to date. You remember that episode, huh? Robert, you must be either you're a young guy who loves older stuff or you're an older guy, huh? What's going on here? Kirk was on trial. Team responsibilities. We identify the specific, the first movie was, I never saw Black Hole. That's a Disney movie, right? Corny to me. Because I know a little bit about black holes. I was just like, nobody's going to live near that. The answer is they all get crushed. All right, next. Identify compliance results, identify or do the threat, analysis. A lot of that would be scenarios. What if there was a fire in here, perform the BIA, develop plans and procedures, develop the teams, provide training, lead drills. Oh, okay. Well, now that gives it away. All right. So you just happen to like some of that older stuff. Yeah, I'm an older fella. Oh, I can't call it that because Tom's 70 and he's so young. Contingency planning, that I have to have alternate people. You said, man, documented in the succession plan. Alternate facilities, maybe entire geographic regions are lost. Equipment, supplies, applications, vendor assistance, service providers. What if there's no power? What if there's no heat? What if there's no water? These are some of the major reasons that you can't use your building. It's called a denial of access to a building. There's no electricity in there. I didn't have to go to work today. Critical documentation. And there's always changes in technology, changes in staff, changes in customers, changes in the environment, changes in law. Now, I have to have a full-scale copy of the plan somewhere besides the place that might be burning down. So it is best practice to have a full-scale copy. That means all the different process areas plans, because every process area has their own plan. But I'm going to have a full-scale copy of everything at the alternate site. But what about in the middle of the night when I get the call? What am I supposed to do? So they have some places that make a software. What's the company that was really big? I actually took a class with these guys. Stroll Systems that will plug into your enterprise resource planning system. So if there's a change in anything, it updated to their software. Like if Bob moves from whatever development to something else and Alice takes over assignment, all that changes. There's a new service that just came in. You got all that changes, and it's any change to your stuff goes to, they recommend an encrypted thumb drive. Plug it in and you get a copy of that. And most of my DoD people aren't allowed to have thumb drives. So everything has to be paper. It's funny, you had all the docs on SharePoint, but the disaster we had on the network drives went down so nobody could access. Exactly. That's exactly the scenario we're talking about. So you have to have, in many cases, paper copies printed out that contain sensitive information. So people have it like locked up in somewhere in their car or at home. And if management isn't committed, you're not going to get funded. If you don't get funded, it doesn't matter, right? No books, no Buck Rogers. So management has to stay committed. It has to be part of. If you're the DBA, that's part of your keeping up that part of the plan. Internal audits, where a different department will go over your plan and see where you are on that. And regular drills. A drill, like a fire drill, tests the plan and exercises the people. When I was in Singapore, by the way, this is pretty cool. This was 2008. Everybody had something like this they carried in their wallet that had all what they were responsible for doing. So I was glad the guy let me take a picture of it. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I found they were way ahead of us. Most countries are much more prepared for a disaster. Americans tend to, yeah, it can't happen to me, though. Thanks, Obama. That's my favorite expression. Whenever something goes wrong, I just say, thanks, Obama. I overcooked some brownies the other day. Thanks, Obama. Uh, Backup sites, where will I go? These are very testable, by the way. Cold sites, warm site, hot site, mirrored site. No equipment, some equipment, all equipment, equipment and data. Now, the truth is, we generally do not build these sites. We generally lease them. Actually, I'd say maybe even more so the hot site. You don't build a hot site typically. You might. Cloud sounds like mirrored to me, baby. Oh, I love the cloud stuff. Yeah. Stay up continuously. That's the beauty of the cloud. 99.999% uptime. Resiliency, right? Pooling. All right, so cold site you probably built yourself. It's a facility with nothing in it, and well, that's very inexpensive to lease. It's very expensive to try and bring up, and it could take you. These are testable numbers over a week to become operational to recover. Recovery time is over a week here. A warm site, you can keep some equipment, and the best equipment would be unusual equipment that would be hard to get a hold of in a disaster. I wouldn't worry about getting standard laptops, but I would worry about some proprietary unusual equipment. I'd be up within a week, on average. A hot site that has all the equipment. Now you could build your own, but that's very expensive. So we typically lease it from a provider. One of the problems is they overbook. You might not be able to get in there. If multiple, like in 9/11, a lot of the providers around there were overwhelmed. People were finding out, are we going to need to come in? I'm sorry, somebody else already called. First come up to 40 to 1. And they also might not be identically equipped. But you could build your own. It's just a very expensive way to go. Remember the triple constraints. Scope, time, cost. Scope, time, cost. You do a BIA. The BIA, you learn the full scope, and part of the scope is actually the recovery time objective. So if you're trying to build a hot site for somebody and you find out there is no provider, they have a recovery time objective of 4 hours. They don't have a provider 4 hours from where we are. Then you might build your own hot site. In your near future, why would an organization choose to build their own hot site rather than lease one from a provider? The answer, to meet recovery time objectives. The only thing you can play with, even though it costs more money, it's the only thing you can play with here, because you can't tell the department, nah, can't be 4 hours. We in security have determined that you're going to have to spend more. I mean, you're going to have to wait longer. No, you'll meet the recovery. We always meet the scope. We try to come up with the least expensive way, Um, a hot site, we just have to restore. It's best practice to restore backups regularly there. So you should only have to restore maybe the last week's backup or something like that, something the most recent backup. Um, Mirrored site, the data's already there. You might as well keep people there. If you build your own, you just might as well have two facilities. But if you lease it from somebody else, no, a hot site maybe in real life could take a week, but on our test, we're going to say whether it's up within 24 hours. Oh, I've heard nightmares. Trust me. Oh, I hate to bring up names. Ed, are you there with us? Ed Brooks? We probably all know the Unix genius that thinks you're an idiot because you didn't write your own device drivers at work. We were at the trading firm. That guy, in one of these disaster recovery tests, had screwed up. He didn't update. They had changed the file system type. I don't know, went to Riser 3 or whatever. And he was in charge of Tivoli or something. And he didn't, his part of the plan broke. Oh, that was so funny. We loved making fun of the genius. But when you have and it wouldn't have been up within 24 hours, even though it was a hot site. So you're right, John. I'm sure that there are times. But when you have a test, you do identify problems with the plan. So that was a plan problem. That wasn't an exercise problem. That was a plan problem. He had to update his plan and update the software to back up the new file types. Um, when you mirror, you don't have to mirror everything. You might have partial mirrors, just your critical business processes. In your near future, which site would provide for an organization that had the shortest recovery time and recovery point objectives? That would be a fully mirrored site. A mobile site, or on practice test, they call them rolling hot. These are data centers on wheels, and they could be useful in a couple scenarios. Maybe there was a denial of access. There was I don't know, electrical fire or something in the data center. But all the services going into the building were good. So you could drive the truck into the parking lot and just plug the services there and continue to operate without having to go to the alternate site and do all these DNS entry changes and stuff like that. So maybe it's good for that. Another thing is, and this is more testable, maybe I can get anywhere in Pennsylvania in 8 hours. And I've got whatever 25 facilities in PA, and I put a rolling hot site in the middle of the state, and I've got recovery point objectives of I can get anywhere within 5 hours, and that meets it. I've got a whatever 6 hour recovery time objective. The rolling hot site can service multiple locations. That's the term I was looking for. I said reciprocal agreement is what they call it on the test. It's mutual aid partners, or what my government folks call it. Right? So every division of the NSA is a mutual aid partner for the other 28, but they don't always work. And they know that on the test, which of actually one of the test questions was apparently a negative. It's like, which of the following is not a problem with a reciprocal agreement? And they go, well, it might not be available. There could be limited help from the staff. Most organizations cannot stand to have two, blah, blah, blah. Maybe one of them is a conflict of interest. And one answer is they're inexpensive. Yeah, that's not a disadvantage, the fact that it's inexpensive. All right. So it's okay to have, but just don't put all your eggs in that basket. That's all. Software backup. We talked about having on-site and off-site, like at the trading firm Ed and I were at. On-site to do little problems here and there, but off-site when if they ever had to move to another building. We talked about the difference between incremental, where I back up only changes and I clear the archive bit. Differential, I back up only changes, I leave the archive bit alone. Full backup, I back up everything, I clear the archive bit. What is it called if I do a full backup again and I don't clear the archive bit? I back up everything, but I don't call it. What's that called again? Copy. Yeah, and that's not probably for. We're not going to do that for huge disasters. Right? You know where a copy could be very handy in your near future? when you do change management. You may in your near future have to do a change management scenario where you want to make sure that the test server in the lab is configured exactly like the primary server. You don't want to mess with the archive bit. So you do a copy of that server and then configure it. Another thing about tapes in your near future, you may have done and I think I touched on this, you may be doing an antivirus signature update and notice you have a virus in there. Well, look for the answer. It went on for a while. You make sure you um, don't restore the virus because that virus could be on tapes. And who is it? Robert says, VMware copy, just do the whole VM. Oh, my wife was really into that when one of our customers that she used to work for back in the day, she was love to say, I can restore a server in 10 minutes. Yeah, that's what they were doing. They were doing VMware and it was clustered with Citrix Metaframe. So again, if I could, I'd back up everything every night. Just back it up, and then I clear the archive bit. But sometimes it takes a long time to do backups. Like I said, when I was at Scott Paper, it took 30 hours to do a full backup. So we couldn't do that every night. So we did well, we tried to do differentials. And a differential, you look at the archive bit. And if it's set, you know that's a new or modified file. So you back it up, but don't touch it. Leave it alone. So the full backs up everything and clears the archive bit. The differential only backs up changes and doesn't touch the archive bit. But Monday will get Monday's changes. Tuesday will get Monday and Tuesday's changes. Wednesday will get Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday's change. Now, if there's a failure on Friday, I only need 2 tapes. But the problem is even that was taking too long. So we went to incrementals. Right? And incrementals are when you look at like the differential. You just look at the archive bit, only backup changes, but you also clear it. So Monday only gets Monday's changes. Small increments versus whatever's different from the full. So if I had a failure on Friday, how many tapes would I need if I were backing up every night with a full on the weekend? How many tapes would I need to restore if I were doing incrementals with a full on the weekend? Oh, my mic must be broken. You guys probably can't hear me. You can hear me. No one's letting me know. One full and one bad. I would need I'd need for each day, all the increments, correct. What's it called if I back up everything, but I don't touch the archive bit? Excuse me, drink up my coffee. Back up everything just like a full, but I don't touch the archive bit. What's that called? Doom, 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 boom. And it's called a copy. They're not part of our disaster recovery things. Those are usually made to like test a change on a server, or in the case of and he's not here with us today, Ed. When we were at the trading firm, they would back up. They would do a full backup and send those tapes off site, but then they also copied everything and kept them on site, so they didn't mess with the archival process. Does that make sense, everybody? You don't want to touch that archive bit, yeah. And then we talked about automatic offsites, and I think this is where we got to in the storm hit. Electronic vaulting and remote journaling are looking at the files. Electronic vaulting is when I look at the archive bit and I have some offsite location where if I see the archive bit change, I move that file to the alternate site. Now, I probably don't vault instantly. They would set those off in intervals. So like every hour, every 2 hours, every 4 hours, whatever, look for new files. But your larger database files, your multi-terabyte data mail store, I don't want to copy that over just because it changed with every sent or received mail. So journaling, and we're going to see how databases work today. When you write to a database, you fill out a series of fields in a text file or a log file, and then that log file, when I'm done with that record, all the fields in that record, first name, last name, blah 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 blah, and then I hit enter, and it gets committed to the database file while I do a double commit, and that's a lot less overhead. I'm only moving changes, but that's only for database files. Block level mirroring looks below the file level. They're looking at blocks of disks. They're just taking the entire disk, sectors and tracks, creating a hash file in every block. And if I see a hash file change, I know that block of data changed. So I'm still only looking at changes. I'm not copying the entire file, perhaps, but it's a lot more efficient and it works on any file type. And this is the way the clouds do it. All cloud that I know of that are the way they replicate their data is looking at block level mirroring. So I haven't heard they ask about block level mirroring. It's been out for, oh gosh, almost 10 years at least. And I know that most of my students since like 2010 told me that's what they've been doing. So these are the types of things I expect to be rolled into the April changes. Hopefully they'll say something like that. And we talked about shadowing, and Robert had echoed that shadows are like a journal, but it's typically used locally, and it's, in my experience, we would do it so I could back up the database, because your mail or whatever is always open and I can't copy it. I can't back that up. So the shadow file is a local copy of the database. If I shadowed to a different physical disk, then it's good to save from a disk crash locally, but it's not a remote solution. All right, now I have to send my tape somewhere off-site, because again, I'm preparing for a disaster to my building. So how do I get the data over there? And I said that there was a company. I have my thing open here. ChoicePoint. ChoicePoint thought it would be a good idea to send their. I'll probably hit it right here, even though it's old. ChoicePoint. Lost tapes. Oh, well, all right, well, go in the regular. Good. We can stay archive that out of the news here. ChoicePoint sent a bunch of tapes, and let's see how many records they lost over UPS. Uh, 1.2 million federal workers were part of. Yeah, it was very, very bad. So they shipped a bunch of tapes over UPS, and that's not a good way to do that. So actually, FedEx, I understand, is very trusted, especially in forensics when they do chain of custody, but no other shipping company. So typically you have a bonded courier like Iron Mountain will send somebody up to pick up your tapes. Can you get to the tapes during a disaster? 7x24. How secure is their facility? And a lot of people weren't encrypting their tapes. All right, our recovery and reconstitution. Now, watching out that back to semantics or language. On the test, they might not use the terms, well, the recovery team seems to be recovery team everywhere. But I don't know of a standard place, other than NIST, which isn't a standard, it's a guideline, that calls them reconstitution. But that is what they're doing. Actually, the good practice guidelines calls the process reconstitution. I understand on this test, they were calling them salvage teams. So recovery teams are the ones that put on the spare tire. The salvage team or reconstitution team are the ones that bring you back to normal, that put the normal tire back on. So both teams are doing the same thing. So, they're still building servers, building workstations, connect them, but I'd rather have two teams. Because if it takes me 15 days, say, to recover, and another 15 days to recover, that's 30 days. If I had two teams, I could be out of the woods in 15 days, possibly. Now, when we prioritize our recovery strategies, we always want to recover the most critical processes first. Right, so customer service typically is one of the very critical processes. Accounts payable, very critical. When the reconstitution team feels they have the original site ready again, they've fixed the problems, they've got the infrastructure down, well, the people are already working. Don't trust them. Always reconstitute your least critical first. Does that make sense, everybody? Let the audit department be the canary in the coal mine. Test that. Good. So always recover the most critical first, reconstitute the least critical first. Oh, and Jeremy made it back. Welcome, Jeremy. Still waiting for a few people here. I hope they can make it. Thank you. And thank you for saying nice things at the abundance group. Drills will test the technology, test the plan that it technically works, and an exercise ensures that people know how to follow the plan. So you test technology, you test the plan, you exercise your people. The benefits to assure that the plan actually works. It trains personnel. It ensures that the plan is kept up to date. And increased awareness when something goes wrong. People find out about it and they start gossiping. But no test is the real thing. And I said a no holds barred fight. They still bar holds. You're not allowed to bite. You can't eye gouge. And they're very useful techniques. In a fire drill, most people don't set fires. Anybody remember the TV show, this guy's from The Office, where he thought that would be a good idea to actually light a fire in the fire drill? Actually, my instructor at the Business Continuity International, Nat Forbes, mentioned that he knew a guy that thought that would be a good idea. He actually thought it'd be a good idea to put some paper in a trash can, light it on fire, and then pull the fire plug during a fire drill. And one of the employees, the wise guy, jumps over the can and knocked it over and started a real fire. Oops. Started a real fire. So now it's a good idea. And the firemen set fires in a fire drill in a very contained environment. So no test is the real thing. But what are you going to do? Right? You got to test something, and it depends on the process area. You don't have to have the same type of test for every process area. And you're not making money during your test. You're losing money. So it costs you money to have a fire drill. So I don't know if it's going to make it today, but we mentioned that during, we were at the, oh, Ed is there. I'm sorry. Hey, Ed, you made it. They didn't like to have fire drills. We'd stand out in the parking lot and traders like, we had like 2 or 3 bomb scares on expirations day, which is that 4 Fridays a year options expire, and that's a triple witching. And I remember my boss swore there was some competition was doing that, phoning in some type of bomb scare. So we'd have to get out of the building. All right, the 5 basic tests. 2 are paper-based. 2 may involve production equipment. 1 might be just right. But again, it depends on the process area. So a checklist test gives us the least amount of assurance. You just hand the copy of the plan to that process manager. They go over it and they go, okay, that looks good. Yeah, you got all our stuff. Get these managers together in a meeting. The walkthrough or tabletop. Some people call it the structured walkthrough. Get them together in a meeting and let them look it over, and they might identify interdependencies that weren't obvious before. But wait a second, what are your customer service people going to be doing without phones? You got to bring us up at telecom, right? And then you realize, oh yeah, that's a good point. Almost everything depends on money. You better get accounts payable. Yeah. But neither of these involve any equipment. Yeah, it says in here that these tape systems can restore whatever 20 megabits per second. Try it. Does it really work on your data? You know, those throughput times are always averages. That's never, guaranteed. It's you compress your data. Is it fragmented? Right. So this is tough. So in a simulation test in a lab, probably at the original facility, many people, don't have the budget to go to the alternate site. So this is different. In my experience, in the private sector, simulation tests are always at the alternate site. But in the public sector, they don't have the budget. So they have to stay in their lab at their at their primary facility and see if the tapes actually restore. And that's probably what they want on the test. In a simulation test, ideally it's at the backup facility, but typically it's here. There's a lot of bleed over too between simulation and parallel. So here you at least check to see technically would this work. At least, assuming the technology works at the alternate site the way it did at your original site. But in the parallel test, the whole purpose of this is to test the alternate facility. But is there any production going on? Are you testing production? And this is where it's a blurry line. It used to be that people would say, let's switch over our mail, not everything, but let's try and run mail from the alternate site, see if it really works. And that would give you the most assurance. But if it didn't work, Gartner tells me 72 hours without email, and most Fortune 1000 companies wouldn't make it. So more and more people are saying, no, we have like a mirroring tool. It is testing production, but what actually happens is they're both up, and I send the mail to Alice, and Alice is at the primary site, and Bob's at the alternate site, and they both check to see that they saw the Alice's mail. And then Alice says send, and they see that it went through the send box. So that's a little safer. But you're still touching some production stuff, so it could be very risky. But at least it would just be that one process. You're not testing every process area. In the full interruption test, you're testing everything. You're shutting down the primary facility, and you're running everything at the alternate site. And in the military, when they do these tests, they tell me, yep, that's exactly how we do it. But a lot of private sector organizations, particularly banks for the longest time, were telling me, well, we don't power it down. We pull the network cable. So what they're generally doing is testing recovery, but they're not testing reconstitution. I don't know that they ask that on the test, but that is a major concern. You better be able to test your reconstitution process as well. Failing over to the alternate site's great, but you can't stay there forever. And do you have a plan to return back to normal? Common problems, again, I wish, and more places are doing cloud backup, let's face it. I don't know what you guys are doing, how much of your stuff. A lot of times it's a hybrid. Well, most of our stuff is in the cloud. In fact, I know some people who 80% of their applications are probably cloud-based, and they still have some things, and they're looking to migrate more to like Office 360 or Azure. Yeah. And that's one of the big problems, that Azure and Office 360 are not the same organization, even though they're both Microsoft. So they're in the process of doing it. But if you're doing software as a service, you shouldn't even have to do this. That's their job. That's their responsibility. Cloud backup is what I'm doing. I send everything to Dropbox. All right, let's imagine you're Pepsi, and you go to SunGuard, and you do a restoration, and a test restore, and it works. And you're like, I can't believe it, all the tapes worked. Now again, these are leased equipment from the provider. And you leave and all right, I'm buying the beer. And then Coca-Cola comes in to do a test. Hey, look what I found on these servers. Don't just test your restore process. You have to secure clean anything from a shared environment. And scope creep. Techs mean well, but it is common knowledge, that means testable, to keep these tests simple, stupid, the KISS principle. Hey, we were here to test the mail server and it all worked fine. Before we leave, let's try the fax services too, because that plugs into mail. No, just do what you plan and no more. And the results of the test is part of our risk management process. We're testing our plan. We do the plan, we run it, we check and see how well we did, and then we improve our plan. We never get it perfect. And again, it's like sparring to me. Every time I spar, I get hit something. I learned something. Our occupant emergency plans, our number one priority, take care of life. That's getting everybody out of the building and knowing that they're out. So, you know, a lot of places you have like a rendezvous point, but that doesn't always work. A phone number to call, again, a 911, that wouldn't have worked either, but we do our best. We don't want to send a fireman into a burning building if there's nobody in there. And again, some process to contact emergency services. Like all of our risk activities, at least once a year, and to limit scope creep, always under a predetermined scenario. It might be, what if there was a fire in this part of the building and only customer service went down? How would we handle it? And our other things, required notification. We're going to hit some more of that in the next module here, the next part of this incident response. A lot of overlap there. So all the different places we might need to contact. Now, insurance, by the way, comes in two types. It's back to our Murphy's Law, Satan's Law. Right, accidents or whatever. That's called indemnity insurance, to indemnify. Indemnity insurance is probably mostly associated with disaster recovery. When there's a malicious, particularly an employee of yours, that might do something at a customer site, you know, theft or whatever, fraud, that's fidelity insurance. Just think, to protect yourself from those infidels. And other issues, you know, some people say, fire, run for your life, let's see if we can save people. Other people are like, ooh, it's a good time to go in the building and steal. Or vandalize the place. Or put down, hey, just write down that we had that. Put down that my car was parked there. See all the commercials about insurance fraud, I shouldn't have to. All right, why might an organization fail after a disaster, even if recovery was performed in the proper timeframes with all critical operational requirements? Very good, Jeremy. Yeah. Reconstitution was mismanaged. You can't just recover. You can't drive on the donut tire forever. Yeah. You're not out of the emergency until you have fully reconstituted to normal service levels. All right, incident is more of the, you know, the Satan's law, the intentional, man-made intentional, right? So we had natural disasters, man-made accidents, and then man-made intentional. And I read a funny story by the guy who, one of the guys that worked on British Standard 25999. That's their, business continuity management thing, and auditing standard. And right after it came out, he kind of trashed it a little bit. He said he felt pressured into using the word incident when he wanted to say crisis. And he said, I looked up the word incident, and it just meant an event in time. He said, it's just legal speak to try and make a thing, it's not sound so bad. I made up this line here. We had an incident last night. Oh, could you be more specific? Let's just say we had an event. If you see incident on your test, assume it was man-made intentional. Could be internal, could be external. So what is an incident? We just said that. Incident handling, great document from NIST, all free, 861, that has a very testable process. And people tell me that you can get, if you get the heavy incident management test, you can get like up to a dozen questions right, um, if you remember this process. So first of all, you're prepared because you know these things can happen. So that's why you have an incident management team. That's the manager. That's his first responders, also known as the incident handlers, and that's their analysts that go over evidence, and that's they're sometimes forensics analysts. They have procedures and policies. They have tools. You've also prepared other people. You know, one of the biggest enemies of the forensics analyst and the incident management team in general is the well-meaning help desk employee. Now think about what happens often in real life on a corporate, uh, you know, laptop or whatever. The user downloads malware, or maybe somebody put it on there, whatever. The machine acts funny. The user doesn't know what it is. So the user just calls the help desk. The help desk guy gets there and starts doing his analysis on it and then realizes, oh, this isn't just a glitch. This is a malicious attack. This is somebody put hands off. At that moment, hands off. Up until then, they've been corrupting evidence, possibly, you know, running tools on it. But, you know, reasonable person, you know, what would a reasonable person do under those things? Sometimes that's called the prudent man rule. You know, it's what do you expect somebody to do in their job? But once they understand that this is a different thing, and they're not experts on this, hands off call in incident management. They need to know that. Can you explain to us why? After noticing this, you continue to work on the machine? Well, yes, you know, I know a little bit about forensics. No further questions, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This man knows a little. You call in the experts at that point. Then so people detect a problem. Again, they'll notify somebody, but they eventually they have to notify incident management. They come in and then they analyze. What is it? Was the user right? Is the machine actually funny? Was the help desk guy right? Was the tool, the IDS, right? So you confirm the incident. How bad is it? Is it a high risk? Is it medium, low? Is it high risk to confidentiality? To integrity, to availability? What is it? Then you can take your containment measures. Containment measures could be power the unit off. If you're going to power the system off, it is recommended that you pull the plug from the back of the unit. Don't say start shut down. Start shut down is going to change a bunch of things about the state of the machine. And you want it as close to the original state when you give it over for analysis. If it's a laptop, you pull the battery. Perhaps though your containment measure, a lot less risky, is to just pull the network cable. It will depend. Part of your preparation is to know how to treat the different classes of machines under the different classes of attacks. So denial of service on a storage area network, you're not powering that down. But malicious botnet on a laptop, yeah, you may very well want to do that. All right. Eradicate it. That means you got rid of whatever it was. Now, in your near future, if whatever hacked your machine had admin or root level privileges, advanced privileges, however they word it, the only way to eradicate it confidently is probably to wipe the machine's hard drive and start over from scratch. And I don't even know that I trust that because of firmware-based malware, but that's probably the answer on the test. Recover means you got it back working. The salespeople are selling. The traders are trading again. And then you have a more detailed discussion as to what really happened here. What was the root cause of this? How do I ensure that it doesn't happen again? How can I be better prepared? So this is a process. Remember, projects end, processes just continue. And the test questions are often detect a problem. 3 of the answers are containment measures, and the answer should be somewhere analyze. So you get ready. 3 of them say fire next, and you should be aiming. All right, everybody ready for that? You get the heavy instant management test. That's what I've heard. Think before you act. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't see anybody confirm that they could hear me. You're ready for those types of questions. All right, good, good, good. You're being very quiet this morning, I know. It's a manager, it's exactly right. Incident handling, we know that forensics means to debate. And if you can't measure something, you can't speak matter-of-factly about it. So we try to get things you can measure, things that make it obvious or evident. We have to understand different types of evidence and the evidence life cycle. And from the time you acquired it to the time you present it in court. We also have to make sure that we trust the competency of this evidence, that there's a documented chain of custody. Oh gosh, we were just debating. Jeremy, did you see that post by Peter about the China Baidu, their search engine? They came up with this thing, and I remember they showed the samples earlier of something like this, where all they need is a few seconds of words of yours, and they can get pretty close to your voice. And then with like a few minutes, they can get like 99% of your voice. Yeah. So we're going to have to be digitally signing our phone calls, you know, and even at that, by the time you get to the other end, it's a copy of that. So it's going to be tricky. You know, people will have all kinds of ways to plant evidence on somebody, or the other way around, to be able to deny evidence. The ethics, it boils down to Tom Updegrove, who you got to hear speak, really into a guy named Doshin So. And you old karate guys might remember him. There was a great movie about him. I didn't realize it was based on a true story. Doshin So. Oh, and I know who obviously liked the movie was Quentin Tarantino. The movie about him was horribly named in the U.S. As The Killing Machine. It was probably, the Japanese name was probably The Life of Master So. But he's the founder of Shurinji Kempo, a Japanese. He was the first non-Chinese to be designated the head of the Shaolin Temple. And then World War II broke out, and he went back and he fought for Japan. And Japan loses, and then after the war, the place is devastated. And you know, gangs and criminals take over the place, black marketeers, and they're abusing widows and orphans. And nobody messes with him because he could defend himself. But he said, just defending myself isn't good enough. He said, I had to help these people. And he felt that if you have a strength in something, it's your duty to help society with that strength. And I like to believe that my students are in the upper 0.001% of people who have a clue of what's going on technically in the world. And it's our job to help defend those people. And he called it the Warrior's Code or something to that effect. And Tom always believed in that. He said, you know, it's your job to use your strengths to help people out. Now, if you're strong in medicine, you know, so it depends on what your strength is. Great stuff. His book, by the way, is What is Shirinji Kempo? I'd actually had the book, but I was looking more at the techniques. And Tom, when I first met him, we were talking about ethics. And he goes, read, you got to get What is Shirinji Kempo? I said, I got it. He goes, you read it? I said, yeah. He goes, read it again. I was probably 20 years old, yeah. So that's protecting the Commonwealth. And that's our goal as a CISSP anyway, right? That's our primary ethic, to protect the Commonwealth. All right, the types of incidents, we have denial of service. We talked about a bunch of those, malicious code, we beat up unauthorized access and inappropriate usage. That copy machine is for paper. It's not for your butt. It's how you break those copy machines. I can use a chair as a ladder. Attack types and terminologies. Military intelligence, we see it all the time. Now, I used to have a problem explaining this. I think nowadays, people on financial, they're going for money. They're doing these. I like the ones that were. I think there's a couple places now. One was in Russia. I forget what the other one was, where people are using corporate resources to do mining bitcoins. But just stealing money. The Zeus botnet. Business attacks, competitive intelligence attacks, or just denial of servicing their competitor or something like that. Grudge attacks, the disgruntled employee. You may see a few things about disgruntled employees, so it's worth bringing up. My great way to counter disgruntled employees is to gruntle them. Yeah, people don't want to tell you about that. It's a word. You can gruntle a guy, to do the opposite. I find that funny. Keep your employees gruntled. It's your best countermeasure against a grudge attack. Treat your people with respect. I don't know. But there's always going to be somebody, of course. The fun attack. Kevin Mitnick just wanted to see if he could get in. There's no evidence that Kevin tried to actually make a penny from his hacking. He makes a good penny now. I understand it's like $10,000 for an hour conversation. I'd love to get that. The terrorist attack. I think you guys know what that is. And to me, just a terrorist is anybody who tries to scare you into an opinion as opposed to reason. And it doesn't just have to be, from one religion or one country. I've seen plenty of our politicians here in the United States try to scare us into opinions. Dick Cheney, to me, fell under that. I better watch myself with politics. That's how you get yourself in trouble. Hackers and crackers. We a hacker to the RFC is someone who figures things out and makes something cool happen. And it's not just kids, right? It's some of our politicians say it could be some fat kid sitting in his mom's basement. They're all over the place. They're state sponsored. They're very organized entities now, doing all kinds of things. Operational, this might belong in operational security, I don't know, but the salami attack could show up. The salami attack, usually it's an old accounting term. We think of fraud typically. Is when they slice off fractions of a cent, or they may say on your test, part of a series of smaller crimes carried out in the hopes of a larger crime not being noticed. Data diddling, they alter the data before they actually enter it in or after the output. Excessive privileges, we give people more rights to get their job done than they really needed. I remember when Lands, I first started working on these at the company that we sold it from. I worked for a company called MicroAge. The techs originally all had admin privileges to the corporate LAN that, the accounting people were using and everything. And I remember when we got a CIO in there and he took away our rights, other techs were like, "Could you believe it? They're taking away our admin privileges." I was like, good. I don't want something to go wrong. And then they go, "It could have been Larry." I was nervous that so many people had rights, including myself. I didn't want to get blamed. And think about that. If there's 10 people with keys to the back room, to the stock room, and stock starts missing, they're not going to know who to point fingers at. But if only one guy has keys, right? So that will actually help to deter crime. Hey, they're not going to know it's me. Password sniffing, anybody could run Wireshark. It's free. Now, for Wireshark to see other people's traffic is a little trickier. Typically I only see my traffic. What's that called again on a network card when I get it to listen to everybody's traffic that the card at least has access to, physical access to, whether, ether promiscuous mode. And dumpster diving, people just go through your trash. And I had some pen testers in my class many years ago. They said, we do a lot of dumpster diving and we prefer to call it waste archaeology, which made the class laugh. It was pretty funny. Liabilities, most of the times they don't catch the hackers. Most of the times they're not in this country. I forget who brought it up, but it might have been Tom. Is there Tom or Ralph brought up in one of their talks about, the IP address of a machine said China. That doesn't mean China did it. China started getting blamed for a lot of hacks around 2005, 2006. We were finding, in fact, I had one guy, he was at a Fortune 100 company, told me that 70% of the traffic that hits the outside of their interface, their firewall's interface, is an IP address from China. But I've had forensics analysts that do, three-letter agency stuff, and one guy said, all right, every good hacker in the world knows that if the source IP address of an attack is from China, my investigation ends. So every good hacker in the world will try to find an IP address in China that they can hack to launch their attacks from. They relay these attacks. This is what the purpose of bots are often, to use that zombie host to do the attack, so it helps obfuscate the origin of the actual attack. So we don't know where these attacks are coming from just because the source IP might say a particular place. And you have a responsibility to keep up patches. Like I think that I don't know where we are with the Equifax hack, but it's going to be huge. They did not patch their servers. It was really bad. And there's the prudent man rule. On CISSP books, they seem to be called that, but it depends on the state you live in. I know in Virginia, it's reasonable person. Some states are reasonable man, so women don't have to worry about it. No, it just means that whether explicitly outlined by law or not, when you go to a judge and a jury, they're going to determine, well, what would I have done in your shoes? What should have been done? Now, when it's a person to person, then the judge and jury can figure that out. But if you're an organization, they will look at similar organizations. So this is another reason why you want to know what your competitors do. Overall, what type of security do they have? They're not going to tell you their keys, but you might want to know, try and figure out, like again, if Coca-Cola encrypts the certain types of transactions and you're Pepsi, you should probably consider that too. Because if something goes wrong, the judge and jury are going to say, you're Coca-Cola, you're the only one that doesn't do this. Pepsi does it this way, and whatever. I don't know if they have any other competitors. RC Cola is probably not anywhere near as big. I was listening to a comedian, and he was talking about how the NRA thing and how they said a news story that large companies like Amazon and Google and Roku, Google, I forget, have decided, and he just goes, did you hear what they just said? He said, no, to Roku, to Amazon, that's like, that looks bad for us or whatever. But to Roku, it's like, look, we just got mentioned alongside of Amazon. It's finally happening. We look like a big company now. That's pretty funny. You could be found negligent for a number of things that aren't explicitly by law, though. So if you didn't patch your servers, and someone used you as a zombie network to, say, attack your business-to-business network, that's known as a downstream liability. And to show negligence, they must show two things. One, that you failed to do what you were supposed to do. You didn't meet some legally recognized obligation, or maybe it fell under prudent man, a reasonable person. But approximately how much damage were done due to your negligence? So if you bring a space heater to work and you're not supposed to, and nothing goes wrong, you'll probably be let off with a warning. But if you started a fire and people died, that same action be held to a much higher level of you know, whatever responsibility there. Everybody clear on what proximate causation means? Approximately how much damage was caused due to your negligence. Okay. We have to gather evidence. People don't like to report crimes. First of all, they might not even have realized it. I've had people tell me, no one's ever broken into my machine. Really? You know that for sure? Most people don't look at their traffic. I remember I do analysis with people, and I'd said, ask them about their IPv6 policy. And they tell me, we don't do IPv6. And I go, you don't? That's funny. According to my Wireshark here, 30% of your traffic is IPv6. No, I talk to our guys. I don't care what these people's opinions are. I'm showing you packets. If you don't realize it, IPv6 has been on by default for 18 years. If you don't turn it off, it's on there. So what people really are saying is, we're not managing our IPv6 traffic. Van Hauser, who I pointed out way back to 2006, he's the German researcher. His real name is Mark Van Hess, but he's the best IPv6 guy probably that I know. And he asked his audience one time, he goes, who has the best IPv6 network in the world? And people were yelling out, China, Japan. He goes, no, the hackers, because you have it on by default. And you didn't know it was there. Your firewalls don't block it. Your IDSs aren't looking for it. Who makes a good IPv6 firewall? Trick question. There's no such thing. Now, that was even in 2012. You still felt there was no real good IPv6 firewalls. And I've been to hotels where that's all they use. I'd sniff my connection to like Facebook, and all the way from the hotel out to Facebook was IPv6. I was still getting an IPv4 address inside, but then it got translated. But people also won't report a crime because it's a damage to their reputation. People don't want to admit when they're hacked or raped. My mother had her house burgled. She didn't want to call the cops. Oh, Larry, they're never going to call. We'll get my stuff back, and I don't need everybody looking at me. And I think she blamed me, because of that. Not just the door that I had that was an interior grade door, but I bought her a new TV. Actually, I bought her a VCR. It's pretty funny. My mother claimed that she never wanted a color TV. We never had a color TV growing up. So I see my own colors. I bought her a VCR. She loves movies. She loved movies. And I bought her a VCR. And for Christmas, she opens it up. She goes, oh, will this even work on a black and white? Yeah, it'll work on a black and white. It's like 2000. Actually, it's probably, what am I saying? It's probably the 80s or something, 90s. And she goes, will this even work in a black and white? I said, yeah, it'll work on a black and white. What will it do? It'll play movies. But what will they look like? They'll look exactly the way you've been watching them, Mom. Now, don't hook it up. So I knew she wanted a color TV for her. So I buy her a color TV. And 2 weeks later, somebody broke in and took it. I told you to take the boxes home with you. I put the boxes out in the trash, and people realize someone's got a new color TV. So it's kind of like crime prevention through environmental design, right? It encouraged crime. But you know what? Aside from the trauma, it was actually better off, because that 2 remote thing was freaking her world. And she'd constantly have to call me up. So I got her the integrated unit, and that worked out a lot better. And we talked about the incident response team. Now, senior management appoints the teams. the team member, the senior, it can be the incident manager, and the manager will hire people underneath them, and there are two primary roles. And a lot of organizations are the same guy, or they outsource the analysis. So incident handler is generally, they're the first responder. So you get the calls, like, from the help desk or whoever, we have an incident. The incident handler goes out there and right from the get-go starts doing their chain of custody of any evidence. Please remember that it's the incident handler's job to maintain chain of custody. If they can, and a lot of times the test questions focus on digital evidence, say it's a hard drive. On a test, it's not always true. On a test, you are going to make a forensics image of the drive. That's a tool that knows how to copy block by block, sector by sector, every block of data. That's deleted files. That's slack space. A Ring 3 copy utility is not getting that stuff. Hidden files, right? It's going to get everything. It's going to create a hash of the original and a hash of the image, and you ensure those hashes are the same. And if that's the case, then the incident handler puts the original away, locks it up, and gives the analyst the copy, the forensics copy. And it's the analyst's job to determine what this proves. And we'll either prove that a crime was or wasn't committed, or Bob did or did not do it. To prove that Bob did do a crime or whatever, that's called inculpatory. Inculpatory evidence proves that somebody did do it. Shouldn't we run a backup post-incident because it will destroy it? We shouldn't run a backup post-incident. We shouldn't run a backup. Oh, that's a good point. I like that. So you're saying if you're going to take an image first, yeah. So you're saying because it's going to modify the archive bit. Yep. Yeah, anything that's going to change something about that drive is not a good idea. Take an image first. And you do the analysis on the image. That's correct. The truth is they don't always do that. Imagine these terabyte drives, right? And you had an incident that went across a number of people. Or actually, I had one of my guys who helped me get started in this field did work for all kinds of. He did the second largest Ponzi scheme in the world was the Stanford, Alan Stanford. Everybody knows about the largest one. What was his name? Bernie Madoff. But this guy did Alan Stanford. Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme. Oh, Alan, there it is. So Alan Stanford, one of the largest Ponzi schemes. This guy did the analysis on his team, I should say. Now, Alan Stanford, his lawyers were in UK. So we were going out to dinner, and he said, hold on, I got to do some evidence collection. And I said, what he tells me? I said, oh, you guys get to go out to the UK. He said, I wish. They were getting like $500 an hour, $450 an hour for 3 people. And he said, I wish we were going out there. No. He said, they have in-case enterprise. In-case enterprise, and there's a number of tools here. In-case enterprise has, among other things, solutions where there's an agent on the machines. Right, so all the machines have it, and he said. So now what I'll do is, he said, I'll just say, give me all XLS, all PDFs, all .docs that contain the name Alan Stanford, and I'll just send that out, and then it'll query their systems that have the agents on it, and it'll report all that stuff back here, and then I'll put that on the tape. I said, you don't need to go out to get the original hard drives? No, dude, you know how much data that is? I said, but it'll hold up in court. And he goes, well, they can get an expert testimony from somebody and try to say that you can't trust in case, and then we'll get other experts that say you can. So the truth is they don't, depending on the type of case, they're not getting images all the time. To some cases you do. And then it's whatever the case, however they acquire the evidence, whether it's through an image of a hard drive or whatever. I mean, they can image SD-RAM or not. Well, SD-RAM is a little tricky. Not SD-RAM. I'm thinking. I'm sorry, SD-RAM. They definitely get it off of cameras and phones, but there's also SSD drives are tough. When people delete a file from SD drive, it is gone. It drives these analysts crazy. But whatever the case is, that somehow the analyst is going to determine what approves or disproves. Now, you better know what your network looks like if you're ever going to flag anything outside of normal. And I find many, many organizations have no idea what their network traffic looks like. They don't know what type of protocols they run. They don't know what the average bandwidth of any given conversation. They don't know who their top talkers, their top conversations are. You need to know these things. You need to have a tool for these things. If you're going to use logs as evidence, you're going to have validity, proof of validity. So that means that the clocks were synchronized. You run NTP, the network time protocol. That's UDP, port 123. NTP, UDP is running on 1, 2, 3. NTP, UDP, baby, you win. Well, if it helps you pass the test question, whatever. But we also want to make sure that these logs are digitally signed with timestamps. Triage. We're about to take a break here. It's pretty cool. Anybody know what triage means? It's a very testable term. What is triage? It means to organize. It also means to prioritize, to sort out and prioritize. Think when you go to the emergency room, and I don't know how many people here have gone to the emergency room at an inner city hospital, but you could wait. I waited 28 hours once and left. Just skip it. Because they can't handle everybody or on your test. They have limited resources. So they have to take the high risk things first. So you have to prioritize, what are the critical systems? What are the most risky incidents? And help you coordinate and orchestrate things. But triage generally means to sort out and prioritize. And the purpose, again, limited resources. So you'll have a diagnostic matrix, and I mentioned this earlier. How will these different classes of machines be handled under these types of attacks? And also understand time limits. Look, we're going to work on it up to now, and if we can't figure it out after 5 minutes, we need to whatever. If the dollar value exceeds this much, or if we think PII was compromised, right? All these different procedures when you need to escalate. Right, so we have to take pictures. If you're going to remove media from a machine, it's best practice to take a picture of the machine with it open, with say the drive in there. If you can see the serial number of the drive in there, even better while you do it. Talked about our containment measures. Depending on the type of attack and the type of incident, you'll have different containment measures. You image the media and analyze the image and label the evidence. And that means if you can write on the evidence, fine. They actually prefer it that way, but it's hard to write on an eyelash or write on an actual tape or something. So if you can do it in a non-damaging way, other than that, you put it in a container and you label the container. Label it with who collected it, what time was it collected, where it was collected, serial number, say, of the unit you removed it from. And you maintain a stitched up notebook with your notes, and only write facts in there, not opinions or anything. This guy's a creep. None of that works. Then you were biased. So you just maintain. And one of the toughest things that people don't like to document their mistakes. Analysts make mistakes. We all do. But if they find out about it at court, can you explain to us why there's a date of a file on this hard drive during a time period while it was in your possession? Yeah, I just remember now when I did my image at first, I didn't have a write blocker to the original, and I forgot about that. And you just remembered that now, did you? Is there anything else you may have forgotten? But if you say, can I see my notebook? All right, on February 5th, 2018, I acquired the image. At 10 o'clock, I made an image. At 10:15, I realized I didn't have a right blocker cable, and I wrote a swap file out to the. I rehashed it at 10:40. I then that's. I mean, I don't like mistakes, but that's the responsible way of handling one. And whenever possible, though, right, protect media, because you don't want that type of thing to happen. All right, so we saw this flow. Maintain your documented chain of custody. Whoever had possession of the evidence from the time you collected it. And we're going to see some different terms. Some people say collection. Some people say acquisition. Some people say after that is identify. Some people use the term authenticate. A lot of the forensics analysts, the guys I work with, use both terms, but a lot of people will say the hardest part is the triple A's. How do you acquire, authenticate, and analyze evidence? That's the hardest part. A broken chain of custody would then deem the evidence incompetent. So we never want to have a broken chain of custody. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, that kind of break. Oh, I thought you meant break as in breaking the chain of custody. Yes, let's have a break in the chain of our delivery here. Yeah, absolutely. Pause the recording. All right, everybody back? I was back, Liz back, Jeremy. Okay, great. All right, so incident handling, to me, not everybody sees it this way. In fact, the ISO, that was one of the differences between British Standard 25, or excuse me, 7799, when it became ISO 27001, was they separated business continuity from incident management. So it depends on who you ask. But to me, business continuity management or planning encompasses the Satan's law and the Murphy's law. But either way, the goal is to minimize impact. It's not to catch bad guys. And any forensics tools you're going to run, your in-case, your access data, the coroner's toolkit, whatever tools you use, you run them on machines that you already trusted. Watch out for that. There's a number of trick questions might show up in your near future about running a tool on a compromised machine. So you run the imaging tool on the machines believed to be compromised. So you run an imaging tool on it. No, you don't. No, you don't run imaging tools on the machine that's compromised. You remove that drive and put it in a forensically trusted machine and run your imaging tool there. Does that make sense, everybody? Good. And then you do your computer incident response. And they used to say, create your own computer emergency response team. And Carnegie Mellon, I believe, actually trademarked CERT. Because the worm could corrupt the imaging software or anything. Yeah, if the machine's compromised, it's having a sick doctor, is doing analyze somebody and diagnose somebody. It's like, but you were sick. For all we know, could have been rambling. I prepare to get a call or have to call other organizations. Now, the software vendors, the telco providers, the big ones, they're not likely to call you. But you might have to call or get a call from other affected parties. Hey, it looks like, we're getting these IP addresses. They're coming from you. I think you're infected. We noticed some of the IPs leaving our network went to you. I apologize, but it looks like we're now attacking you. Where we stopped. Other incident response teams. Who owns the IP addresses of the attacking machines? Good attackers don't use their IPs. They use zombie hosts. Law enforcement agencies, incident reporting organizations, the media. I always want to have somebody who knows how to talk to the media, with a well-planned public relations department, that well-planned statement, not off-the-cuff statements from text. And I kept telling those guys, these fire extinguishers suck. They wouldn't listen to me. No, you don't want that guy. And then your ISP, of course. Evidence must be material, competent, and relevant. And when I looked up material, it said see relevant. It appears from the lawyers that have sat in my class that material is in the discovery phase before you go to court. You ask the judge, can we bring this in? And relevancy is argued at trial. They're a little harder to meet relevancy rules than it is material rules. Competent is argued, both places. Now, the first two steps, collect, might be called acquisition. I understand on the test they say collect. The second step, they call it identification. It might also be known as authentication. It's a stronger word. It's funny. I wanted to get him to talk. In fact, is Joe with us today? Joe is not with us today. Another person who went through my cyber cadets program with Joe, he's actually a forensics analyst now for the last 10 years. And he's always telling me about how he goes on a collection. He goes out, travels to doing a collection, but then he does acquisitions while he's there. I said, you use those terms pretty interchangeably. He goes, yeah, no, that's just the way they talk around here. They say, we'll go out on a collection, then we acquire evidence, but it's the same thing. Analyze the evidence, determine what it proves. Store it, preserve it, transport it, present it in court, and then depending on the type of evidence and the outcome of the case, the evidence might be returned to the owner. I always think of the OJ case. Any further questions? Yeah, can I have my glove back? No, I'm sorry. I find this very funny. I don't want to eat up too much of your time, but there was a guy got a speeding ticket in Australia, and the ticket was based on a camera that used MD5. And they had argued MD5 is known to be hacked, so they threw out his case and they ordered the government to pay his bill. Does the evidence need to be encrypted to prove it has not been tampered with? I don't know that it has to be encrypted, but it's probably not a bad idea, but it should be digitally signed. You know what's funny, Prahlad? He said, well, I actually, even though I find this unreasonable, a question, whatever, but unreasonable doubt, I'm glad because I find that these speeding companies, these speeding camera companies are a conflict of interest. They should not be set up the way they are. They put they're not a federal agency. They're third-party companies that put the cameras in, and they put them in for free, and they get financially incented for everyone they catch. Well, then they're not actually there to make society safer. Their major goal is to catch people. And they have been caught doing some pretty nefarious things like tweaking yellow light timers. So they got more people, and they had to give back money in San Diego, in parts of Maryland. Yeah, so some places have thrown them out. Yeah, they have quotas. All right, inculpatory versus exculpatory. Now, inculpate means to prove that Bob did do it, and exculpatory is what prove he didn't. So the prosecution presents inculpatory evidence, the defense exculpatory evidence, and the evidence might be the same thing. Now, best evidence refers typically to originals, the original document, but it's hard to get originals sometimes. My original birth certificate has long been gone. So we have trusted, validated copies. So whenever possible, we like originals, but there are exceptions. And particularly we think of computer-generated evidence. It's always a copy. You're not bringing in the silicon RAM of where the file is. You're bringing in a paper copy of what was in memory. But they allow that. We're allowed to have. So don't think that you always need originals. Secondary evidence is something like, according to Webster's dictionary, I don't need the original Webster's for that. Direct evidence comes from a witness's senses. I was there and I saw it. But people don't always know what they saw. And how many fingers am I holding up? Believe it or not, direct evidence is actually not very reliable sometimes. We're going to need something to corroborate that. People might be lying. He was with me the entire time, Your Honor. He could not have committed that crime while we was at a ball game. Real or physical or associative evidence is evidence, that's physical that you can see. So this is an actual bullet. Most of our evidence in IT information is not real. Documentary evidence is paper records, and that's what most evidence is. Even in a murder case, here's a printout of his phone records. Here is a receipt for the gun. Opinion evidence comes in two types, very testable here. You have non-expert and expert testimony. So if I gave you my opinion on what medications people should be getting, that would be non-expert opinion. But if you got a doctor to say whether or not you should do it, then that would be an expert testimony. Ralph H. Amadeo presented for us. He's made quite a bit of money doing expert testimony in cases. He's an expert hacker. Demonstrative evidence will demonstrate a reenactment, an animation. Corroborative is any type of evidence that supports other evidence. Some more best evidence, more secondary, more direct evidence, more expert testimony, whatever. Conclusive evidence doesn't need to be corroborated. And this is becoming very tricky. The only evidence I know that falls under this, and with those advancements in CGI and with these Baidu's thing of voicing, is generally we think of video camera. If you see a video of somebody with a gun at the convenience store, you can clearly see his face. It's pretty conclusive. But they can argue, nah, they photoshopped me into that. And it's getting very tricky. And circumstantial evidence just means unusual circumstances. And unlike what you may have heard on TV, that could be very damning, often much better than direct evidence. A blood trail that went from the dead body to the doorsteps of the accused is purely circumstantial evidence. Those are some unusual circumstances. There was a famous case of a guy was convicted of killing his wife, Scott Peterson, with purely circumstantial evidence. Like, well, they found phone records of him calling a girlfriend. He had promised a girlfriend that he was going to be free from his wife. His wife's body was found in a location where he claimed to be fishing. Well, that's really. I've had debates in my class about what best evidence is. So at least in the U.S., to prove the content of a writing, a recording, a photograph, the original is required, except as provided by these rules, and then we have the admissibility of duplicates. If you're going to interrogate or investigate an internal suspect, make sure that you're not breaking the law. Now, you could be litigated for invasion of privacy. The Fourth Amendment applies to law enforcement. And the only way law enforcement can get evidence is through, at least in the U.S., is through a subpoena that says, give us the evidence. A warrant that says they're coming in and searching for it. Or voluntary consent, you just say, here, take it. But you might be deemed as acting as law enforcement. There was a woman in New Jersey a few years back, suspected her daughter's boyfriend was a drug dealer. And she called the cops. The cop says, your daughter got email? Yes. Can you get into it? I think so. She gets into it and she finds evidence. Goes to court. Mrs. Schwartz, do you normally read your daughter's email? No. Well, then why on the night of November 15th, 2012, did you make such a decision? I talked to the police and they said, objection, Your Honor. She was acting as law enforcement. Sustained. I talk to the police in my class and they always say, she wasn't coached right. All she had to say is because she felt like it. But once she said the police directed her to do it, she was acting as law enforcement. So it is common knowledge that a private citizen could be held accountable to the Fourth Amendment. Now, if the police see someone kidnap a baby and run into my house and then lock the doors without a warrant. They have the right to kick in my door because that baby's life is at stake and they have to act now. Exigent circumstances means requires immediate action. So if it's in plain view, they pull somebody over for speeding and then there's some contraband there. Or they're flushing the evidence down the toilet or shredding records. And again, if there's life safety issues at hand. Enticement versus entrapment, very tricky in real life, very easy on a CISSP test. Just look for intent. It's a question of intent. If you set up a lure to catch somebody who intended to commit a crime, and you just happen to catch them, that's called enticement. They intended to commit a crime. You just, put a camera up there. But if you trick somebody who never intended to commit a crime, then that's entrapment, and that's not cool. If you're going to interrogate internal suspects, make sure you have the interrogator to be senior to the suspect. Don't have Bob, the janitor, interrogate Steve, the CFO. All right, Schmitty, where was you last Friday? Coffee it up. I actually had the incident manager for T-Mobile in my class, and there was an incident involved. I believe it was the CFO, and he said, I helped write the questions with HR. You want the questions prepared ahead of time so people don't say things that turn out to be illegal. So we said, I helped work on that, and I was present during the interrogation, but they had to have the CEO ask the questions. You have one person in charge or one or two others present to validate their claim. Done in a private place. And if you're going to show exhibits, people will say some stupid things when they don't know how much you know. Every parent knows that. And so, can you explain to us why last July 18th you went to this website, Bob? Oh, I got an email from a friend and I clicked on the link and I'm sorry, it was like a pop-up. Okay, Bob, thank you. Now, can you explain to us why you came in over the weekend, logged in as the Exchange Service account, and went to that website, spent 4 hours there? There are cameras in the data center, Bob. See these pictures? Oh. All right, which of the following is most likely to cause an evidence item to be deemed unusable? Absolutely, Jeremy. Broken chain of custody. Yep. Everyone's got that one. Good. All right. That's our incident response, disaster recovery, and just basically, operating our data center, our data custodial things. We built the system. We had to test it. We had it approved. We put it into operation. You got to maintain it. And sometimes it's a lot better to let somebody else do that. And so we did a lot of cloud stuff. Hopefully you guys feel a lot better about cloud computing now. And I think you know that Larry's a big believer in cloud computing. All right, our last module here, application security. You don't have to be a developer any more than you need to be a cryptographer during the cryptography section. But one thing and hopefully we feel a lot better on, is understanding the development life cycle. And we understand that we considered security at the first step. Now, in software development, we're going to have a feasibility study. So when someone says, hey, I got an idea for a software application, security concerns are brought up right there and go, oh, hold on. What are we doing? We're going to take money? We're going to take credit cards? All right. Going to fall under some laws there and some other issues. So in your near future, at what stage of the development life cycle is security or the initial risk assessment considered? The first step they give you. If you get a feasibility study, you pick it there. No, it's not in design, not unless that's the first step they give you. The first step, if it starts a project initiation, you pick there. You consider security at the very beginning. It should be integrated into the design. That's true. You've done some development maybe, and then that's generally where like agile type stuff starts. Well, they'll start with requirements, but you even consider security requirements there. You do a assurance test or assurance requirements then. Right? I like the statement from a student: security should be baked in, not sprayed on. It should be part of the thought process all the way through. Oh, I meant to make this whole thing bolded. We're going to be going through all of this life cycle again. Something to fix here. But we're going to consider here, we're going to have a feasibility study, and we consider security right there. Right? We consider security here. We consider security here. Now, a lot of the agile stuff is like through this. You just keep cycling through this quickly. And that way you get iterative process. Hey, how's this look? Okay, work on it. We'll fix it again. We'll go back. We'll go back. We'll go back. It's kind of like a spiral. We used to call that spiral model. Iteration is a very common term there. This will help us meet those ever-changing requirements. Never has it been so dynamic. It's just amazing how fast things move. I listen to a talk every morning now, Ivan on Tech, and he's all about cryptocurrencies and stuff, or well, just blockchain, all the crypto stuff. And I think he's Russian, but he's out of Stockholm, Sweden. But he was talking about, he had somebody on there. This guy wants to do anti-malware, blockchain-based anti-malware, cryptocurrency. It's kind of weird. It looked like another silly use case for me. But the new terms are knowing that blockchain itself is slow. Bitcoin does 7 transactions per second compared to like 50,000, or Visa and MasterCard. So that now the terms like here, well, we'll do this off chain. We do this on chain, so when you're off chain to handle a lot of the really quick things, the things that because the requirements for transactions are just far exceeded any blockchain technology to actually do their micro payment type kind of thing. I'm buying a cup of coffee. I don't think you want to do that with Bitcoin. But that's what the Lightning Network is, if it works out. The Lightning Network is off-chain. New hot buzz terms, off-chain, on-chain. We know that, generally developers come in here, right? They say the developer first has to understand when does it need to get done by and how much money can they spend on it. And then they determine what the user needs. The hardest phase, sometimes called functional requirements, but we know there's also assurance requirements. What features does this thing need? And then assuming you understand it, you move to the next phase. You start building or you start designing how the solution will work. All right, then we'll have SQL servers. Front end could be run on a cell phone or something, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then you start building it according to design. And you go, oh, wow, that costs a lot of money. I didn't know, because we got to buy components. I didn't know that was so expensive. We better go back and ask for more budget. That should never happen. This is poor planning. We generally have a keeper of the gate. Before you move from here to here, you have a gate review that says, are we ready to move on? Okay, now we've got it. And then when we determine what they need, we realize they might need more budget. All right, I'm allowed to go back one level, but I shouldn't be down here and have to go up to here. And that was the waterfall model. That's the way a lot of development, say at NASA, is done. Waterfall models are when you make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's before you move to the next phase. And then next phase, step. Yeah. The problem is this takes a lot of dotting of I's and crossing of T's. And by the time the user gets a hold of it, it's often, well, that is what we asked for last year, but we have new requirements. So that's why they've come out with newer models than waterfall. Now, waterfall is still probably the most secure model. You know, NASA doesn't have the choice to call back that probe that's out there at Jupiter and say, oh, well, you know what, we really should have used a 486 processor or whatever. They use really old stuff out there. You know, think about it, the years out there. And plus, when they're designing it now, they prefer that it's something that they really understand how it works and not this thing that just came out now and we discover needs a patch next year or next month. So when requirement is fixed and we define it properly, yep, that's right. So in NASA, they when they design a probe or something, they go through the waterfall model. But when you're developing cryptocurrency applications, that's probably not what's going on. And the original thing I like to say, the next phase in history, or the next methodology, I should say, was called spiral. So what I would do is design a music. I'll first start off with the maybe it's down here. I come up with a bass line or a drum line, and then I test it, and then I add the guitar, and then I add like a lead guitar. And then I add, the lead vocals, and then I do backup vocals, and that's called a spiral. And what's great about doing a spiral is one of the things I can test is an abbreviated version of it. Here it is. I mean, there's no backup vocals yet, but is this the beat you wanted? And that gives us a prototype. It's hard to develop a prototype in the waterfall model. Spiral models let us do that. But today the hot term is with agile programming, and you have Q&A people checking here, especially checking here and here and here. And Marcus Rainham, who wrote Pen Testing Sucks, that guy. His whole point about that was pen testing tests your operations. You would have done better to put more quality control in your design, your development, and your testing before you did the actual operations of it. All right, we'll go through that relatively quickly, though. I think we probably hit the main things. All right, objectives: to understand the life cycle. We just went through that development process. Database, we kind of introduced, I used the chest of drawers concept, where if I take all my clothes out of the dryer and I throw it in on the guest bed, it's very quick to store information that way, but it's very difficult to retrieve. It's hard to find that one sock. What's that? When requirement is fixed, well-defined. Question? What are you talking about? What type of question might you have like that? Okay. Should type it in. Rapid development and spiral the same? I would think it is, but they don't put it that way. No, rapid development is generally more associated with agile. Yeah. You're welcome. So the database, it's very easy to store, taking everything out and throw it in. Well, that's not a database. That's sometimes called the flat file. So I said I take a chest of drawers and I can put, some classification scheme together, and I go, all right, I will put shirts in the top drawer. I'll put pants in the middle drawer and underwear in the other drawer. And that helps as long as I'm trying to retrieve things in that order. I need a pants, shirt, and underwear. But sometimes I might just want to get all my green clothing, and I have to open up 3 drawers, where I could have architected it by just get it by put it away by color. But that doesn't work for me every day. This hierarchical design works for some things. It works great for DNS records, right? It's at this domain, right? This domain type. So first I go through the .coms, and then I'll make sure it's at internetworkdefense.com. And then it's but that's not really good when I'm searching for stuff on Google. I'm searching for information. I sometimes like, oh no, it's an old movie. I put an old movie, and it had music written by Ray Mercer. I put in the music by Ray and I can pull it up by a number of different things, and I can put things away in virtual drawers, so to speak. And that's the beauty of the relational database, that it doesn't work in the physical world, but I can have many virtual drawers. I could just have the old movie. I could have the red drawer and my red shirts there. And then I also have the shirt drawer and the same red shirts there. And it doesn't really work in a physical world because it's common knowledge in a hierarchical database. The child object, the shirt, can only have one parent. It can only be in one drawer. That's a good sentence to remember. In a hierarchical database, a child object can only have one parent. But if this were a relational database, yeah, it could. It could be in the red drawer. It could be in the shirt drawer. And I wore a red shirt, by the way, on Friday. And that probably should have been my indication that there could have been problems, Star Trek fans. What happens to guys who wear red shirts? Star Trek. There's a security team, and what do we know about the security team? They're very likely to, they're the first to go. Yeah. Yeah, and whenever you see a red shirt in the original series and he says something like, they beam down to a planet and it's like, Captain, I'm getting some strange readings in the tricorder. I'm going to wander off alone behind that big rock. He's not coming back. There are two people that live who wear red shirts throughout the entire series. Who are the two red shirts that make it all the way through? Scotty. Everybody remembers Scotty, but who else wore a red shirt? I actually started out wearing a blue on the first episode, but then later changed to red. Star Trek trivia. Uhura. Anyway, we'll go through configuration change management. We really kind of beat it up in operations, so maybe I should remove that from here. Artificial intelligence, I beefed up. Now, they've always been asking about it, but it's really hit critical mass now. We're right at the edge of, some people think this is going to be bigger than fire, that artificial intelligence is going to change our life so much. And I'm one of those people, actually. Mobile code is, up until, for me, oh, please don't open that. Mobile code, sorry, I get some alert here. You guys probably didn't see it. Mobile code, for me, up until, the interwebs, the internet, it was, you had to load a disk, to install software on someone's machine. Then all of a sudden browsers came out with Java and you could just go to a website and would push it down. And Microsoft said, we should do that too, only we're not going to do Java. The Java is slow. We're going to make it faster. We'll make it faster by not being as secure. They came out with ActiveX. They said, well, we're not going to prevent this stuff, but we're going to give you, we're going to make it PKI aware. So the code's digitally signed. So if you don't want to run it, you don't have to run it. And what it means is in Java applets, they're contained in their Ring 3 VM. They're not allowed to leave that Ring 3 virtual machine. You have a Java virtual machine that is invoked for every, it's sandbox. That's the term you want to look for. But in ActiveX, they saw that as, first of all, functionally limited, but also slower. So they came up with a way to, for their ActiveX, to just digitally sign the code, which Java adopted anyway. Java lets you digitally sign code. And in your near future. Which of the following uses digital signatures as their security scheme? And whatever, two things that have nothing to do with it. One says Java or ActiveX. Well, they both do. Spock will say, technically, they both do, Captain. Spock, I have a hunch they want ActiveX. I would pick ActiveX in that scenario. All Android applets are written in Java. Pretty neat. And then malware, and we beat up a lot of that already. So securing applications, it's generally right at the user interface. A lot of times that people would take applications that used to be used for trusted users and they throw it on the internet, and then, they're not really an internal user. Let's put in some security controls at the user's interface, and they call that the trusted front end. But people would find code injection attacks or whatever. So it's considered hard and crunchy on the outside, soft and chewy on the inside. With every feature comes complexity and makes it harder to secure. Sometimes simpler is better. We talked about the importance of having code reviews. A lot of code is compiled. In fact, I kind of went, we had interpreted code like basic, where you read a line, then convert it to machine code, read a line, to compiled code, or like C, where you take a big program and then you compile it all at once, and then you get some exe file. But a lot of the modern stuff is not. It's back to interpret again. JavaScript, which is more client side. That script runs on your client, versus something like Ruby or Python, which runs on the server, or server side. Server side programs, they're both scripted. They're both scripting languages. They're not compiled apps. But the server side has an advantage, is they can store state information about you. So when you log out of a server, anything that ran in Java is gone. JavaScript, I should say. But if you if it was stored, if they ran it on Python or Ruby or something, then when you go back in, it's still there. And we know speed to market will trump security. That's just how it is. You got to get it out there. So we talked about the ways of going through the development lifecycle. You know, one that really worked the fastest, the least secure though, was extreme programming, and that has gone away, it seems, in my experience. When they write patches, when they discover a new vulnerability and that vendor has to patch it, they're not doing waterfall model. They were working, they'd have people standing over each other's shoulders, just going, type this, do that, do that. People working on all phases at once. But they were really buggy. So agile is kind of a compromise between prototyping and extreme, is the way it's been explained to me. So here we have security checks and balances at every phase, and there's somebody working on it. You know, at the same time, we're here, so you just go through it. Boom, we're done. At what phase of the system development lifecycle are the customer-specific requirements determined? I didn't use our classic term here. Alpha, yes, analysis. Functional or assurance requirements analysis. But I didn't say the term requirements. Not everybody uses the same word. That's why I say you got to be an English major or whatever to take this test. You really want to understand the grammar. So what do I think they're talking about? Commanding the English language will go very, very far. We talked about the importance of validating input. You want to validate the length, will help mitigate a lot of buffer overflows. The type, like SQL injection, nobody's name contains a tilde. You see a tilde, you know the next thing coming out is a SQL command. Or caret, right? It's caret, I forget now. The range, right? You got to enter a phone number. Well, it's got to be 10 digits, dude. We don't do 4-digit phone numbers. Didn't overflow it. Now, those are the things on the test: length, type, and range. And a lot of times, again, I said that you have pre-compilation and post-compilation testing. So pre-compiled, someone does a source code review to look for input vulnerabilities. Post-compilation, you often do something called fuzzing. Fuzzing is when they fire all kinds of input at it to see what happens. And then I like to add in source. I want to make sure you validate that the antivirus signatures are coming from the antivirus vendor, not the attacker. I love this explanation of a tick. It's the tick. That's the input. I'm sorry. Explanation of a SQL, example of a SQL injection. Hi. Hello, this is your son's school. We're having some computer trouble. Oh dear, did he break something? In a way. Did you really name your son Robert Tick? Tick means the following thing is a SQL statement. Bracket, semicolon, drop table. That is a data markup language or data definition language to tell you to drop the table. The table named students. Semicolon. Oh yes, little Bobby Tables, we call him. Well, we've lost this year's students' records. I hope you're happy. And I hope you've learned to sanitize your database inputs. Input validation. That is the answer to so many problems. Right, the flat file, you take all the clothes out of the dryers, throw them on the guest bed. Hierarchical, we have separate drawers. And again, DNS works fine like that. And if hierarchical meets your needs, it's fast. So there's no reason to go to a relational database if it's unneeded in your design, in your requirements. But if you need, if it, you're going to benefit from it, and many things do, then we like to do relational. And distributed means that the different processes are run on different machines. So the very first distributed database was actually two tiers. They actually took the data, put it on a drive, and let Bob and Alice get to the drive. But if data moves, then you have to update every view station, every workstation that's going to look at it. So Sun created this three-tier database design in the late 80s, and it became an ISO standard. The users have workstations that are allowed to view data. And the data sits on a physical disk, a storage area, network, whatever, right? And then you have SQL in the middle controlling what the view stations can see, what data they can see. And we know that views should be based on roles. We don't give Bob the rights to see Social Security numbers, we gave it to HR. And if a file moves from here to here, I just update the schema, I don't have to change every view. And of course, we've had different databases in an organization. You know, the HR department has their own, and customer service has their own. You might want to correlate this thing. So we have things like SharePoint actually go like that. Correlate all the different views. Oh, the SQL servers rather, all the logical layers, all the schemas. And of course, our view is often today on a web server, which then goes over the internet, and now there's a client that views that. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. And they're not all SQL, so we have some not only SQL implementations that can do this enterprise search type kind of thing. I don't know if they ask about NoSQL yet. They probably should. NoSQL implementations, the popular ones, are using Merkle trees. So if there's new data put here, the SQL server doesn't have to create a hash of everything in here to make sure that it's accurate. There'll be a hash of everything on here and everything on here. And then when they hash the file, and every individual file is also based on a tree. So I change this file. I calculate the hash for that. I calculate the hash for its parent. I calculate the hash for that. I calculate the hash across these. And then only looking at hash files, at parent hash files, I can determine that everything else is the same, just this one thing changed. Merkle trees are what power the blockchain. Merkle trees are, a lot of times I think that people are using blockchain to describe a digitally signed Merkle tree, and then we also had to have consensus between the different entities involved. So I don't know what else to call it, but what there really are is digitally signed Merkle tree consensus protocols, not blockchains. They're not all blockchains, but whatever. All right, so some terminologies. The file is the physical stuff. The database is the entire thing. The database management system allows you to, it's your administrative front end into it. And then what they do is they take a series of tables. A table is a two-dimensional structure. That's a testable phrase. A table is a two-dimensional structure that has has columns and rows. The row is generally filled up for each record. Every time you add a record, you add in a new row. The fact that you were going to go first name, last name, whatever age, that's called a tuple. That's not a very common term today. That's a very old term, but still very testable. So the tuple defines what's going to be in the row. But you might just say a tuple is a row in the database. The columns are fields, the first name field, the last name field. Well, that's also known as an attribute. And then the cell is the intersection of a row and a column. And the data value in that cell is called the element. I have to have each record unique, and I have to be able to search on it. And whatever field or combination of fields in a row that are unique, in a tuple are unique, define the primary key. And now you might say first name, last name, but you could have two Larry Greenblatts. There's actually two Larry Greenblatts in Philadelphia who are both CISSPs. I think that's really funny. He said LinkedIn. I said, I can't believe it. There's another Larry Greenblatt in Philly who's also a CISSP. That's hilarious. And he gets a lot of people thinking he's me. Now, it's usually a number. It's usually just some not random, but some counter, some number that people don't see, don't view. It's in there. And then if I say, like in Amazon, I know they'll have like product bundles of things. And if you buy the bundle will, like I bought some pots recently, a kitchen set. If you buy the entire set, the primary key is the number, whatever that links that set. But you could also buy some of those things individually. I actually just bought the 12-inch fry pan. The 12-inch fry pan has its own number that makes it its primary key. Well, when you look at the bundle, it gives you part of the attributes are the different individual pans that are in there. And when you look up the attribute of 12-inch pan and click on it, it will take you to the record for that pan. That attribute of the bundle field matches the primary key of the unique pan field. When you have a record, or excuse me, an attribute of one table that matches the primary key of another table, that's called a foreign key. And that's how we build relationships. The view controls what people see. The schema, again, your logical layer like SQL or whatever, that ties it all together. And the data dictionary is your configuration information about that database. It's data about data. What do we call data about data? Yeah, it's the metadata. So it's common knowledge. The data dictionary defines the metadata. When you set up an attribute, you have to determine what's called cardinality. For instance, if you put in a phone number as an attribute, must they fill it out? Usually there's like an asterisk when you have to put in one. Can you put in more than one? Can two people share the same phone number? Could you have to put in one, but you can put in more? Do you have to put in exactly 3? So there's more. Don't memorize the different types of cardinality. I just want you to consider what cardinality is. SQL is an ISO standard. 4 language types. When you do a Google search, you're running data query language. When I go into, say, Amazon and I update my credit card information, I'm running data manipulation language. And that's all your users should be able to do. SQL injection attacks like that little Bobby Tables just went for a data definition language attack. They actually dropped a table. Data definition language lets you create, alter, drop tables. But the worst attack would be data control language. This is what grants and revokes privileges. I don't know that they ask about NoSQL, but it's a really cool thing that's growing up for much larger meta, or I should say, big data. When you hear that term big data, we're looking at so many records. There's a thing in AI. It's kind of interesting how when artificial intelligence to learn the difference between a cat and a dog, it took like billions of samples. Yet a small child could look at a couple of samples of a cat versus a dog and figure it out. Marvin Minsky, a great AI researcher, made a statement once that he felt that the way people go about AI and to get human-like reasoning, and they want more and more samples, he felt was kind of flawed. He felt that there's got to be a way to make it much simpler, and he thought that with a Pentium chip, that it had more than enough power. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm sure we're going to get much better at it. I know that Watson used to be a huge room of computers, and now it fits on a blade. IBM's Watson. All right, but it's not only SQL. All right, here's some security issues, though. There's no standards, and the default configs on a lot of things. It's not just NoSQL, but a lot of things, certainly here, are often very weak. And people can inject SQL injection or some type of code injection. We have authentication issues. This is PKI. It's the only way to solve this is with cryptography. Authorization, are you supposed to be able to look at that data? And confidentiality. Should we be encrypting the data in there? And that's tough. There's something that I should probably put something in here. It's called homomorphic encryption. This is becoming a hot thing in the cloud. Hot concept. I don't know that anybody's actually got it production ready yet. Homomorphic encryption concepts are ways to allow databases and possibly AIs or whatever to manipulate and search through data without actually looking at it. So the data itself is encrypted, but they'll still be able to work with it maybe based on how the data is encrypted. Now it's computation of ciphertext and encrypted result. Pretty cool concept. But I know the cloud certification is trying to get you to know more about that. Anyway, data dictionary, we said it's the configuration information, the metadata, and the data dictionary stores, among other things, names, group names, right, roles rather, the names of tables, and the privileges associated with those. Also the data sources, where am I pulling the data from at the physical layer. We have to ensure in a distributed system that two people aren't writing to the same element at the same time. Concurrency is a problem. So we generally lock it. If you're in your near future, have a concurrency problem, I would look for an integrity problem. So we lock the record, and locks don't always unlock. So when you get a dead lock, you often have to do a test on it. You got to shut down the system, reboot it, and check for integrity. And semantic or entity integrity ensures that all primary keys are unique. They can't be blank. They can't be a null value. And referential integrity, that if there's a primary key to foreign key relationship, that they refer to these things, both entities have to exist, or else you go searching for a non-existent record. Now, I've got whatever 30 fields to fill out before this record is complete. We never want a partially written transaction. Either all changes take place or none. So if there's a lockup when I'm halfway through, I may want to roll back to the last previously, because a lot of times they're batch jobs and they're sending in 1,000 records every minute or something, and then it hangs up there. Well, roll back to the last previously written whole transaction. Don't keep a partially written transaction. But once I finish all the fields, I commit it to the database. Right? And if I have checkpoints in the software, sometimes called save points, just like at temp files, you boot up, you lock up and you're running Windows Office or something, it'll come back and they'll show you had these files open. Well, it's something similar in a database. And if there's 30 fields and you filled out 28 of them, they could tell you, hey, you only got to do these other 2 fields. Very, very testable here. I had somebody last year tell me they got the question. I remember actually in the last 3 months. Atomicity. Either all changes take place or none of them take place. Either all 30 fields are committed or none of them. Consistent. If it says color, I shouldn't be see like 45. No, it's got to be consistent with that field type. Isolated. As I'm filling out the fields, nobody can look it up. There's no way to do a lookup on that partially written transaction. It's not until I hit a commit. But then once I do commit, it stays there. It's durable. Databases are always said to be vulnerable to two related concepts, two related confidentiality issues: aggregation and inference. Aggregation is when I can directly view smaller pieces of data. So you might not be able to download an entire DNS database, but you might be able to look up by IP one at a time and then eventually get them all, especially if they do reverse lookups. So if you know their IP range, and a reverse lookup is like, I know your IP address. What's the name? Inference is when I can't see it, but the fact that I know that there's a field, even if it's suppressed, I go, well, they obviously care about this. You see, like TV shows, one of my favorites was My Cousin Vinny. It's a movie where Joe Pesci's character aggregated small pieces of data. Like that couldn't have been, if anyone's seen that movie, aggregated things like that couldn't have been that car because that car didn't have positive rear. But he also inferred some things. He inferred that no self-respecting Southerner would be eating instant grits. I'm from Philadelphia. Anybody want to guess as to whether I've ever had a cheesesteak in my life? That's pretty safe inference. That was one of your favorites. That was great. Yeah. And don't ask me who has better Pats or Geno's. I don't know anybody who goes to Pats or Geno's. They're for tourists. The best cheesesteaks are at my house. I go to a Korean grocery store and I buy their eye-round beef that they use for bulgogi. It makes great cheesesteak meat. You go to an Italian bakery that has the Amoroso style rolls, and then just New York or American cheese. I personally like garlic. I fry the garlic and the onions in the olive oil first, and then I strain it out, and then I put the meat in there, and also in olive oil, and then strain that out and get the fat out, and then I combine the two. Then I put the cheese on top, toast the roll, bada bing, bada boom. And I like ketchup. I used to like spaghetti sauce, but I went back to ketchup. All right. Content-dependent access control is when you say, don't let anybody who's not in HR look at the content of Field 5, which is Social Security numbers. But I can't prevent the HR people from looking them up. So context might be, they can't look up more than 10 an hour. That doesn't seem right. So context, whenever you can't do content. Cell suppression, be like, I suppress the cell of Social Security numbers for other people. They don't see it. Partitioning happens two ways. Depending on whether you want to add performance or you want to add confidentiality. So let's say I have a couple of drives here. And my database is like, first name, last name, age, department, phone number, Social Security number, and salary. Well, I have different records for the people here. Social Security number and salary. Social Security salary. I'll just put SA here. I might decide to create a vertical partition and says, all this data over here will be on this hard drive, but Social Security number and salary are on this hard drive. So if you're not in HR, you can't even get to the physical disks. Vertical partitioning protects confidentiality. But if I'm worried about performance, yep, mounted on another drive. That's right. I create separate data files mounted on another drive. If I were worried about performance, you should do excellent. You better pass that question. I can count on you. If I were worried about performance, I might say, you know what? let's run records A through M on this drive and N through Z on this drive, and I create a horizontal partition. Whoops, I got the wrong place here. Create a horizontal partition. And horizontal partitions are to make it faster. That'll give me availability, increase performance. Does that make sense, everybody? Partitioning show up in your near future? Very good. Very good. Oops. For me, these are older terms, but who knows? I know the ISC square has been in, and you can encrypt those partitions. Data warehousing, for me, it was like more of the early zeros up to like 2010 or maybe 2009, where you take in an enterprise, various different data stores have information that looking at and correlating could help you understand some useful patterns. So you take all the data out of these, not live production data, not transactional data, but just, now that it's stored there, you store it in a giant central store. You got to normalize the data and go through some massaging process, and then put it in this larger database that you do data mining. Data mining is looking for unusual patterns, right? Or some other meaningful relationships. But this doesn't seem to be as popular today because you're looking at copy data and it takes a while to do this. What I find for the last 8-9 years, people have been doing enterprise research or enterprise search, which doesn't require that you extract the data from the data warehouse. Now, apparently even up to last year, they were still asking data warehousing questions. And they even say, what's the difference between a data warehouse and a data mart? Data warehouse is for the enterprise, data mart is for a given process or a given project. But that's not nearly as popular today. No, what I find is enterprise search, where they just reach into the various data stores live and they can look at transactional data. It's a lot more useful. And they have cloud companies that do this for you. You can get enterprise search as a service, or you could do it yourself using tools like SharePoint. Which of the following statements is true? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Jeremy says, bravo. No, and that's the beauty of the relational database, that I can have the shirt in both the red drawer and the shirts drawer. Now, that's why we went to relational databases. Delta. Yeah. That's right. No, in a relational database product, you can have multiple children. In the shirts drawer, I can have all kinds of shirts. Hmm? Oh, you're mad. We forgive people's fat fingers there. Bad. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. That's the benefit. It is a little slower. So there is an ISC Square book reference that says hierarchical databases are old and we don't develop that way. No, my DBAs tell me no. If all you need is hierarchical, they're faster. Do that. Tell you, understanding requirements is the hardest part. And I've had this with me since the 80s. I used to have this pinned up in my cube, as proposed by the project sponsor. He obviously did not hear the customer right. There's just no way that's actually what the customer had asked for. And whoever worked with him, the request didn't hear him right. Senior analyst, advised by the programmers. Here's Larry in the field trying to make it work. That's all the user wanted. The hardest part in development is understanding requirements. Hardest part in life is understanding people. The hardest part with dealing with artificial intelligence. Anybody here ever read, Jeremy, have you read Nick Bostrom's book, Super Intelligence? Fantastic book. Very, very well researched. In fact, let me just bring that up because it's probably, if you're interested in artificial intelligence, this is probably one of the best. Super Intelligence by Nick Bostrom. There it is. And let's look at it at Amazon with some of the people who recommend it. I wonder if it'll be in here, but from Bill Gates to all the big guys. So you have to read this book. And this is the hardest part because this thing, think about how the information doubles. When this thing hits, say, human level intelligence, whether it's 2023, Ed, you have to take off? Oh, you're very welcome, buddy. Get back to me, everybody. If you have to jump out, I've got certificates for you. And then some of you need to take a quiz and present your findings to your boss to get reimbursed. I'm putting that together and should have that ready by tomorrow. Yeah, I know, Robert. You got 10 minutes here. So, but Nick Bostrom has, once the thing gets as smart as us, it's going to get much smarter, much faster. If it's as smart as us at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be much smarter than us by 10. So now we're going to have to ensure that it follows our requirements. And we need them to yeah, please do drop me an email, right? Everybody wants a certificate. Please do drop me an email. All right, application programming languages, we already hit these things. You have machine code, that's ones and zeros. Assembler is when you program in hex, and high level are English-like languages. And these were called generation 1, 2, and 3, third generation. We've had a higher to more English-like and object-oriented. I don't know if the test asked about that. We have SDKs that make it really easy to develop code, and these SDKs have pre-compiled modules or put together modules that often contain problems. It's often the SDKs that get us into trouble. And it makes it a lot easier, but it's hard. The source code gets compiled or interpreted. We mentioned that. Like C is a compiled language. JavaScript or Python are interpreted languages. So generally, you could probably think of machine, assembler, and third generation, and that's the English-like languages. Fortran is not as English-like as BASIC, though. So, and that's the thing about Python. Python was meant to be really easy. You know, same with Ruby. We have separate modules that are now objects that I can reuse. And each of these objects has certain attributes that are shared and certain that are different. So at a higher level, I have a component stereo here. If I use the term speaker, you know what it does. Right? Or printer, you know what it does. It takes a text input, provides paper-based output. How the different printers print are different. Some spray ink, some fuse toner. So the attributes are going to change, and they'll inherit some attributes by being a printer, but some attributes are different because of the different methods of printing. What an object does and how it gets it done is called its method. Methods don't have to be revealed to other components. I don't need to know how you figured out what time it was. I just need to know what time it is. And that's a message, and that's what objects do between each other. They communicate with messages. It provides modularity. It's a lot easier to build a new app. It's a lot easier, just the component stereo. I just replace my speakers, and I don't have to worry about the other stuff. Polymorphism is when an object can do different things depending on the input, provide different output. So I have a multifunction printer scanner. If I scan it, it provides a scanned image, right? Or I could tell it to output to a CD. Actually, it doesn't do CDs. It does SD-RAM though. Very related terms that people confuse all the time. Coupling and cohesion. Cohesion, it's like coherent. The guy was incoherent. I couldn't know what he was saying. When an object is highly cohesive, I know what it's doing. And that works best when it only does one thing. My Sumatra PDF reader just does one thing. It displays Sumatra, it displays PDFs. Takes a file, displays it to the screen. My Adobe reader does a lot of different things. I don't know what the hell's going on in there. Adobe's got a bunch of DLLs that go in the System32 directory. I don't know all the things that happen. When I delete Sumatra, guess what I lose? My ability to display PDFs with that. You delete the Adobe, I don't know what's going to happen to your machine. Because it's coupled to things I didn't realize. Coupling is that when two things relate to each other. Cohesion is when it's only coupled to one or so things that I know where it's coupled. So the way this manifests itself in a problem, say in a test or in real life, cohesion problems are when you make a change to something and something you didn't expect to be affected breaks. Coupling is when you know it might break, and it's easier to change if it's loosely coupled versus if it's tightly coupled. So a loosely coupled thing would be like if you screw it into something and I can unscrew it. Tightly coupled is when you glued it in, and the only way to like change the faceplate on your outlet is to like cut out some sheetrock. We like high cohesion and loose coupling. Now I said in our architecture that we like it when we isolate the Ring 3 VMs from each other. And your hotel room is separate from my hotel room, and I don't have to, worry about you walking in my room or stealing my stuff or whatever. But it's nice when we have family next door and you can open up the door between them. So object linking and embedding through inter-process communications allows us to, we'll do a couple of things. I could link, or I could embed. Right? And it allows me to do things like cut and paste. Embedded objects are when I, say, take a PowerPoint slideshow and I embed it into a Word document. And now you have a copy of the PowerPoint slideshow in the Word doc, and you don't even need PowerPoint to play it back. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And if I update my original PowerPoint, you're still the old one. You have the version control problem because if it's just copy, it's hard to maintain version control. But if I link objects, it's more like you don't necessarily need that DLL to run that application. The DLL is sitting in the System32 directory for all applications, so I just assumed it was there. But maybe it was there in development, but it wasn't there in production. So linking problems when you have broken links. Change is planned to an application to address a specific problem. If the change, however, it appears that other modules that should not have been affected appear to be broken, what is the likely cause? Loosely coupled is very good, Robert. That means that it was very easy to change. No, it's not Delta. That's actually good. Tightly coupled, well, you would know. A. Oh, I thought you were typing A. You said, ah. It's A. It had low cohesion. I didn't realize it. This was a cohesion problem. Remember, we like high cohesion and loose coupling. High cohesion and loose coupling. Most cohesive objects will only do one thing, but a lot of times we rely on an object to do a number of things, and we don't realize that. And when you change it, you're like, even in physical, just think of you change your firewall because you were getting slow performance on your Cisco PICs and you went to a net screen. And all of a sudden people can't VPN anymore because your firewall wasn't just your firewall. It was also your VPN endpoint. A highly cohesive firewall is just firewalling. Well, it's not high coupling. It's loose or tight. It's cohesion that's high or low. But I think if you substituted cohesion instead of coupling, yes. Does that make sense, Robert? Okay. All right. Our artificial intelligence, we have two basic types. Either you have to train it or it trains itself. And up until about 2 years ago, most of my AI guys told me, well, we really have our expert systems. But no, DeepMind's AlphaGo taught itself how to play video games. AlphaGo Zero taught itself even faster. AlphaGo Zero played AlphaGo 100 games of the Chinese game Go, beat it 100 games, and AlphaGo beat the world's best player 4-1. We are most people argue all we really have is specialized artificial intelligence right now. Specialized is when it's good at one thing. It's good at playing chess. Watson was a good thing. You got to take off, Robert. All right. I thank you, and then get back to me and make sure you download the stuff. All right. Thanks, Robert. Watson is a little more generalized. It's not truly a generalized. I have a question mark there. It's just a little bit more. It wasn't just good in one thing. It answered subjects, all kinds of subjects, right? But it's still, it wouldn't know anything about, actually how to play sports or maintain its balance or something like that. So, but it was a good step toward it. Here's where I have issues. Other people smarter than me seem to debate me more, so I don't know. But I don't know how you create sentience. Intelligence is that you're smart, that you can take two inputs and come out with an output. You know how to receive, process, and then transmit information. Sentience is feelings, and so I argue that AIs will not necessarily get human level intelligence. They could get Vulcan level intelligence. Now, my cat or dog, they're sentient. Not the most intelligent. My wife teases that our cat is particularly dumb. I don't know. It does seem kind of slow on things. Dogs are so much smarter in many ways. I'm sorry. If you're a cat lover, I love cats. I love it. But I find dogs so much smarter. But they're immature. They're very needy. They require a lot of, you got to take them for walks and all that stuff. Anyway, so I don't know how you create them. I don't know how this is going to work. Kurzweil believes that we'll probably wind up merging with it. We'll probably merge our intelligence with it. And that's how we'll get the thing. All right, so it's 11:30, 11:32. I went a little long here. Let's take a break. Instead of doing lunch, since I only got about a half hour to go, you guys want to just do a 15-minute break, come back and finish up? Sounds good to everybody? All right, sounds good. Pause this. So again, I do encourage you to get some practice test questions. I like the ones that see secure. From Clement Dupuis. But if there's anybody, you have an account there, great. If there's anybody's questions you have an issue with, you're welcome to write me or call me, and I'll do my best to help you understand what I think the answer should be and why, why something may be true. A lot of them are very debatable. When it's like how many bits are in an IP address, that's not debatable. It's 32 bits if it's IP4 and it's 128. But if it's like, why would you do this versus that? Sometimes you're like, well, I don't know if that's really the best answer for that. And sometimes it's tough. Not everybody sees something the same way. What's better, Beethoven or Mozart? Yeah, I personally like Beethoven better. All right. So if we ever create a sentience, I don't know that they ever asked this on the test, but these are the things that I wonder about with AI. Actually, I have an idea. A product that I'd like to see is more like, so you know how we have Fitbits. So I have this idea. They created Fitbits for your pets, and they could track their health things. A pet only has maybe 15 or so unique vocalizations, they think, dogs or cats. And every pet owner learns this is I'm hungry meow or bark, and this is I need to take a walk or something. This is he's upset. You know. Though a dog, especially a dog, they think some smart dogs can actually understand up to like 80 different vocalizations from you. That's incredible. But that's still not a whole lot. It's not a huge vocabulary. So I think with deep learning, Alexa and whatnot should be able to learn our pet's vocalizations. And I could say, Alexa, why is the cat meowing right now? Why is the dog barking? And they can say, oh, he sees a stranger in the parking lot, or he seems to have hurt his left back paw. And I think that would be pretty cool. And then as the AI study humans and why we love our pets, they would also learn something about sentience. We don't like people worry about this Terminator scenario. The AIs are going to become so smart that they'll want to take over and kill us. And I don't really worry about that, but I do worry about mistakes. And I think by studying, humans are much smarter than dogs or cats, but we don't kill them off. Most countries don't use them for food, and they're probably very easy to breed and make food out of. So it's because we love them for some reason. We learned to bond together with these animals. All right, so the two types you're likely to run into in your test are expert systems and neural networks. We have an accountancy secure because we're human. I'm sure he has tests to make sure you are human, right? A lot of bots try to join websites. So, you have these, select all the pictures that contain a car or a vehicle or something, right? Those are to try and prevent those bots, and they're just going to get smarter and smarter at it. We are entering in, the way evolution works and the way the exponential scales work. We are right at the cusp of when AI is just going to take over. Technology. One of the things Kurzweil points out is virtual reality. He thinks by 2029, with synaptic inputs, we'll be able to have virtual reality that is absolutely indistinguishable from actual reality. Think about that. All right, so expert systems versus neural networks. Expert systems have to be trained. So when I trained optical character recognition systems in the early 90s, we would train, this is a letter A, and you give it different font types. And you're like, okay, so that's a letter A too. That's a Times New Roman. That's a Courier font. That's an Arial font. But still the letter A follows certain rules. It's generally an intersection of three lines, and there's a point at the top. And so they use these rule-based programming. If this is true, then check to see that that's true, and if that's true. And the knowledge engineer has to train it. There's another input. And it has this knowledge base of information, then it can start inferring new facts. It sees a new font type it's never seen before, but it seems to follow the rules of the letter A. I'll bet you that's a letter A. And this will work with a limited number of fonts. After a while, it starts getting crazy. So it is common knowledge that expert systems work best when dealing with a limited domain of data. The more font types, the harder it is. But artificial neural networking and deep learning, and some people spell out a difference and depending on the hierarchies of knowledge, but we're not going to worry about that. For us, it's the same thing. The point is that they learn and remember just the way humans do. So if my vacuum cleaner had a neural network or would do some deep learning, it would eventually learn to map out my house. Right now, it's got these sensors and it bangs into the wall. It doesn't quite bang in. It's got these little brushes or whatever. I reach it out and goes, okay, don't go that way. And it turns and goes some other way. But it doesn't remember that. And that annoys me. I wish these things would learn my house. Learn not to try to go underneath the desk where there's a bunch of wires. That's where it gets tangled up. And we're expecting that they're going to start taking over a lot of jobs in the next 5, 10 years. In 5 years alone, I heard one estimate of 50 million jobs will be lost. Now, I don't know. These are all guesstimates. Who knows? It's hard to predict. Who was it who said? I think it's Niels Bohr from the quantum theory thing. He said it's hard to make predictions, especially when they're about the future. Yeah, it is. That's what puts the pre in the prediction. I'm really good at post-diction, Well, not really. My memory's not that great of what happened in the past, but whatever. It's a lot harder in the future. But yeah, they said that already journalists, someone just typed in journalists, they say that so much of the news you read is actually AI driven. They are taking various inputs of stories and writing. So when you go to Google News, Google's one of the great leaders here. The big leaders in AI, are AI. Isn't that something? Because Google bought DeepMind, and Google has Ray Kurzweil. Kurzweil says it's his first real job, but he's one of their chief scientists now. Pardon me there. Yeah, so all kinds of things. Now, I have a theory that when it comes to food, when it comes to my chain restaurants, and I don't care if it's a McDonald's or Ruth's Chris, I want an AI doing it. Because then every time I order the steak, it'll be pretty much the same way I ordered it. Because some places I say I like it medium rare, but you go to some place in medium rare and it comes out almost well done, and other places it's pretty darn rare. But this would always be the same. But when I go to a pizza place, being a Philly guy, I want every guy to have a different style of pizza. Have you ever had George's Pizza? No, the way he does his crust, it's really neat. I want a human making that. And I think our artisans will. I think personally, I know they've done some amazing stuff with artwork and as a musician. Like I always say, right now, I can't really tell a drum machine, but good drummers can. But I can tell a phony guitarist, but they're getting better. But they have taken, and I think it was Bach, a composer, and they took all of his works and fed it into an AI. And it was able to create algorithms to create new Bach-like music. But suppose Bach decided to vary from what he normally did and created a new thing, went through a new phase. The AI couldn't do that. I think you could build a robot that could play football. I don't know that I'd want to watch that, or dance or ice skate. So I think the artisans will be what we'll do. It's that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But the help desk guys have gotten a lot better. Some of them. I had a incident in the snow. This was last year. I slid in the snow and I scratched at the bottom of my car, and I wasn't going to do it. I was like, "Oh, great!" My wife goes, "No, we pay. Blah, blah, that's what insurance is for." And the whole thing was done with State Farm, and their bot that took care of me understood my stuff. They didn't get me frustrated and hit zero or whatever to try and talk to a human. It was very intuitive. So they've gotten better. Doctors, do you know how many people die every year? I think they thought it was something like in 2016, something like 200,000 people died because of a doctor's mistake. Maybe it was suggesting medicine that person never should have taken because it conflicted with medicine that they're already on. It's a very complex job. It's getting worse and harder. AIs don't have anywhere near that problem. My wife's brother, my brother-in-law is an ER surgeon, and he said they have like hybrids for doing operations. There are some operations that are a lot more precision done by a robot, but he controls the robot. These robot hands, very cool. And personally, I think most of our politicians could be replaced. I don't need anybody to represent me in Washington. I can vote on ideas. I don't need you to supposedly represent me, and I don't believe you're representing me at all. The thing about rules, and I think I actually said I know this by heart, but is that it's easy to rule out. This is wrong. It's like Spock when you take the test. The Spock part of your brain can rule out a wrong answer, but it's hard to rule in. So this is a line from Dr. Seuss. Great, great book if you want to know more about steering and governance. And that's the part. I use this as an example when I say the difference between a human sentience and a robot's intelligence. Um, it's like Kirk and Spock going out for a restaurant. It's like Spock doesn't get in the mood to eat a certain type of food. That's a human thing. That's to pick the direction. I don't want my GPS to tell me where to go. I want to tell my GPS where I'd like to go. Then let it figure out the best way at that time to get there. Which type of artificial intelligence is common associated with learning from experience? Delta. Very good. The neural net. What else might there? Neural networking. It's based on the capacity of the human brain. It has units that mimic neurons. Anybody take any practice tests and solve those types of questions? CAT? What is CAT? The adaptive tests, that's how they work? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, that's right. Based on how you responded to an answer, like if you answer the easy ones, they're going to start giving you harder questions. The harder questions don't weigh as much. But if you miss an easy question, they're going to still give you from December 18th on, they've been doing the computerized adaptive testing, and the adaptive tests are they're learning from your behavior and then deciding what question to give you next based on how you answered that. Yep. But those easy questions weigh a lot. You miss a few easy questions, they'll just dump you out of the exam. You're done. All right, so generalized refers to that, we could cross many domains. And typically, right now, most people argue that we only have specialized. They've gotten a little broader, but they're still specialized. Our mobile code, we have all kinds of mobile code, but the most common, especially to show up on the test, are Java and ActiveX. And Java is vendor neutral. They're platform independent. There's Java virtual machines for every machine type. Microsoft, Mac, Linux, and then so the same Java applet could be downloaded and then run on those things. You download the bytecode. The bytecode cannot escape that Ring 3 VM. It's sandboxed, and this gives us a security scheme that if there's malicious code, it can't infect other applets. They have written Java applets that escape the sandbox. So that's sometimes a false sense of security. And they know that on the test. That's over a decade ago. They allow you to digitally sign now. And JavaScript is different. JavaScript is instructions that your machine runs. Again, JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. So you download a JavaScript, and then your machine starts doing the processing of whatever this thing will ask you to do. And it could be report back, private information, and then redirect you maybe to another website. Cross-site scripting, cross-site forgery. Cross-site forgery is when you were directed to go to a different website, like maybe in the middle of surfing. So by the time you go to give your credit card, you're no longer at Amazon. Think about that. You might see something, a difference between cross-site scripting and cross-site forgery. Cross-site scripting is a server vulnerability. The server allowed somebody to put input that it didn't check, and then it ran something like Ruby or whatever, but it could be a script in like a text box. So I go to guitarcenter.com, and what did you think of the Gibson robot? And I put in a review. And the review isn't what I thought of the guitar. It's actually a JavaScript. That when somebody tries to read the review, they download that script and run it on their machine. So cross-site scripting could allow a server-side or client-side scripting problem. But cross-site forgery is when the client then did something and didn't validate the input of what it received. So cross-site scripting itself is typically a server vulnerability at first. The server didn't validate somebody's input and stored or reflected some malicious script. Cross-site forgery is a client vulnerability when the client didn't validate input properly and sends you to a different server. ActiveX, we don't have applets, we have controls. You download the control, and now you're doing stuff that can escape the Ring 3 VM. They can make system calls. So they digitally signed it, and they called it authentic code. But just because something's signed, it doesn't mean it's good. It just means I know where it came from, and it wasn't altered for that. And this can lead into malware, but we talked about these already. We know that viruses, worms, and Trojans refer to the propagation method of some malicious code. Viruses require a host program to propagate. Worms spread on their own because of unpatched vulnerabilities. And Trojans trick the user into lowering their guard and opening the door. So if you're fully patched, the Trojan is the one that's going to get you. But either way, they can all contain malicious code. Malicious code that provides backdoor admin privileges, rootkits, that turns on your camera or your microphone or stores keystrokes. Spyware. Spyware is an older term that referred to like advertising supported software, and you needed to run like Spybot search and destroy or adware. But to me, spyware now is anything that can steal stuff from you. And generally, again, they love those cameras. If you haven't seen this, this has been out for a dozen years. There's a bunch of these little malware builders out there. So you don't have to be a good programmer to write malware. But the most famous is probably Poison Ivy, a rat builder. Poison Ivy becoming AK-37. I saw that earlier. That's it here. But this is a rat builder. And if you want to learn how to do it, all you got to do is download a tutorial, and you could create malicious code that contains camera turn-ons with that. As Tom mentioned this, it'll disable the LED so people don't know their camera's on, turn on their microphone, steal keystrokes. Ransomware, very popular today. They encrypt your data, and then you have to give them, typically it was Bitcoin. Now they want Monero. Monero is more anonymous than Bitcoin. Logic bombs or time or event-driven malware. So just stay there dormant, don't do anything until, and then it could be either time-driven or user-driven. If the user says start, shut down, or on the anniversary of Michelangelo's birthday. And now they're all networked together. Many of them are networked together. So you've got bots and botnets. So a virus or any malware contains two pieces: the replication mechanism and the payload. The payload is the malicious thing it's going to do. And a lot of this is encrypted today. So you can't do signature-based detection. They generally download them into a sandbox, things like FireEye, and we'll execute it and see what it's doing. The first virus I ever saw in the field was Form. Form infected your boot sector, your hard drive. Excuse me. Boot sector viruses are pretty much gone. Yeah, they're zoo specimens A virus that's currently spreading is in the wild. Those are very testable phrases. Yeah, that virus, actually a funnier one was Stoned. Stoned would display a marijuana leaf on your computer and say, legalize marijuana. And you delete it and it would show back up again because it was stored in the boot sector. It was also stored in the file system. It was a multi-partite virus, had multiple parts. Viruses don't want to be detected. So they've come up with different ways, compression, encryption, to elude detection. So I forget who it was. I think it might have been Robert's question. I think Robert stepped down already, but was shown when Tom showed that exploit with Metasploit, and he said, "Wouldn't your IDS pick that up?" And I said, "Well, consider this: two things. One, if somebody on the outside just tries firing Metasploit at your machines, your firewall shouldn't even let them in. Right? A stateful firewall doesn't let anybody in unless somebody on the inside requested it. So they got to get people to click on it. Maybe send you a phishing attack. You click on the link that brings you to that other site, and then it's different. Now you asked for it. But again, it's going to come through and your content inspection engines might see it. So they encrypt it. A lot of times the entire channel is encrypted over SSH. So when you have a keystroke logger on your machine, those keystrokes, you're phoning out. You click on a link, and then every time you type in a keystroke, you go out to their remote system, and you go out to it over an SSH channel. So your firewalls can't see it. And they said, no, he tried to go out. You started the conversation. So they can definitely elude firewalls. We generally don't let people, don't block people from going out. And if it's over SSH, there's nothing we can do other than try to block SSH. And that's not easy. It can run on over. What port does SSH generally run on? What's the default port for SSH? Might show up in your near future. 22. But you could run it anything over anything. Polymorphic viruses use encryption. Retrovirus is probably not a testable term, but I've done a number of classes for Symantec, and I thought it was pretty funny. They said, well, the signature detection has gotten slow because our signatures get really long. So we start removing signatures for old attacks. And then virus authors realize we've removed the signature, so they start creating old viruses, redoing old viruses, and they call them retroviruses. I don't think that's a testable term, but I thought it was interesting. The worm is network aware. It doesn't require a host. Self-contained code. SQL Slammer. This was 14 years ago, I think, 15 years ago, maybe even longer. Guys, if you never saw how quickly SQL Slammer spread, it is worth a look. Also known as, I forget the Slammer. I forget the name of it. Sapphire. This was 10 minutes after the infection, or 30 minutes. This is 30 minutes. At its peak, it was scanning 55 million hosts per second. 2003. Now, where do you think they are today, 15 years later? Our servers are faster. Our infrastructure is faster. We have polymorphic worms. We have blended attacks. It's an email that contained a worm that contains a bot. The logic bomb. This was tried on Bugs Bunny a number of times. Right? Yosemite Sam and Daffy Duck have dynamited his keyboard, and when he was going to hit that one note, it was going to blow up. The disgruntled employee, sure. There was an example in one of the CISSP books years ago about it checks to see if their name is still in the HR database. If it's ever deleted, delete everything. So if anyone ever tries to delete me, they lose everything. Keep your employees gruntled, I tell you. Chernobyl was another famous Logic bomb. The Trojan horse. That's the way to get them. Get them to think it's something cool. Hey, I do this. I install software a lot when I need a feature that I couldn't get to. I, I I had to get a. What was I looking for recently? Trying to get a uh, a script to install the VirtualBox client properly in Kali Linux. The one that comes with VirtualBox doesn't work right. Every time they update Kali Linux, they change something. And I'm doing a help desk so they could try this one. And I just run it. Now, it's not my main system, but who knows? I don't know what's going on in that thing. I wind up rebuilding my stuff constantly. So I showed you Poison Ivy helps you build a Trojan. But then I got to get, how do I get you to run the Trojan? I mean, you're not going to run just something called, evil software. I mix it with something I think you're going to like. A free PDF reader. Go find out what the top downloads it is. Go to the Amazon, or excuse me, the Android store and see what the most downloaded applets are, and then create one, something like that. Whatever the category is. Spyware on your test is probably still advertising supported software, but I don't know. I would think it could be anything, as I said. It could turn on your cameras or your mics or steal keystrokes. 883, very nice document, a little old, but it's still it's still relevant, I should say, very relevant. That will give you different categories of malicious code and then characteristics that you may have observed to determine what type of malware it is. Right, so I would just glance through this for your test. They're very likely to say something like, well, you notice these firewall and log entries. What is it more likely? There's the neat stuff here. I'm not going to read them all down. All right, a system is patched to remediate an operating system flaw. If fully patched and no known OWASP vulnerabilities are known to the malware author, what other way would most likely be used to allow malicious code to enter the kernel, assuming the configuration is considered strong? Java applications can't escape the Ring 3 VM to get to the kernel. They should have no rights. Now, it's possible. We have seen them that escape it, but that's probably not it. The OS isn't vulnerable. Delta. Yeah, because then the user just says, oh, run it. It's a free football game. This looks good. I love football. Oh, look at the graphics. And they run it. So they took a malicious code and they've wrapped it. Let me show you what a wrapper looks like. So a wrapper allows you to take anything, any malicious code, and wrap it with something else, some other video game. Ralph was the first person to show me this. He showed me way back in like 2004, 2005, when LimeWire was very popular, right? Was it LimeWire? It might even be before that. What was the one before Net? Let's say LimeWire. It's one of these file shares, peer-to-peer network shares. Napster. It may have been Napster. And he said, just look, what's the top download? Well, the top download is Norton Antivirus. Dude, how sophisticated is a user? If they think you can get a valid copy of Norton Antivirus through Napster, so take Norton Antivirus.exe, wrap it up with this Trojan we just created in Poison Ivy. He showed me Poison Ivy. He created a backdoor keylogger. And he goes, now I'm not going to put it there. But how many downloads are getting a day? Whatever, 19,000 a day? Well, there's a good chance some of those are going to come from here. And then they'll spread it out and they'll share it on their system. And that's how he felt he could get thousands of people infected that day. So Trojan horse, you trick them. It's like the doors are locked. You know, the system's fully patched. The locks will work. People can't pick the lock. Someone knocks on the door and says, "Hi, I'm a malicious attacker." You're like, "No, no, you're not coming in." But if they say, "Hey, pizza man, you just want a free pizza," you might open the door. It's Publishers Clearinghouse. You actually won. Oh, righty. So that's it, guys. That's it. We understood security at all stages of the development lifecycle. Database technologies and terminologies, distributed environments, artificial intelligence, which is just going to become more and more part of our life. I've got 4 Alexas and a 5th one getting ready to be set up. I love Alexa, and I know it's listening to everything, but I don't care. And malicious code. All right. Thank you guys very much. Please remember, send me an email. And you could use the admin at Internet Network Defense, or you could send it directly to me at larrygreenblatt@gmail.com. And I will send you a certificate to let me know how you want your name spelled, and I'll send you a certificate of attendance. And then I think Lou and Lou, who's your business partner? There's another guy, John. You guys need some type of quiz with a score. I want to get that out to you too as well. Let me. I forgot about my last slide there. Jeremy, I had to step away from the last few slides. Thank you for all the great. Thank you, Jeremy. Again, I appreciate what you said out there at Peter's group. And Peter put a little awesome there, Larry. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, awesome, Larry. So, I want to get his attention. Nice, nice. Yeah, my latest video's got some likes, but nobody answered it. Let me pause this. But I had asked about space development.